Chapter 456. Urgent report. 3,000 li ahead, a large group of turtleback wolves have appeared. There are so many of them, it seems to be a myriad wolf group. Gu Tribe's investigative Gu Master rushed over and reported to old Gu Tribe leader. Gu Tribe leader's expression was solemn as he waved his hand at the person. Continue investigating. Not long ago, he had already received the letter Gu sent by the investigative Gu Master. But in the battlefield, to prevent the letter Gu from being intercepted by the enemy, there would usually be investigative Gu Masters rushing back and forth to personally deliver the letter. Turtleback wolves have the strongest defense among wild wolves. 10,000 turtleback wolves are a tough bone to chew. Gu Masters had attracted them earlier, but there was no effect. This wolf group is still coming towards us. Humph, how many days has it been since we started migrating? This wolf group is already here. It seems Man Tribe doesn't want to let us off. Fortunately, their speed is not good, giving us time to set up the formation. The elders of Gu family discussed among themselves. In this chaotic northern plains, Gu Masters who could climb to a high position were not fools. By now, they had already reacted and recognized the reality. Gu Tribe's troops had already stopped moving, forming a circular formation. Large numbers of Gu Masters were nervously using Gu worms to build high walls, arrow towers, and many layers of defense. And Gu Tribe's higher-ups were guarding the central area. My son! Gu Tribe leader softly called. Lord Father, your son is here! Gu Guang immediately received the order. Go and invite Lord Changshan in over. This was a battle of life and death for Gu Tribe. Old Gu Tribe leader was not willing to let go of any battle strength. Yes. Gu Guang bowed and left. Just as he left the main tent, he saw Fan Yuan. Uncle! Gu Guang happily called out and bowed. Fan Yuan nodded and walked forward, his tones slightly anxious. I already know about the wolf group's invasion. How is it? How is the situation? There is still about 7 minutes before the wolf group attacks. Since our tribe migrated, to prevent Man Tribe from playing any tricks, Father has sent light cavalry and expanded the scouting range to 600 li. Gu Guang followed Fan Yuan's footsteps and reported. The two arrived at the main tent, which was situated on a hill. The mound was also raised by Gu worms. Gu Tribe's higher-ups stood on the mound and had a good view. If they were attacked by a group of eagles, or crows, the Gu family would dig a hole in the ground. In short, there were different ways to deal with it. Seeing the higher-ups of the Gu family, everyone hurriedly bowed. The atmosphere was tense, as though a storm was brewing. With Brother Wolf King's help, Gu Tribe is so honored. I am also at ease. Old tribe leader of Gu Tribe sighed. His gratitude was beyond words. The fate between me and the Gu family is not shallow. Friends should help each other, it's only right. What's the situation? Fan Yuan asked. Wolf King, please take a look. Gu Tribe leader led Fan Yuan to the table, pointed at the sheepskin map, and introduced the surrounding terrain, Gu Tribe's defense line, and the movement of the wolf pack. Your Highness has made the appropriate arrangements. There is nothing wrong with your response. Fan Yuan first complimented. He then extended his finger and pointed at the markings on the map. Everyone looked over. This was a river beside the camp. Since there is such a danger zone, why don't we use it for defense? Fan Yuan suggested. Brother, you might not know, we had the same idea before. But the large group moves slowly. There is not enough time to set up camp and defense line after reaching the river. Old tribe leader smiled bitterly. When tribes migrate, most of the tribesmen use big stomach horses. But big stomach horses are loaded, and their speed is slow. Gu Tribe Gu Masters ride hump wolves and can quickly move to the river. But most of the mortals can only fall behind. When the wolf pack comes, the mortals will be slaughtered. No tribe has mortals, how can there be future Gu Masters? Mortals are the foundation of all tribes. But Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Brother, I am also a northern plainsman, I know this. We cannot get close to the river, but we can make the river water come to us. Once he said this, the tribe's higher-ups' eyes brightened. That's right, We can dig a canal and draw out the river water to assist in defense. Turtleback wolves have heavy bodies and are unable to swim. Once they fall into the river, they will sink to the bottom and drown. Lord Tribe Leader, quickly give the order. Old Tribe Leader also said straightforwardly. Yes, Guchui Team 1, Gusiang Team 7 and Gumi Team 18, immediately stop what they are doing and go to the river to dig the canal. Next, order Team 3, 5 and 16 to take over the construction tasks of Team 1, 7 and 18. Yes. The investigative Gu masters outside the tent immediately received the order. After a few breaths of time, 6-letter Gu flew out and towards the distance. Fortunately, brother is here to guide us. Old Tribe Leader bowed towards Fan Yuan, his expression of gratitude coming from the bottom of his heart. Just based on Fan Yuan's suggestion, he could save hundreds of good tribe Gu masters, or even more sacrifices. He is the Wolf King after all. At once, Gu tribe's elders' gazes towards Fan Yuan also faintly changed. They were filled with admiration and admiration. Time always passes very quickly amidst nervousness and busyness. Investigative Gu masters returned to the camp one after another and reported the wolf group's location. At the same time, the number of turtleback wolves was also clearly investigated. There were over 38,000 of them. When the wolf group was only 800 li away from the camp, Old Gu tribe leader started to gather the investigative Gu masters in an orderly manner. At 500 li, the ditch was dug and the river water was drawn in. At 300 li, the 3 defensive lines were completed and the combat teams were urgently in position. The support Gu masters and logistics Gu masters in charge of construction retreated to the rear and used yuan stones to quickly recover their primeval essence, not daring to relax for even a moment. When the battle line is not able to hold on, there would be the backup team, the reinforcements. At around 100 li, there were vague shadows of wolves in the horizon. In the main tent, 8 investigative Gu were activated and smoke rose, showing the scene in all directions. The turtleback wolf group was mainly charging from the north, but there were also many in the northeast and southeast. The wolf group was getting closer and closer, even mortals could see them. Turtleback wolves had broad bodies, their whole bodies were dark green and their eyes were eerie blue. On their backs, there was a turtle-like carapace. This carapace was very heavy, about a third of the weight was concentrated inside. Other than defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the effect of storing nutrients. 10,000 wolves galloped, the ground started to tremble. Fan Yuan walked out of the main tent and gazed at the grassland, only to see the boundless wolf group covering the ground. Looking down at the camp, the tribesmen were busy but not in a mess. Living in northern plains, encountering beast attacks was a common thing. Thus, be it Gu masters or mortals, they all had strong mental fortitude. The first defensive line in the north was the first to engage in battle. Attack! The Gu master leader on the tall tower shouted loudly and sent out a wind blade. Soon after, the surrounding Gu masters attacked at the same time. A row of wind blades flew out and slashed, instantly knocking over dozens of turtleback wolves. The wolf group got closer and closer. The Gu masters gave up on using the wind blades and switched to the more powerful fire Gu, lightning Gu, and so on. For a moment, the battlefront was filled with countless colorful lights and shadows, like fireworks. The roars of humans, the furious howls of the wolf group, and the sharp whistling sound of the wind blades piercing through the air, all of them merged into one. The wolf group withstood the rain of attacks and successfully charged forward. They first collided with the earth wall. The earth wall was thick, and the base was reinforced with a layer of copper and iron. Countless turtleback wolves were smashed until their heads bled and died on the spot. But the wolf group advanced wave after wave. Some stepped on the corpses of their comrades and jumped up. Some clawed at the earth wall, trying to break it. Next, the southeast and northeast defensive lines also started to engage in battle. Battle cries shook the sky and casualties started to appear. Healing Gu masters started to display their usefulness. Because of the ample preparations, the whole Gu tribe camp started to operate in an orderly manner. Look, it's the myriad beast wolf king! Someone pointed in a direction and shouted. Everyone immediately looked towards the direction of the voice. This turtleback myriad wolf king was so huge that even if an ordinary turtleback wolf expanded by 10 times, it would still be slightly inferior to it. Its domineering aura manifested as it squatted on the ground and howled, commanding the wolf group to split up. The turtleback wolf group split into 5 to 6 groups and started to attack Good Tribe camp, trying to find a loophole in the defense. Like this, wolf shadows appeared all around Good Tribe, and the whole periphery of the camp started to fight. On a nameless hill outside the battlefield, Man Tribe used goo worms to conceal themselves and used investigative goo to observe from afar. "Hey, they are fighting!" Elder Man How laughed in Schadenfreude. "Good Tribe actually diverted the water into a canal. That old man Gu is really an old fox. But this is over 30,000 turtleback wolves. Even if Good Tribe can resist them, they will suffer heavy losses." Man Hong sneered. He looked very similar to tribe leader Man 2, and was the eldest son of Man Tribe, with rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Young tribe leader is right. Even if Good Tribe blocked the first wave of wolves, there will still be the second and third wave. Man How flattered. Although Man Hong was the eldest son, Man Tribe had not officially appointed a young tribe leader. But Man How had already submitted to Man Hong, and was his hardcore supporter. He called Man Hong young tribe leader, which was both flattery and expectation. "Young tribe leader?" Man Hong did not refute, instead nodding and continuing. "Father gave me this important mission. After I complete it, I will have made a great contribution. Once I return to the tribe, I will probably become the young tribe leader. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Man Duo did not come along. Otherwise, I will borrow someone else's knife to kill him, and get rid of that treacherous kid. Although Man Duo is smart, his aptitude is insufficient. He is not young tribe leader's match. Look, the 100 wolf kings have entered the battlefield," Man How said. 100 beast kings had rank 2 goo worms on their bodies, and had great battle strength. Their participation in the battle immediately increased the pressure on Good Tribe's frontline. The number of casualties soared, and even 200 to 300 wolf kings smashed through the mud walls, fiercely stabbing into Good Tribe's defensive line. Seeing Good Tribe goo masters dying one after another, Man Hong's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. This group of ignorant fools, they actually didn't join Man Tribe, now they are suffering. Eh? Man Hong's laughter stopped. Using his goo worm's investigative ability, he saw 100 wolf king was implanted with wolf enslavement goo. It immediately changed sides, and after letting out a howl, it caused chaos in the wolf group around it. Next, these turtleback wolves followed the wolf king into Good Tribe's camp, and gathered at the feet of the goo master. Looking at this goo master, Man Hong squinted. "Is this wolf king Chang Shanin?" "Yes," Man How confirmed. Man Hong sneered. "Father said that he's the biggest variable. I want to see what ability he has." Chapter 457. Look over there, it is the great hero of Northern Plains, Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin has made his move, he is truly extraordinary. Good Tribe's camp was filled with cheers. Not only Man Tribe's goo masters, even Good Tribe's goo masters were looking at Fan Yuan. Just now, Fan Yuan had made a small demonstration by taking 100 wolf king as his subordinate, immediately causing hundreds of turtleback wolves to submit to him, turning the situation around for the better. Chang Shanin. On a tall hill, Good Tribe leader stared at Fan Yuan's back as he muttered. Everyone had a question in their hearts. The former wolf king, the once famous genius of Northern Plains, how much strength did he have left now? Fan Yuan looked at these tens of thousands of turtleback wolves with a fervent gaze. In other people's eyes, these wolf groups were scourges. But in Fan Yuan's eyes, these were gifts that came to him on their own initiative. He was worried that he did not have enough wolves. If he could subdue these wolf kings, his strength would definitely rise sharply. Right now, the sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. It was the time for a great battle. Good Tribe had made ample preparations. They had 3 earth walls as a defense line and also channeled water into a canal. The wolves would be separated layer by layer when they entered and would not be surrounded by the wolves. This was the geographical advantage. Looking at his side, Gu tribe's Gu masters were guarding him, and young tribe leader Gu Guang was the leader, ensuring his safety. Gu tribe's unity in resisting the wolf group was like a stronghold, all of them were united. This was human harmony. If I were to travel alone, I would definitely retreat if I met such a myriad beast group. But now, the timing and geographical advantage are right. This is a peerless opportunity. The opportunity is already in front of me. How can I not grab it? Thinking of this, Fan Yuan laughed heartily, his battle intent surging as he said to his left and right, "Everyone, follow me!" Gu Guang and the others loudly responded. Under Fan Yuan's lead, the group of Gu masters started to move their camp and soon arrived at another part of the battlefield. Rumble! The tall arrow tower fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. The main culprit of this disaster let out a roar, and was fighting fiercely with more than 10 rank 2 Gu masters beside him. This was 100 Wolf King. By the time it reached here, the wolves around it had all died, leaving it to fight alone. The surrounding Gu masters continued to use Gu worms to attack it from afar, trapping it here and whittling away its life force. There were already 3 Gu masters' corpses on the ground. At this time, Fan Yuan and the others arrived at the scene riding on humped wolves. "Wolf enslavement Gu, go!" Fan Yuan pointed his finger, and the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke, landing on the 100 Wolf King's body. The Wolf King roared again and again. It resisted with all its might, unwilling to be enslaved. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. 100-man soul, suppress. The Wolf King whimpered as the light smoke completely descended and fused into its body, instantly turning it into Fan Yuan's personal pet. The 100 Wolf King was lying on the ground, its claws and teeth withdrawn. Its body was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing out. "Healing Gu Master!" Fan Yuan lightly instructed as a person walked out from behind him and activated a Gu worm to heal this 100 Wolf King. "This damned beast! He killed my brother!" A young Gu master who had just joined the battle wanted to attack again. "Gu Kan!" Gu Guang shouted, staring at this person. The young Gu master straightened his neck and walked to the 100 Wolf King, kicking it fiercely, but did not attack again. Next, he covered his face and cried, making muffled sounds. The surrounding Gu masters were all sorrowful. The young Gu master cried a few times, before raising his head and wiping his tears. "Go, let's continue killing wolves." "Okay. Let's follow Big Brother Gu Kan." This ordinary small team once again entered the front line of the battlefield. "Let's go to the next stop." Fan Yuan urged his wolf forward. At the northwest direction, 300 Wolf Kings broke through the earth wall, and were wreaking havoc in the defensive line. Fan Yuan rushed to the scene. "I am Wolf King Chang Shanin. All Gu masters listen to my commands." With Gu Guang beside him, he smoothly took over the commanding authority. "These 300 Wolf Kings, what Gu worms do they have?" Fan Yuan asked. Immediately someone reported. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he split everyone into 3 groups. "First group, lure the 100 Wolf King on the left and let it enter the second line of defense," Fan Yuan ordered. "Let it go!" A Gu master was shocked, expressing his doubts. Fan Yuan stared at him fiercely. "I said let it go, so let it go. Carry out my orders." "Yes." "Second group, you are in charge of restraining the Wolf King on the right. You must destroy its defensive Gu." "Yes." "Third group, follow me," Fan Yuan commanded, going into battle personally. After a while of intense battle, he used the Wolf enslavement Gu. Just as the smoke was about to fall, the Wolf King suddenly spat out a flame from its mouth and burned the smoke away. Fan Yuan's expression turned cold. Losing the rank 2 Wolf enslavement Gu caused his heart to ache. Gu Guang scolded. "Why does it still have a firelight Gu? Young tribe leader, please forgive us, this is the first time this wolf is using this Gu." The subordinate quickly reported. "Gu Guang, you are in charge of this firelight Gu. Use all methods, I will come back later." Fan Yuan saw that he could not deal with this Wolf King in a short time, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to deal with the problem. He then moved his target to another wolf king, using another wolf enslavement goo. This wolf king's defensive goo was destroyed by the goo masters. Without any accidents, Fan Yuan successfully subdued it. Turning around, Guguan had already succeeded. The 100 wolf king's mouth was tightly bound by the green vines, unable to spit out any more fire. Good binding, Fan Yuan praised, activating another wolf enslavement goo. The 100 wolf king watched as the smoke landed on its body. It resisted for a while, but its soul lost to the 100-man soul, becoming Fan Yuan's pet. After subduing these 200 wolf kings, Fan Yuan turned around and charged back. He also subdued the 100 wolf king at the third line of defense. In the blink of an eye, these 300 wolf kings were split up and subdued by Fan Yuan, resolving this crisis. Everyone was convinced, continuing to follow behind Fan Yuan, waiting for his orders. They had already found out that as long as they followed Fan Yuan's orders, they would have the least casualties. This Chang Shanin does have some skill. Outside the battlefield, eldest Seaman Hong looked at Fan Yuan's performance through the investigative goo, his expression turning grim. His soul is a 100-man soul. It is not hard for him to subdue these 100 wolf kings. However, this alone was not enough to change the outcome of the battle. We still need to see his wolf enslavement skill. Man Hao consoled. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, holding 2 yuan stone in his hands, replenishing his primeval essence. Activating wolf enslavement goo did not expend much primeval essence, but the crucial point was the soul. Fan Yuan subdued 100 wolf kings, using his 100-man soul to suppress the 100 wolf kings. The collision between the souls caused Fan Yuan's soul to tremble and become restless. The vexed feeling in his heart became heavier and heavier. If he ignored it, he would feel dizzy, and in more serious cases, his soul would be damaged. He would lose his memory, and his intelligence would drop. Fan Yuan closed his eyes to rest, calming his heart and soul. After resting for a while, the 100-man soul stabilized. All the vexed feeling vanished into thin air. Everyone, follow me and continue the battle. Fan Yuan rode on his hump wolf. Guguang and the rest followed closely behind. Like this, after a while, Fan Yuan subdued 300 wolf kings and over 800 ordinary turtleback wolves. Howl! Fan Yuan's actions thoroughly angered 1,000 wolf king. Seeing its subordinates surrender to someone else, this 1,000 wolf king roared and led its wolf group to charge towards Fan Yuan. 1,000 beast king could control thousands of wild beasts, and had several hundred beast kings as its subordinates. On its body, there was a rank 3 goo worm. Disregarding the wolf group, it needed at least 3 goo master groups with good coordination to hunt a single 1,000 beast king. Perhaps 3 rank 3 goo masters would be needed to barely fight one of them. Seeing the 1,000 wolf king leading its group to attack, Guguang and the rest's expressions changed. Most of them were rank 2 elites, only Guguang was a rank 3 goo master. Young tribe leader, don't panic, we are here to lend you a hand. At this time, 3 Gu tribe elders flew over. Fan Yuan had made an agreement with Gu tribe's higher-ups in the main tent. He needed Gu tribe's help. Haha, with your help, this wolf can be captured. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. A fierce battle immediately broke out. This 1,000 wolf king's attacks were berserk. As it pounced, bit, and clawed, it could actually produce wolf phantom images. It rampaged on the battlefield, tyrannically and unreasonably, wreaking havoc to its heart's content. But Fan Yuan's side was even more powerful. There were 4 rank 3 goo masters, 1 rank 4 goo master, and several rank 2 elites. After paying the price of light injuries to 2 elders, Fan Yuan finally found a good opportunity, and used a rank 3 wolf enslavement goo. The rank 3 wolf enslavement goo turned into a light smoke, much thicker than the rank 2 wolf enslavement goo, and landed on the 1,000 wolf king's body. Fan Yuan used his 100-man soul to suppress it, and after a stalemate of over 10 breaths of time, the light smoke successfully landed and completely fused into the 1,000 wolf king's soul. This was the first 1,000 wolf king that Fan Yuan had subdued in this battle. As soon as the 1,000 wolf king surrendered, the 200 wolf kings under its banner, as well as thousands of ordinary turtleback wolves, also followed suit. Such a large number of turtleback wolves rebelled and entered Gu tribe's camp, wiping out the entire battlefield. The whole wolf group only had 15,000 wolf kings, and now Fan Yuan had taken one. This time, even the myriad wolf kings sensed something amiss and howled. A huge four-leaf wind blade spun rapidly and flew towards Fan Yuan. "Three-claw water dragon Gu!" A tribe elder roared and pushed with both hands. A light blue water dragon flew out and collided with the wind blade, immediately shattering into pieces and turning into rain. "Fist stone Gu!" The second elder punched with his right fist, and instantly a huge rock condensed in the air like a tightly clenched right fist. As it flew over, it was cut off by the wind blade. "Lightning net Gu!" The third elder threw out a large net with lightning coiling around it, temporarily trapping the wind blade. The wind blade was continuously weakened, and after falling into the lightning net, it continued to spin, and although it finally cut the lightning net, it was already at the end of its tether. It flew in the air and gradually dissipated. Fan Yuan did not make a move during the whole process. Gu tribe's Gu masters were extremely careful to protect Fan Yuan, even though he was a rank 4 Gu master and had a higher cultivation than them. The safety of an enslavement path Gu master was extremely important. When fighting, there would often be other Gu masters protecting them. Chapter 458. Myriad Wolf King's attack made Gu tribesmen nervous. Far away, Man Hong's eyes shone. "Don't tell me this Myriad Wolf King is going to join the battle now." But soon his eyes dimmed. After Myriad Wolf King's attack on Fan Yuan failed, it did not continue, but continued to command the wolf group from the rear. Another 1,000 wolf group rushed over, making up for the lack of manpower on this battlefield caused by the surrender of the 1,000 wolf king. This 1,000 wolf king's body was burning with scarlet flames, and black smoke was spewing out of its nostrils. "This is rank 3 burning body Gu." Fan Yuan recognized this Gu worm. With this Gu worm protecting the 1,000 wolf king, wolf enslavement Gu's smoke would be burned to ashes before it could even land. Fan Yuan's eyelids twitched as he took a deep look at the distant Myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King also seemed to be staring at him. At Myriad Beast King level, their intelligence would far surpass their own kind. This was clearly targeted at Fan Yuan. "Gu Guang, stay behind and cooperate with the 3 elders to kill this wolf. The rest follow me." Fan Yuan turned around and left. It was not impossible to subdue this 1,000 wolf king, but it was troublesome and a waste of time. If this one did not work, then he would change to another one. The battlefield was so big, Fan Yuan did not believe that all the wolf kings had methods to restrain wolf enslavement Gu. Sure enough, he moved to a few places and reaped great profits. In just 2 hours, he had subdued another 1,700 wolf kings and 2,000 wolf kings. Adding the wolf groups from before, Fan Yuan had 4,000 wolf kings, over 3,000 wolf kings, and over 8,000 ordinary wolves, close to 10,000. Among them, most were turtleback wolves, but there was also 1,000 beast-level wind wolf king. Among the 100 wolf kings, there were poison-beard wolf king, water wolf king, and wind wolf king. After his drastic measures, the situation had changed. The difference in military strength on the battlefield was also increasing. The myriad wolf group that had over 30,000 was subdued by Fan Yuan, and countless more died, leaving only around 20,000. The battle was in full swing. Gu tribe leader's eyebrows loosened as he saw the hope of victory. "With Chang Shanyin's help, the pressure on our front line has lessened by a lot. As expected of a legendary hero. This ability is really impressive. This is not strange, he is a rank 4 Gu master. It is also enslavement path, it is most suitable for this kind of battlefield." The elders praised him and the atmosphere in the king's tent became relaxed. "Don't be careless. The myriad wolf king hasn't made a move yet, so the outcome of this battle has yet to be determined." The Gu clan elder spoke in a timely manner. He warned. "Lord Patriarch is right, we still can't relax. However, in my opinion, this myriad wolf king might not participate in the battle. It's very common for the wolf king to retreat after losing more than half of the wolf pack." Not good! While they were talking, the myriad wolf kings suddenly howled. All the wolves on the battlefield heard this howl. At the same time, he launched a wild attack. More than 20,000 turtleback wolves risked their lives and charged towards the camp. For a moment, the Gu clan was caught unprepared and was defeated. Order the front line. Quickly retreat to the second line of defense. Gu clan elder immediately ordered. The wolf group has launched an all-out attack. Gu Guan, who was at the front line, had a change of expression. You guys go help the front line Gu masters retreat. I will return to the ranch to rest and reorganize, wait for my reinforcements. Fan Yuan's expression was like iron. Lord, we are here to protect you under the tribe leader's orders. Some Gu masters were hesitant. Fan Yuan stared with his eyes wide open. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Everywhere his gaze passed, the Gu masters lowered their heads. Gu Guang. Fan Yuan looked at the Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Gu Guang gritted his teeth and said, I will listen to uncle. Saying so, he waved his hand. Everyone, follow me! Fan Yuan rushed back to the ranch alone, surrounded by wolves. He gathered all the wolves together. Close to 10,000 wolves squeezed together, making this temporary ranch seem extremely small. Fan Yuan willed and a vigorous water wolf scuttled out from the wolf group. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a water wolf. But in Fan Yuan's eyes, it was a white-eyes wolf. White-eyes wolves were mutated beasts, like Biao in a tiger group, thunder boar in a pig group, and so on. Any ordinary adult exotic beast would automatically attract wild Gu insects to live in its body, and it would possess battle prowess comparable to a myriad beast king. But this white-eyes wolf in front of him was only an infant, and had not matured yet. Its fur was like water with a hint of blue, resembling an ordinary water wolf. But as long as one observed carefully, they would find that its pupils were less black and more white, very different from ordinary water wolves. When it fully matured, its entire wolf eyes would turn white. At the same time, their vision would increase greatly, comparable to some rank 4 investigative Gu. Even at night, their vision would not be affected. In the market, Fan Yuan accidentally found this ingrate and bought the entire water wolf group it belonged to without batting an eyelid. Now, this white-eyes wolf had already been successfully planted with rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu by Fan Yuan. At the same time, to speed up its growth, he used third watch Gu. This caused the white-eyes wolf's appetite to increase sharply, 13 times that of an ordinary water wolf. At the same time, its lifespan would be shortened correspondingly. Go! Fan Yuan ordered inwardly, and this white-eyes wolf's speed surpassed the wind wolves, quickly leaving the farm and arriving at a high spot. Wolf care Gu! Fan Yuan stretched out his hand and covered his right eye, looking at the white-eyes wolf with his left eye. At the same time, he activated his primeval essence and injected it into Chang Shan Yin's investigative Gu. In an instant, the scene in his left eye changed. It was like he was standing at a high spot, looking down at the battlefield. This was the effect of wolf care Gu, shifting a certain wolf's vision to the Gu masters. Fan Yuan opened his right eye, and 2 different scenes appeared in his mind at the same time. On the left was the battlefield, allowing Fan Yuan to observe the situation at all times. On the right was the farm, with wolf groups huddled together. Fan Yuan summoned the wolf kings one by one, and searched their bodies for Gu worms. If there were any rare Gu worms, Fan Yuan would keep them himself, to prevent them from being destroyed in the battlefield. Of course, his main focus was still the wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. After capturing so many wolf kings, Fan Yuan had expended a lot of wolf enslavement Gu. Normally speaking, a beast king's body would have a corresponding beast enslavement Gu. As expected, Fan Yuan found a rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu from these wolf kings. 5 rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. As for the other Gu worms, they were ordinary, and there were 1 or 2 premium Gu worms, but Fan Yuan was not interested in them, thus he left them on the wolf kings to preserve their battle strength. Wolf smoke Gu. Fan Yuan activated this rank 4 healing Gu. This Gu was specially used to heal wolf injuries. Wolf smoke shrouded the whole farm, not dispersing for a long time. the primeval sea in Fan Yuan's aperture. It rapidly descended, and soon reached the bottom. Healing so many wolves at once consumed a lot of primeval essence. After his primeval essence reached the bottom, Fan Yuan took out Yuan Stone and quickly recovered. Like this, he healed them twice. Fan Yuan saw Gu tribe leader leading a group of elders, hurriedly rushing to the front lines. Not long after, intense explosions could be heard from the front lines. Through his left eye, Fan Yuan saw that the unmoving myriad Wolf King had also entered the battlefield. Gu tribe leader and the rest were fighting it with all their might. Once the myriad Wolf King appeared, its influence was huge. The wolf group attacked even more crazily under its lead. Gu tribe's second line of defense was thus broken through. Fortunately, with the canal blocking the way, most of the Gu tribe Gu masters successfully retreated. They retreated to the third line of defense. At once, the atmosphere of the battle was extremely heavy, and everyone was panicking. The third line of defense was the final line of defense. Behind it were the mortals with low battle strength. Once it was lost, the consequences would be unthinkable. There is no time to heal anymore. He recovered 90% of his primeval essence in his aperture. Fan Yuan looked around. After 3 rounds of healing, the heavy injuries on these wolves became light injuries. The light injuries on the wolves were completely healed. Wolf howl Gu! Fan Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out an angry howl like a wolf king. The wolf group in the farm, under the effect of the Gu worms, had their bodies swell up, their spirits were roused, and their battle strength rose sharply. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, riding on the humped wolf, and with a thought, the wolf group howled together. Howl! Right now, the setting sun was like blood in the sky, strong winds blew, and the battle flags fluttered. The wolf howl could be heard even in the clouds, spreading for 1,000 li. Oh! Chan Shanin is finally making a move! Outside the battlefield, Man Hong and Man Hao's expressions became solemn. Good tribesmen were overjoyed. Chang Shanin, it is Lord Chang Shanin! We still have Lord Chang Shanin. Lord Chang Shanin is coming to reinforce us. Everyone hold on. Move aside, quickly open up a path for Lord Chang Shanin. At once, the tribesmen's morale rose sharply. Fan Yuan sat on the humped wolf, waving his hand as 10,000 wolves charged through the simple fences of the farm. But they did not go to reinforce the north, but to the south. Like a dam collapsing, a torrent of water gushed out. The entire wolf group quickly charged out of the camp, with the 1,200 beast kings as the arrowhead, charging into the battlefield. The wolf group had fought for a long time. They were already exhausted. Under the charge of such a large force, there were countless casualties. With just one charge, Fan Yuan caused the turtleback wolves in the southern battlefield to collapse. Wolf enslavement Gu! Wolf enslavement Gu! Wolf enslavement Gu! Under the protection of the wolf group, Fan Yuan attacked repeatedly. 3 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke and attracted 300 beast kings. Turn left, charge! With a thought, the entire wolf group army changed direction, charging towards the southeast battlefront of the camp. Fan Yuan's gaze was like an eagle, locking onto the 1,000 wolf king on the battlefront. The 1,000 wolf king howled, trying its best to mobilize the wolf group. But most of the wolves were stuck at the front lines, unable to turn back immediately. This 1,000 wolf king only managed to mobilize a few hundred wolves before they were overwhelmed by Fan Yuan's army. Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu! Fan Yuan found an opportunity, and a puff of smoke descended. This 1,000 wolf king might have been scared stiff, it whimpered, but its soul did not resist as it went under Fan Yuan's command. This was the 5th 1,000 wolf king. The wolf group that was fighting with the Gu masters turned around and joined Fan Yuan's army under its call. Chapter 459. The Gu masters were fighting with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield had calmed down. Their mortal enemies had instead become their allies. This is Lord Chang Shan Yin's method? So powerful, using his own strength to lead a myriad wolf group. No wonder he is called Wolf King! The Gu masters stared at Fan Yuan with dazed gazes. They watched his back as he left this place and charged towards another battlefield. Rampage, rampage! Anyone who dared to block his path would be swept away. With a thought, countless wild wolves would charge forward. With a finger, the sharp edge of a weapon would be unstoppable. Using his own strength to turn the tide and change the situation, this was the style of the enslavement path. Outside the battlefield, Manhong, Manhao and the others turned pale. Under their complicated gazes, Fan Yuan's wolf group expanded like a rolling snowball, increasing in number as he killed. Wherever he went, he swept away the battlefield. After a while, he left behind a mess and a group of dazed Gu masters. Such a wolf enslavement technique was tyrannical and tyrannical to the extreme. Under his immense strength, the slightest obstruction was directly crushed. Fan Yuan intentionally avoided the myriad Wolf King battlefield and circled around Gu tribe's camp, subduing another 3,000 Wolf Kings. Adding on the previous ones, the number of 1,000 Wolf Kings had already risen to 8. As for the number of 100 Wolf Kings, it had nearly doubled, reaching as many as 59. Fan Yuan's wolf formation was like a monster, devouring almost all the turtleback wolves along the way and strengthening itself. After subduing these wolf kings, Fan Yuan's soul also received a backlash, making him feel restless and nauseous. Fan Yuan endured this uncomfortable feeling as he gathered the wolf group and returned to the ranch. The ranch could no longer hold these wolves. There were too many wolves. Fan Yuan could not count them all in a short time. He roughly estimated that there were definitely more than 12,000 wolves. Fan Yuan was not in a hurry to join the battle. Now that the situation was settled, he got off the humped wolf and closed his eyes to rest. During this period of time, he would open his eyes to take a look. With the ingrate monitoring the battlefield, Fan Yuan was constantly paying attention to the situation of Gu clan's patriarch and the others. These higher-ups of the Gu family could not die. Once he died, the Man family would be tempted. It was very likely that they would make a move. After resting for a while, Fan Yuan rejoined the battlefield. Although he had not fully recovered, he was no longer lacking in strength. This time, he only mobilized 8,000 wolf kings to participate in the battle. An ordinary wolf pack. To the myriad wolf king, the threat level was too low. Along the way, the Gu clansmen all shouted his name. Chang Shanin is here to help. Hearing such a commotion, the Gu tribesmen's higher-ups who were attacking myriad wolf king became energized. Members of the Gu clan, please retreat and rest for the time being. Let me handle this. Fan Yuan arrived at the battlefield. With a thought, the 8,000 wolf kings surrounded Zhang Xian. The myriad wolf king already had the intention to retreat, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the encirclement. Such a wolf-taming technique! Seeing the myriad wolf king being easily toyed with by Fan Yuan, Manhao, Manhong and the others finally showed expressions of shock. Earlier, when Fan Yuan charged into the formation, it was only a grand formation that pushed everything in its path. He did not have the foundation of the wolf-taming technique. Now, he was manipulating it meticulously. Northern Plains' first-rate beast-taming technique was on full display. Merely 8,000 wolf kings, 7 of them. Due to the myriad wolf king's influence, they could not display their full strength. But under Fan Yuan's manipulation, the myriad wolf king felt like it was trapped in a huge army, or like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Eventually, the myriad wolf king was exhausted to death by Fan Yuan, and its counterattack at the last moment also took away the life of 1,000 wolf king. Wolf king! Lord Changshanin is the true wolf king! Looking at the myriad wolf king's enormous body collapsing, a Gu master shouted, Wolf king! Wolf king! Wolf king! After this battle, everyone felt that the title Wolf King was truly too appropriate. Shouts came one after another, soon forming into one. Many people raised their arms and cheered, some had fervent gazes, and some had tears streaming down their faces. This was a kind of emotion, a kind of worship towards a hero, and reverence towards strength. With this person here, it will not be easy for us to annex Gu tribe. Manhong's expression was ashen. This battle had completely dispelled his ambitions and plans. Wolf King! Manhao, who had always looked down on Chan Shan-yin, muttered absent-mindedly, muttering this title. There had never been a moment like this when he felt the weight of this title was so heavy. On the battlefield, the tribe leader led a group of elders and surrounded them. The past hero is still as glorious as ever. Today's battle has truly made me prostrate myself in admiration. On behalf of Gu tribe, I am extremely grateful to you for your help. Gu tribe leader bowed deeply towards Fan Yuan. Brother Gu, you are too serious. Let's clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Fan Yuan smiled. The myriad wolf king's corpse was lying on the ground, but to avoid arousing suspicion, Fan Yuan did not overstep his boundaries. If I had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, this turtleback myriad wolf king would be my subordinate. What a pity! Fan Yuan felt regret. Rank 4 beast enslavement Gu could control myriad beast kings. Once they had a myriad beast group, it would be a huge force to a tribe. Thus, in Northern Plains markets, rank 4 beast enslavement Gu were not sold. Many Gu worms would have their value rise sharply when they reached rank 4 and above. Beast enslavement Gu was one of them, and there were also relic Gu. Thus, in the market, Fan Yuan only bought rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu, and did not buy a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. I have large numbers of rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu now, I do not lack them. As for rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, it seems I will have to refine it myself. Fan Yuan currently lacked a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. With a rank 4 Gu, he could directly control the myriad wolf king, and indirectly control the wolf group through the wolf king, reducing the burden on his soul. As for his mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, it was still an infant, and could be enslaved with rank 3 Gu. But once it matures, it would need a rank 4 Gu, otherwise it would not listen and might even escape. Lord, we found a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu! At this time, a Gu master who was searching the myriad wolf king's corpse shouted. Oh! Old Gu tribe leader's eyes shone with brilliance as he laughed. Haha, a treasure Gu goes with a hero. This Gu was prepared for you, Brother Chang. Although the myriad beast king's body had a higher chance of having a rank 4 beast enslavement Gu, Fan Yuan was still happy. In today's battle, although there were some flaws, he was still very satisfied with the result. Although a myriad wolf king died, it was a pity, but he obtained a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. This Gu worm came at the right time. Fan Yuan had not encountered such a good thing in a long time. Carefully receiving this Gu worm, Fan Yuan bade farewell to Gu tribe's higher-ups. He did not even participate in the following celebration banquet. They all used the excuse of refining this rank 4 Gu as an excuse to avoid it. Night fell. Outside the house, the celebratory bonfire was blazing. The laughter of victory, the crying of the dead. Mixed together, it faintly entered Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind as he looked into his aperture. 90% of his primeval sea was calm, the sea water was like gold, shining brilliantly. Unfortunately, he had not completely adapted to northern plains, and was still under the suppression of the foreign region, causing Fan Yuan's cultivation to temporarily stagnate. His true gold primeval essence looked impressive but was useless. But cultivation. It was only a portion of his strength. If Fan Yuan wanted to raise his strength, he had other ways. For example, he took out the strength of Tenjun Gu. This Gu was also rank 4, but compared to the rank 4 beast enslavement Gu, its value was much lower. Because it was easy to refine, and its cost was low. It was also commonly seen in the market. The strength of Tenjun Gu's appearance was not eye-catching, like an ordinary iron weight. When Fan Yuan activated it, it floated above Fan Yuan's head, emitting profound light that shone on Fan Yuan's body, engraving the down mark of a certain strength onto Fan Yuan's body. A moment later, the strength of Tenjun Gu suddenly exploded, only leaving behind some iron scraps that landed on Fan Yuan's hair. The strength of Tenjun Gu was also an expendable Gu. This was the third strength of Tenjun Gu that Fan Yuan had used. Fan Yuan shook off the iron scraps on his hair, clenching his fists, feeling the increase in strength. The increase in strength has reached a bottleneck. Next, I need to modify my bones, skin, muscles, tendons, and so on. I need to make the bucket deeper, bigger, and more sturdy, so that it can hold more strength. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed, taking out wolf soul goo. This is the last wolf soul goo. Fan Yuan activated his primeval essence again. The wolf soul goo exploded, turning into a gray wolf soul that crashed into his body. The 100-man soul and wolf soul intertwined, but this time, it was several times more difficult than before. Earlier, when Fan Yuan used wolf soul goo, he only had over 3,000 wolves. In today's battle, he had subdued many wolf kings, and the burden on his soul was huge. Fan Yuan frowned, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, the 100-man soul and wolf soul fused together. Boom! A soft sound echoed in his ears, and at the moment of Fan Yuan's plan, the long-term accumulation finally caused a qualitative change. The 100-man soul completely turned into a wolf-man soul. The whole wolf-man soul was dark gray in color, condensed to the limit. The soul's appearance was Fan Yuan's original appearance, but the bridge of the nose was taller, the eyes sharper, and the body thinner. 2 sharp wolf ears grew on the top of the head, and long hair hung down to the side of the waist, while a furry wolf tail grew on the butt. Once the wolf-man soul was formed, Fan Yuan immediately felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. In his mind, the connection with the wolf group became even closer, and there was even a faint sense of familiarity coming from the wolf king's souls. This was something that the 100-man soul did not have before. After forming the wolf-man soul, Fan Yuan had the aura of a wolf, and the wolf kings mistakenly thought that he was one of them. Thus, it was no longer the simple suppression of the 100-man soul, but a sense of recognition. The 100-man soul has almost reached its limit when it enslaved so many wolves. Now that it has become a wolf-man soul, I can still subdue 3 times the wolf kings. It is just that such a good opportunity like today will be rare in the future. But the grassland is so big, and there are so many wolf groups, on the way to the heroes' assembly, I can at least double the size of this wolf group. Chapter 460. The stars in the sky were sparse. The night wind on the grassland was bone-chilling. 2 hump wolves were carrying Gu Tribe's investigative Gu masters, one old and one young. Huff huff huff, so cold. The young Gu master curled up his body and breathed out hot air. I told you to wear more clothes, but you refused to do so. This is called not listening to the advice of the old and suffering losses. The old Gu master laughed. He was wearing a thick leather robe, long sleeves and boots, as well as a felt hat, so he did not feel cold at all. Uncle, this is my first time scouting, I lack experience. The young Gu master mumbled and swore. Damn it, when I go scouting tomorrow, I will definitely wear the thickest clothes. Don't be too thick. Clothes that are too thick will affect your movements in battle. Also, if it is too warm, you will fall asleep easily. We are Gu Tribe's eyes, we need to be vigilant at all times. It is best to keep warm, or you will feel cold after staying still for a long time. This is the best, it can invisibly urge you to continue scouting. The old Gu master's expression was solemn as he imparted his experience. 3 days had passed since the Turtleback Wolf Group's defensive battle. The old Gu master's partner had died on the battlefield, the young Gu master had replaced him. He was still immature and needed the old Gu master's guidance. Uncle! The young Gu master was about to speak. Shh! The old Gu master suddenly raised his hand to stop him. He squinted his eyes and stared at the bright light in the distance. What is that? The old Gu master immediately became vigilant and activated his investigative Gu, but he did not see anything. Lad, quickly use your hand-ear Gu to listen! The old Gu master ordered. Yes. The young Gu master did not dare to be careless. He quickly got off the hump wolf and stretched out his right hand. As he infused his true essence into it, his right palm began to sprout like grass, producing a granulation. The flesh blossomed and formed an ear. The young Gu master stuck his right ear to the ground and listened to any movements. Nothing much, just the sound of the wind. The young Gu master listened attentively, but there was no result. He laughed. Uncle, you are really scary. There is no fart at all. Maybe the battle just ended and I was too nervous. The old goo master sighed. He had looked again and there was no abnormality. He felt his eyes were playing tricks on him. What are you nervous for? Our tribe has the old tribe leader and wolf king Chang Shanin. Even if another group of turtleback wolves comes, I am not afraid. When the young man talked about Fan Yuan, his eyes flickered and he could not help but reveal a look of reverence. Yes, it is our tribe's fortune to have Wolf King's help. The old goo master sighed as he recalled the scene on the battlefield. So. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air could be heard. Who is it? The old goo master shouted, subconsciously jumping down from the hump wolf's back and rolling a few times. Thump, 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 a series of sharp bone spears stabbed into the ground. Enemy attack! The old goo master's mind immediately had this thought. He quickly stood up and glanced at the young goo master. The young man had already been pierced by the bone spear and died on the spot. The old goo master's heart twitched. He did not have time to grieve and immediately took out the signal goo from his aperture. But before he could activate it, he suffered a fatal attack. He was like a stone statue, standing there in a daze. A line of blood gradually appeared on his neck, and then it became more and more obvious. Finally, his head tilted and separated from his neck, falling on the grass. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Several figures walked out from the darkness. Leading was Man Tribe's external elder Sherwu. He looked at the two corpses in front of him and said proudly, "Ants of this level, killing them is as easy as flipping my palm. Elder is mighty. With Elder, these investigative goo masters of Goo Tribe are practically useless." Several accompanying goo masters immediately flattered him. Sherwu squinted his eyes in pleasure and looked towards the direction of Goo Tribe's main group. Goo Tribe could win earlier because their reconnaissance was effective and they made a lot of preparations. This time, Lord Tribe Leader has sent almost all the elders here. Goo Tribe cannot escape this calamity. I really want to see the panicked expressions of those Goo Tribesmen when 10,000 night wolves attack the camp. Although Goo Tribe had already moved for several days and left Hongyan Valley, and even successfully repelled the turtleback wolves, Man Tribe did not intend to give up. 3 days after the turtleback wolves attacked, Man Tribe's Goo Masters secretly led the second wave of night wolves towards Goo Tribe. At the same time, Man Tribe's elders also moved out and killed large numbers of Goo Tribe's investigative Goo Masters. A huge plot had already started against Goo Tribe. When this myriad wolf group was discovered, they were only 100 li away from Goo Tribe's camp. Wolf assault! Wolf assault! The investigative Goo Master on the tower shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several signal goo were shot into the sky and exploded into dazzling fireworks. Wake up, there are wolves, 10,000 night wolves! Goo Tribe's camp woke up from its deep sleep. Quickly report to Tribe Leader! The investigative Goo Masters ran with all their strength. From every part of Goo Tribe's camp, people gradually walked out, asking questions in confusion and shouting in panic. In the main tent, Goo Tribe Leader's expression changed when he heard the news. These investigative Goo Masters deserve to die. This was the old tribe leader's first thought. But soon after, he frowned deeply. Night wolves were hard to detect in the night, but with so many night wolves, why didn't any investigative Goo Masters report in advance? The astute him could smell a trace of a plot. He quickly tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. The night wolf group is so close to the camp, it is too late to set up defenses. What should I do? In the boundless night, the situation of the enemy was unclear. Goo Tribe Leader only knew that this wolf group had a large number, at least 10,000 wolves. But he did not know if there were other wolf groups. Would Man Tribe's Goo Masters be hiding in the surroundings? Unable to think of a countermeasure in this urgent situation, Goo Tribe Leader could only shout. Quickly send my order, all Goo Tribe's Goo Masters are to gather in the main tent. The night wolf group's speed was extremely fast, rushing to Goo Tribe's camp. The wolf group is here. Block them, we must block them. Quick, activate light ball goo. A Goo master at the front line shot a rank 2 light ball goo towards the sky. Under the light ball's illumination, the densely packed night wolf group was revealed. These night wolves were tall and strong, with glossy black skin and no fur. Their black wolf eyes and claws were emitting a cruel and cold light. 100 Wolf King howled and charged over. "Oh my God!" The Goo master only had time to scream before he was killed by the Wolf King. The night wolf group was like a torrent, destroying the simple wooden pillars around the camp and ruthlessly charging into the camp. At this time, Goo tribe's Goo masters were still gathering in the main tent. The huge outer camp had already fallen into hell. The wolf group's excited howls, the mortals' cries of death, and the terrified screams erupted together. The night wolves moved quickly, destroying the tents one by one. Many mortals were still in their dreams when they were brutally killed. They used death and fresh blood to give a warning. In the inner camp, the mortals rushed out in fear, tangling together, trampling on each other as they ran around crazily. The camp was howling. Goo tribe leader stood outside the main tent and saw this scene. His eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was bleeding. The wolf group's slaughter did cause casualties, but the greater casualties were caused by the stampede of the mortals. Such a chaotic situation had already gone out of control, causing Goo tribe leader's plan to organize the mortals and counterattack to fail. Most of the Goo masters were trapped in the chaotic crowd. Only most of the tribe elders and a few elite Goo masters managed to gather in the main tent. The situation is hopeless. Goo tribe leader closed his eyes in pain, his limbs turning cold as he fell into deep despair and regret. After this battle, even if we manage to gather the remaining mortals, Goo tribe will fall to a small-scale tribe. Goo tribe declined in my hands. I have let down my ancestors. I am the sinner of Goo tribe. In the main tent, some elders were shouting, some had lifeless expressions, and some were panicking. Goo tribe is not finished yet, everyone. There is only one way to turn the tide. Following a voice, Fan Yuan charged into the main tent. Goo tribe leader's eyes brightened, like a drowning man who had grabbed onto the last straw to save his life. "Brother, speak quickly." He looked at Fan Yuan and asked anxiously. Fan Yuan went straight to the point, resolutely saying, "Goo tribe is in chaos now, we simply cannot defend ourselves, the situation has already collapsed. Only by attacking instead of defending can we have a chance of survival." "Wolf King, what do you mean?" Goo tribe leader muttered. Everyone looked at each other. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. "Brother Goo, have you forgotten that I have a rank for wolf enslavement Goo?" He looked around and saw everyone's expression. He continued, "Here in the main tent are the elites of the Goo family, the strongest fighting force. We will set off immediately and form a group to go against the current, and take down the myriad Wolf King. In the battle formation, I will subdue the myriad Wolf King and the situation will turn around." The elders' expressions changed. This was the worst idea ever. One had to know, Goo masters had always defended against beast groups and fought a battle of attrition, but even so, they still suffered huge losses. Now, they actually wanted to use their bodies to charge against the myriad beast formation and assassinate the myriad Wolf King amidst the myriad wolf group. This was simply courting death. This method was too risky. If anyone else said it, they would probably be scolded and mocked mercilessly. But now that Chang Shanin suggested it, everyone could only remain silent. "Crazy, this is too crazy." An elder mumbled. The others showed hesitant expressions. Going against the wolf group was a near-death experience. Frankly speaking, they had to sacrifice their lives to exchange for the tribe's survival. Chapter 461. Old Goo tribe leader was also hesitating. He was not afraid of death, but at his age, his cultivation had stagnated and he was indifferent to life and death. What he was hesitating about was whether he should use this method. Goo tribe's power was gone now, but that did not mean it was exterminated. If the mortals died, they could just rob them. In the eyes of Goo masters, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Goo masters and elders were alive, the tribe's prestige would remain. But now that they retreated and gave up on the others, only Goo tribe's higher-ups would remain. They would have to rely on man tribe for the time being. and Man tribe already had the intention of annexing Good tribe. This Night Wolf group's arrival was probably one of their schemes. But if they used Fan Yuan's method, the risk was too high. Once they failed, Good tribe's higher-ups would be finished, and no matter how many mortals they had, they would just be sheep to be annexed by outsiders. Father, uncles, I feel Uncle Chang is right. This is the only way to save the tribe. Ge Guang spoke. Looking at the hesitant people, he felt a chill in his heart. He was still young and hot-blooded. At the crucial moment, he saw everyone's true colors. He had never found Ge tribe to have such a weak side. Fan Yuan sneered in his heart. When he learned of the wolf group's attack, he was first shocked and then joyful. If he could take this chance to subdue this myriad beast king, his strength would double from his current foundation. This was a great opportunity, he wanted to grasp it. But to enslave the myriad wolf king under this situation, he needed Ge tribe's help. Charging into the formation was risky, but to Fan Yuan, it was not a big problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master and also had rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu. If the situation was unfavorable, he could just fly and escape. It would be too much of a pity to let Ge tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he had to make the best use of them. Everyone! Fan Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He shouted like thunder. What are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? Are Ge tribe's men so afraid of death? Listen outside, those are the Ge tribesmen's screams. These hateful night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives, and our daughters. If Ge clan is annihilated tonight, all of you will become stray dogs. Can you bear to see our loved ones die in front of our eyes like this? I can't. Even though I, Cham Shanin, am only an outsider, in these days that I have interacted with you, I have felt warmth, I have felt the deep love in Ge tribe's bloodline. For my friends, for the sake of justice in the world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Men of the Ge family, do you still have your sabers? The spirits of your ancestors are watching over you. Could it be that cowardice and cowardice are flowing in your blood? Fan Yuan was filled with righteousness as he roared furiously. His momentum was astonishing. His voice was very loud, even the Gu masters outside the main tent were attracted. The elders all stared at him with astonished gazes. What is a hero? It was only the power of a hero to turn the tide. And at every critical moment, at the juncture of danger, he would step forward bravely and face the difficulties head-on, bringing confidence and courage to others. This was the demeanor of a hero. Ge Guan heard Fan Yuan's roar and his whole body trembled slightly. At this moment, Fan Yuan's image was so tall that it was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes shone and the rims of his eyes turned red, his heart pounding as he felt his blood boiling in his chest. With a swoosh, Ge Guan activated Saber Gu, his right hand tightly gripping the saber as he raised it high. Then, the young patriarch of the Ge clan roared. No! Ge tribe's bravery is still here. Ge tribe's saber is still here. Our ancestors are watching over us, our descendants. O Wolf King, other people are afraid of death, but I, Ge Guang, am willing to die with you. These words immediately provoked a few of the hot-tempered elders to the point that they roared in anger and humiliation. At worst, we will just die. What's there to be afraid of? Bullshit Night Wolf group, I will kill you. Wolf King, young tribe leader, count me, Ge, in the charge. Not only did these people agree, but they also looked around with disdain and contempt. Even more people's killing intent was aroused. Northern Plains people had always been valiant. Kill! Use our blood to prove the bravery of Ge tribe's men! Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Count me in, I also want to fight! A fanatical atmosphere gradually filled the main tent. Even the elders who did not want to participate in this action said they wanted to count them in. They did not want to have a reputation of being afraid of death. In Northern Plains, which revered martial arts, once they had such a reputation, they would be spurned by others. The situation developed so quickly that the old tribe leader who had been hesitating was caught unprepared. He was old and prudent, not willing to gamble. Originally, he was already thinking of retreating. As long as there were higher-level Gu masters, Gu tribe would have a foundation and could start over again. But if they charged, the risk was too high. Who knew how many night wolves there were in the dark night? Besides that, there might be man tribes sneak attack, and Chan Shan-in might not be able to subdue the myriad wolf king. Even if everyone charged, what if the night wolf king did not fight them head-on and moved away on its own? Fan Yuan's plan had too many loopholes. It was not reliable at all. Damn it! Gu tribe leaders saw the surrounding elders' bloodshot eyes and immediately understood that their earlier hesitation was useless. They could only fight now. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! For Gu tribe, for tomorrow! At this moment of life and death, it will depend on our bravery and hot-bloodedness. Inside and outside the main tent, there was an uproar. The morale rose sharply and the morale of the troops could be used. Fan Yuan's few words led the situation to the direction he wanted. Everyone's wills were strong. Gu tribe leader could only go with the flow and bowed deeply to Fan Yuan. Wolf King, you have the spirit of a true hero. Tonight, Gu tribe's future is in your hands. We will follow your wolf group and kill our way out, taking down the myriad wolf king. Everyone accepted the order. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. Gu tribe leader's meaning was to sacrifice the wolf group to protect Gu tribe's Gu masters. But it did not matter if they sacrificed some. As long as they obtained the myriad wolf king, it would be a profit no matter what. Everyone, follow me and charge! Fan Yuan shouted and led all the Gu masters out of the main tent. Some 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings also gathered. Brother Chang, why are there only these? Where's your myriad wolf king? Where's your wolf group army? The old tribe leader questioned, his heart sinking. Fan Yuan sneered inwardly. Why should he sacrifice his own wolf king to reduce Gu tribe's sacrifices? All living beings lived in this world, all living beings were equal, no one was born noble, and no one was born lowly. Wolves and humans were essentially living beings, putting aside their standpoints, wolves and humans were equal. Why should they sacrifice the lives of wolves for the sake of humans? Could it be that humans were born nobler than wolves? That was not the case. Any kind of nobility or lowliness was a class. And class was derived from the difference in strength. Be it Earth or this world, the greatest law was survival of the fittest. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. The so-called nobility had a foundation, and that was great strength. Without this foundation, no matter how pure and elegant a lady was, she would only be a prostitute who could be married to anyone. Fan Yuan needed Gu tribe to travel with him earlier because he had few wolves, and traveling alone would be risky and difficult. But now, he had the myriad wolf group, and Gu tribe's value was greatly reduced. The wolf group listened to him, they would live and die if he wanted them to. But could Gu tribe do it? Sacrificing my trusted aid for an outsider? Do you think I am really like you, a hot-blooded idiot? Although he felt such disdain in his heart, Fan Yuan smiled warmly and confidently, saying to old Gu tribe leader, Brother Gu, don't worry, the situation is chaotic now, the ranches have been destroyed, and the wolf group has been separated. I have already ordered the turtleback myriad wolf king to regroup, and soon, we will have reinforcements. Gu tribe leader looked deeply at Fan Yuan and was about to speak. But Fan Yuan did not give him the chance. He shouted, Everyone, Gu tribe's survival depends on this moment. Charge with me! Saying so, he clamped his legs together and urged the hump wolf under him to take the lead. Kill! Kill these wolf cubs! For Gu tribe, for tomorrow! Everyone followed and shouted. Young tribe leader Gu Guang followed closely behind Fan Yuan. Gu tribe leader angrily grabbed his son and shouted in his ear, Remember, you are Gu tribe's young tribe leader! Next, the father and son charged towards the night wolf group under everyone's encirclement. 2 rank 4, 17 rank 3, and several rank 2 elites gathered into a powerful force, like a steel blade, directly stabbing into the battlefield. They were aggressive, and no wolves could stop them. They quickly charged out of the camp and towards the night wolf, myriad beast king. Once out of the camp, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly. Especially the Gu masters at the periphery, their eyes were filled with night wolves. Wind blades, water dragons, fist stones, golden awls, all kinds of attacks were like cheap fireworks, fiercely blossoming. The wolf group was caught unprepared and countless sacrifices were made. Everyone fought their way out a bloody path. Howl! With a howl from the myriad wolf king, 12,000 wolf kings and dozens of 100 wolf kings gathered together and charged towards Fan Yuan and the others from all directions. Myriad wolf kings saw through Fan Yuan's thoughts and fought tit for tat, using elites against elites. Unknowingly, Fan Yuan had already shrunk to the innermost area of the group. He shouted enthusiastically, "Charge, charge, charge! Speed up! If we don't charge, we will all be finished. If we enslave the myriad wolf king, we can turn defeat into victory." A moment later, 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings joined the battle. The group's speed fell by a large margin. Many rank 2 elites were sacrificed. "Oh no, we don't have enough primeval essence. We can only activate self-detonation goo for the tribe." An elder suddenly shouted and jumped out of the group, throwing himself into the wolf's mouth. The wolf king opened its bloody mouth and bit him. This elder laughed malevolently and self-detonated, killing this 1,000 wolf king on the spot. This was Gu tribe's first elder's death since the start of the battle. Old tribe leader saw this and felt like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 462. The old tribe leader was even more dissatisfied with Fan Yuan, shouting, "Wolf King, where are the reinforcements you promised? Brother Gu, don't worry, they will arrive soon. Everyone, follow me and kill, we will take revenge for our dead elders." Fan Yuan shouted as he charged towards the front lines. "Quick, protect Lord Changshanin!" Gu Guang immediately shouted. "Wolf Wang De, you are the key to our victory, please retreat to the middle of us, we will protect you. Kill all these beasts." The eyes of everyone in the group were bloodshot, they had already forgotten the worry of death, falling into some sort of frenzied state. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of the wolf group's meat. The valiance of Northern Plains people could be seen at a glance. Gu Guang, who was charging at the front, was pulled back by the old tribe leader. "Follow behind me!" Gu Guang shouted loudly. After charging for a while, he went to the front again. Old Gu tribe leader was anxious, grabbing him back and slapping him. "Follow behind me, don't forget you are our Gu tribe's young tribe leader." This old man. Fan Yuan sneered inwardly as he saw this. In the whole group, he and the old tribe leader were the only 2 clear-headed people. "You guys go, I will restrain these damned wolves," the battle hall leader shouted. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant stone man. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, but now he had rank 4 battle strength. "Battle hall elder!" Old Gu tribe leader felt great heartache. The battle hall elder was the second expert in Gu tribe after him, but he died here. Lord Battle Hall Elder used this Gu and sacrificed his life. Everyone had an intense feeling of sadness. "Don't let the Battle Hall Elder's life be in vain, we must turn defeat into victory," Fan Yuan shouted. "Come, beasts, let this old man play with you." "Ha!" The Battle Hall old man laughed. With his own strength, he temporarily restrained almost all the 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. With his help, the group finally reached the myriad wolf king. "Kill!" Since it had come to this, the Gu clan elder did not say anything else and was the first to attack. The rest of the people followed closely behind, bursting forth with powerful attacks. The night wolf king spat out acid and shot out poisonous needles. Its entire body was covered in a layer of golden light, making it extremely ferocious. "This is Golden Shield Gu. They had to get rid of it. Only then can I activate Wolf Enslavement Gu," Fan Yuan shouted. Roar. The wolves howled and surrounded him. Beside the Night Wolf King, other than Gu Masters, there were also large numbers of Night Wolf Guards. The Gu Masters had to deal with the Night Wolf King as well as these ordinary Night Wolves. More and more Gu Masters died, they used their lives and blood. He composed a solemn and stirring battle song. The Night Wolf King moved extremely quickly, even faster than a cheetah. Its entire body was hairless, and its black leather armor was shiny and flickering with dim light. It possessed quite a bit of defensive power to begin with. It charged left and right, and every time its sharp claws struck, an unfortunate goo master would be smashed into meat paste. A wolf tail that was as long as a whip. Every time it lashed out, it would sweep through an area and clear the surrounding battlefield. Goo masters died one after another, and the Night Wolf King's body was riddled with injuries. But the Golden Shield Goo had not been destroyed yet. This siege did not last long. A large group of Night Wolf Kings rushed over from the back. The Battle Hall Elder died, and could no longer stop these Wolf Kings. "Wolf King, where are your reinforcements?" Goo tribe leader shouted anxiously. "They will be here soon," Fan Yuan hurriedly replied. He then ordered, "De Guang, bring a portion of people to restrain these Wolf Kings." "Understood. Uncle Chang, don't worry, as long as I still have a breath left, I will not let these Wolf Kings disturb you. Those who are willing to follow me, come over," Ge Guang shouted, turning around and bravely charging towards these Wolf Kings. Ge tribe leader's face turned purple from anger. Fan Yuan shouted again, "Brother Ge, don't be in a daze, quickly destroy the Night Wolf King's golden shield Gu. Once we enslave the Wolf King, not only us, even the whole Ge tribe will be saved. Chang Shanin, if anything happens to my son, I will not let you off." The old tribe leader cursed in his heart. Under everyone's gazes, he did not dare to call Ge Guang back. This was blatant favoritism. He could only suppress his anger and attack the Night Wolf King in a frenzy. "Tribe leader is mighty!" The elders saw the old tribe leader erupt with power, and their morale rose. "This old guy's battle strength is out of the ordinary, he hit it really deeply." Even Fan Yuan had a whole new level of respect for him. A person with a high position would definitely have something outstanding about them. The old tribe leader had led Ge tribe for so many years, he was smart and capable, he was not a simple person. The Wolf King was beaten up by the old tribe leader. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out countless eerie blue ghost fire. Ghost Fire Gu was a rank 2 Soul Path Gu. To advance, there was a rank 3 Ghost Fire Gu. And the one showing its might right now was the rank 4 Ghost Fire Gu residing in the Night Wolf King's body. The ghost fire surged and surged, the coldness was bone-chilling. The Gu masters had no choice but to retreat, the tight encirclement loosened. The Night Wolf King thus obtained precious time to breathe and immediately prepared to retreat. "Don't even think about it!" Ge tribe leader roared, suddenly opening his mouth and sucking the whole ghost fire into his stomach. Rank 4, Swallow Fire Gu. This Gu was not an attack Gu, to be precise, it was a storage Gu. It was specially used to store flames. "This old guy has a lot of good Gu." Fan Yuan was inwardly astonished. Ge tribe leader swallowed all the ghost fire, and his belly swelled up by 2 or 3 times, turning him into a deformed fatty. At the same time, his skin was dyed eerie blue. Blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and other parts. Rank 4, Vine Claw Gu. Ge tribe leader roared again, stretching out his left hand. His left hand expanded by 5 times, turning into wooden roots. His 5 fingers turned into strong purple vines, like snakes or whips, slithering onto the Night Wolf King's body. The purple vines quickly spread and tied up the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's attempt to escape was destroyed. It struggled crazily, using its enormous brute strength to tear at the vines. Ge tribe leader's expression changed. Although he also cultivated strength path, how could he compare to a wild beast like the Night Wolf King? The purple vines were violently torn off, and Ge tribe leader cried out in pain. His left hand returned to its original shape. His 5 fingers were all torn off. "Wolf King!" the old tribe leader roared. Fan Yuan knew he wanted to ask where the reinforcements were, so he rushed to his side and shouted, "Brother Ge, be careful!" Right at this time, the Night Wolf King's tail swung over. Fan Yuan activated Azure Wolfskin Gu and moved in front of the tail, acting like he was blocking the attack for Ge tribe leader. Slap! With a crisp sound, he was sent flying by the wolf tail, flying far away. "This? I can dodge!" The old tribe leader was shocked. Quickly go and save Wolf Wangda! The academy elder shouted furiously. He rushed towards Fan Yuan's direction. The Night Wolf King charged over. It felt that good tribe leader was the greatest threat to it, so most of its attacks were aimed at the old tribe leader. Bam bam bam! The old tribe leader dodged and continuously used goo worms to bombard the area. One man and one beast engaged in a life and death battle. Dragon head drill! The old tribe leader retreated as he fought. Suddenly, he shouted and activated 3 goo worms at the same time, using his killer move. A 4-clawed wood dragon roared. The dragon head turned into a spear tip, continuously rotating and crashing into the Night Wolf King's body. The golden shield goo on the Night Wolf King's body flickered. It was finally broken. The dragon head drill's might did not stop, piercing into the Night Wolf King's body. The Night Wolf King let out a painful howl. Its voice was so loud that it almost broke everyone's eardrums. Even the noises on the battlefield were drowned out by it. The Night Wolf King suffered such a heavy injury, its speed fell and blood flowed out. But before the Goo Masters had time to rejoice, this Night Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned red. Its battle intent burned fiercely, forgetting all pain. It counterattacked crazily. Its battle strength did not fall, but instead rose to about twice its original strength. This is a rank for bravery Goo, damn it! Where is Chang Shanin? Chang Shanin! The old tribe leader shouted. Wolf Wangda is unconscious, we are saving him! The academy elder and the others were protecting the unconscious Wolf King, surrounded by the wolf group. Of all times to fall unconscious? Of all times to fall unconscious! The old tribe leader heard this and almost spat out blood. His eyelids twitched as he furiously shouted. Then we won't wait for Chang Shanin anymore. We will kill this myriad Wolf King. Once we kill it, the wolf group will also collapse. Although the Night Wolf King's battle strength rose, it did not have the Golden Shield Goo's defense, so it was easier to get injured. The battle became extremely intense. Almost at every moment, there were rank 3 Goo Masters who were heavily injured or even killed. At this point in the battle, the Goo Masters' apertures did not have much primeval essence left. To win, they had to put their limited primeval essence into attacking. Exchanging injury for injury, it depended on who could last longer. The side that could last until the end would be the victor. The Night Wolf King felt the aura of death and became even more frenzied. The Goo Masters were in a mess, only the old tribe leader was holding on. Hold on, hold on! The old tribe leader charged left and right, acting as a firefighter on the battlefield and saving an elder in time. He roared again and again, causing his voice to be extremely hoarse. His speed was getting slower, and his mind was starting to slacken. He was old after all. Old tribe leader, be careful! An elder not far away shouted. The old tribe leader turned around in time and saw the Night Wolf King pouncing down from the sky, its berserk killing intent surging towards him. Retreat! The old tribe leader thought this in his heart, but his body staggered. The accumulated fatigue finally made his old body unable to bear the burden. He was exhausted. Bam! At the next moment, the Night Wolf King pounced down and ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. Old tribe leader! Everyone shouted, rushing over without any regard for their lives. Goo tribe leader poured his primeval essence into the defensive Goo crazily, erecting a thick wooden shield. Bam bam bam! The Night Wolf King's claws slammed again and again. The wooden shield lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing. The huge wolf claws directly slammed on Goo tribe leader's body. The old tribe leader had also used Goo worms like bronze skin and essence iron bone, but they could not withstand the Night Wolf King's brutal attacks. Old tribe leader! Everyone cried out in shock and attacked crazily, trying to attract the Night Wolf King's attention. But the Night Wolf King only had Goo tribe leader in its eyes. It endured the fierce attacks and wanted to kill the old tribe leader to vent its anger. Chapter 463. Father! Goo Guang saw this and immediately screamed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Bravery Goo's effect faded, the Night Wolf King's battle intent dissipated, and it let go of old Goo tribe leader, being forced back by everyone's attacks. This is the moment! Fan Yuan was excited as he woke up. Rank 4, Wolf Enslavement Goo. Wolf Enslavement Goo turned into a large cloud of smoke and enveloped the Night Wolf King. This Night Wolf King's battle intent had faded, and it was heavily injured. Its consciousness was close to going crazy, and now it was fighting with Fan Yuan's soul. Fan Yuan's soul was already stronger than 100-man's soul. The Night Wolf King had an intense feeling of resistance, but from Fan Yuan's wolf-man's soul, it felt a similar aura. The feeling of resistance thus fell sharply, and under the pressure of Fan Yuan's soul, it did not last long before the smoke fused into its body. Success! Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Wolf Smoke Goo. He rushed to this battlefield and breathed out a large amount of wolf smoke, wrapping the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's severe injuries quickly stabilized. It let out a long howl, and with this howl, the Night Wolf group was in chaos for a while before turning around and retreating. Goo Tribe's crisis was resolved. But the surviving Goo Masters did not have much joy of victory. They gathered around a deep pit. In the deep pit, old Goo Tribe leader was lying down. Several Goo Masters were lying beside him, doing their best to heal him. Old Goo Tribe leader's body had already turned into a pile of mud, but with this healing, half of his body gradually recovered. But it was useless. His injuries were too severe, and as the healing Goo Master's primeval essence was used up, the faint hope of saving old tribe leader completely disappeared. Father, father! Goo Guan knelt on the ground. Goo Guan knelt on the ground, grabbing old Goo Tribe leader's hand and screaming in pain. Old clan leader! The rest of the elders also had tears streaming down their faces. The old tribe leader's face flushed red as he grabbed Goo Guan's hand. My child, be careful! He was about to say Chang Shanyin's name, but at this moment, Fan Yuan pushed through the crowd and walked in. Brother Goo! His face was full of grief, and his shoulders were trembling slightly. Hot tears trickled down. The old tribe leader looked at Fan Yuan deeply. His mouth moved a few times and he had to change the topic. Son, from today onwards, you are the tribe leader of Goo Tribe. Father, you can't die. I still have many shortcomings. I still need to listen to your teachings. Goo family still needs you. Goo Guan called out, tears flowing down his face. The old chief was like a fish on the shore, panting weakly with his mouth open. His eyes were unfocused, and his senses were quickly disappearing like the ebbing tide. The smell of death. It was incomparably dense. But I'm worried. I really have too many things that I can't let go. The obsession in his heart made the old clan leader muster the last drop of strength. He grabbed Goo Guang's hand tightly, and his unfocused gaze focused in an instant. He didn't know where he got the strength from. He shook Goo Guang's hand with slightly turbid air. Son, you need to remember that you are the Goo Tribe leader. For the tribe, don't be rash. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. After saying this, the old tribe leader's body stiffened. Then he fell down with his head facing upwards. His life was far away from him. This Goo Tribe leader who gave his all, ascended to the position at the age of 38, and died in battle at the age of 87, gave his all for Goo Tribe, and shed his last drop of blood. In defending Goo Tribe, in the bitter battle against the wolf group, he sacrificed himself heroically. Father? Father! Goo Guan shouted, not willing to accept this cruel reality. But the truth was the truth, since it had already happened, it could not be changed or reversed. Father, old tribe leader! On the battlefield, a heavy sorrow shrouded everyone, as sobbing sounds lingered in everyone's ears. As dawn approached, in the main tent, the bright light lasted for the entire night. At daybreak, Mantu finally received a letter Goo from the front lines. As long as we swallow Goo Tribe, our man tribe's strength will double. With such expectations, he opened the letter Goo and looked around. Very quickly, his gaze dimmed, and his brows were filled with disappointment. Lord Father, did our man tribe not succeed even after mobilizing almost all of our forces? Manduo sat at the side, waiting for a long time. Mantu heaved a long sigh. Originally, The Night Wolf group had already charged into Good Tribe camp, but Good Tribe leader and Chang Shan-in worked together, gathering all their high-rank battle strength to counterattack. In the wolf group, Chang Shan-in subdued the Night Wolf King. It caused the originally decaying situation to come to an abrupt halt. Good Tribe has made a comeback. Chang Shan-in, it's Chang Shan-in again. Manduo fell into deep thought. Soon, his eyes brightened as he suggested a plan. Lord Father, we have not lost yet, there is still the third wave of wind wolves. I have another plan. Oh? Tell me. Our man tribe lost twice. The true reason is because of Wolf King Chang Shan-in. This person is truly amazing. As long as we get rid of him, Good Tribe will be a plaything in our hands. Manduo said. What plan do you have? Tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Manduo laughed sinisterly, speaking with assurance. Chang Shan-in subdued the Night Wolf King. This is his strength, but also his weakness. With the Night Wolf King, the entire Night Wolf group was subdued. Such a strong battle strength has already surpassed the entire Good Tribe. Chang Shan-in is already a fierce beast beside Good Tribe. As long as he has any bad intentions, Good Tribe will be in danger. Good Tribe leader is such an astute person, he will definitely be wary and even panic. We can use this to spread rumors and make Good Tribe suspect Chang Shan-in, driving a wedge between them. Mantu sighed with regret. This plan is good, but it is useless now. I did not tell you earlier, Good Tribe leader has already died under the Night Wolf King's claws. Good Tribe leader has already been succeeded by Ge Guang. What? Manduo was stunned. That old fox actually died? How can there be such a coincidence? With the death of Good Tribe leader, Good Tribe only had one rank 4 Gu master left, Chang Shan-in. The others could not compete with him. Moreover, Good Tribe had gone through 2 battles. While Chang Shan-yin's wolf group had increased to over 20,000, the strength of both sides had completely flipped. Fan Yuan's momentum was gone. His prestige was so high that it could not be shaken by mere rumors. Good Tribe leader is dead, but the Wolf King is still alive. He has also subdued the huge wolf group. Lord Father, doesn't that mean we have no more chances? Manduo asked unwillingly. Mantu snorted coldly, placing the letter Gu on the table and leaving his seat, pacing around the main tent with his hands behind his back. What else can we do? Do you want us to mobilize the entire tribe? Gu Yao's excuse has already been lost. We have no proper reason. This time, we listen to your plan and mobilize the tribe elders. We have already overstepped our boundaries. Chang Shan-in, our man tribe lost to this person. Mantu heaved a long sigh. Then the third wave of wolf group. Manduo hesitated, asking again. Ruthlessness flashed in Mantu's eyes. We have already reached this step. Let's lure them over. Let's cause more losses to Good Tribe. If these wind wolves are also subdued by Chang Shan-in, then I will be waiting to see the great Wolf King become a joke. A few days later, Fan Yuan took the initiative to lead his army to fight against the Wind Wolf group. Under his meticulous control, he obtained a great victory. Apart from killing the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King, he also obtained a great victory. Other than killing the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King, they also subdued a large number of 1,000 Wolf Kings and 100 Wolf Kings. After the battle, Fan Yuan found that his wolf group had already grown to an enormous number of 35,000. Like doing business, the beginning was always the hardest. The initial stage was the most difficult. After accumulating capital, it would be easier to expand. After 3 battles, Fan Yuan's wolf group army had already taken shape. But to this extent, Good Tribe had also paid a heavy price. Tens of thousands of mortals died. A large number of high-ranking Gu masters died. Less than half of the elders remained. Even old Good Tribe leader had sacrificed himself. Uncle Chang, it is all thanks to you that our Good Tribe can truly escape from Man Tribe's control. A few days later, Ge Guang visited Fan Yuan, bringing a rank 4 Gu impermanence bone. Uncle Chang's kindness to Good Tribe is as great as the mountains and rivers. But Good Tribe is facing difficulties internally and externally. We do not have the strength to repay this kindness. Junior found this rank 4 goo in the tribe treasury. It might be useful to Uncle, so I brought it here, Guguan said calmly. Setbacks made people grow. After his father died, Guguan took over as tribe leader. His entire person seemed to have changed. He was much more composed. You have just become the tribe leader recently. If you need any help, you can tell me. Or if the other elders are not satisfied, you can tell me. Fan Yuan took the impermanence bone goo and asked with concern. Are there any elders who are hypocritical? But right now, the tribe does not have enough yuan stone. Most of the rations have been destroyed, and the compensation for the injured has caused the tribe treasury to be empty. Recently, the situation has stabilized, and some tribesmen have even secretly escaped a few days ago. Sigh, especially the food. If this continues, the rations will be used up in less than half a month, and the whole tribe will starve. Guguan said this and looked at Fan Yuan, his gaze flickering. Fan Yuan chuckled. I know what you want to say. Your tribe is facing a huge burden in order to feed my wolf group. Guguan quickly stood up. Junior is ashamed. Uncle Chang is our good tribe's benefactor, but now we still need Uncle. No matter. Actually, even if you did not mention it today, I would have said it. The wolf group is indeed too many, and I do not want to implicate good tribe. This way, I will personally lead the wolf group to hunt for food. At the same time, when hunting, I will purposely reduce the numbers. The wolf meat produced can be used as rations for good tribesmen. Fan Yuan smiled warmly. Uncle Chang, I really do not know what to say to express Junior's reverence towards you. Guguan was moved, his eyes turning red. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Speaking of which, I am also responsible for your father's death. After all, I was the one who suggested this idea. I will weaken the wolf group to 3 kings and 2,000 wolves. I will accompany Good Tribe along the way. I think Good Tribe also needs this force to protect them. Do you understand what I mean? Nephew understands. Fan Yuan patted his shoulder. Work hard, don't let down your father's expectations of you. You may leave. Yes, nephew will take his leave. Seeing Guguan leave, Fan Yuan sneered in his heart. Youngsters are so immature. If Good Tribe leader was here, he would have already started to weaken the wolf group by all means possible. Chapter 464. The sun rose from the east, shining on the vast grassland of northern plains. The huge iron-shelled flower bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A pink-skinned bunny jumped out of the greenhouse. This was the pink flower rabbit, one of the most commonly seen animals in the grassland. It did not dig holes, but lived in the heart of the iron-shell flower. The petals of the iron-shell flower were as hard as steel, and could defend against the attacks of those wild beasts. The pink flower rabbit jumped and jumped, putting its nose close to the wild flower and sniffing it. After finding it was not poisonous, it swallowed it in one bite. Suddenly, the pink flower rabbit's ears trembled, and an intense warning rose in its heart. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, an iron feather pierced through it like an arrow, killing it on the grassland. 2 investigative goo masters rode on humped wolves, running from afar. Brother, your iron feather arrow goo has 100% accuracy. Sigh, the food in the clan is getting lesser. We have no choice but to hunt some wild beasts to fill our stomachs. The 2 talked about Good Tribe's current situation, looking worried. Although Fan Yuan reduced the number of wild wolves, and the dead wolves were made into jerky, to a huge tribe like Good Tribe, it could only alleviate a bit of the conflict between supply and demand. As the clan's rations got lesser, Good tribesmen started to panic. The 2 investigative goo masters continued to move forward. Not long after, Good Tribe's main group also moved here like an old giant beast. Most of the mortals were leading big-bellied horses. Families that were slightly wealthier would have curved-horned running bulls pulling carts filled with goods. Goo masters mostly rode on hump wolves, and because they did not need to fight, the hump wolves also had large amounts of goods tied on their backs. Other than that, there were also many lizard house goo, moving like elephants in a herd of deer, moving their 4 limbs and moving around. Fan Yuan was inside a lizard house goo, resting with his eyes closed. Ever since he subdued large numbers of wolves, the burden on his soul had become very heavy. He had to ensure at least 4 hours of sleep every day, and other than that, he had to rest from time to time. It was not so easy to become an enslavement path Gu master. Every Gu master had a glorious side, they all had their strengths, but at the same time, they also had their weaknesses and their own pain. His body moved along with the lizard house Gu, slowly moving up and down. Fan Yuan's mind entered his aperture. In the aperture, the true gold sea rippled slightly, the crystal walls were bright and clear. At this level, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he could already break through to rank 5. But now, Fan Yuan was in northern plains, his cultivation was temporarily stagnant. He checked the Gu worms. His vital Gu, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, was still hidden, sleeping in the center of the aperture. Above the sea, a dark cloud in the shape of a wolf floated. This was Wolf Smoke Gu, specially used to heal wolf groups' injuries. On the primeval essence sea, the rank 5 battle bone will still had many cracks as it chased the waves. Similarly, there was also Snow Wash Gu. It was like a snow-white willow leaf floating on the surface of the water. As for Clues and Clues Gu, it was like a cuttlefish, swimming in the primeval sea. At the bottom of the sea, there were large numbers of wolf enslavement Gu. Most of them were rank 2, few were rank 3, and none were rank 4. Other than that, there were 2 strength of 10 Jun Gu. Fan Yuan had bought 5 strength of 10 Jun Gu, but now he had used 3, only 2 were left. A Gu worm with a wolf head and fish belly was lying at the bottom of the sea, moving around from time to time. This was Wolf Swallow Gu, a rank 4 storage Gu. Fan Yuan still had 1 storage Gu. It was shaped like a cup, it was the rank 5 moving perspective cup Gu. Of course, originally its effect was only rank 4. Other than the one in the aperture, in Fan Yuan's left eye, there was a faint double pupil, it was Wolf Care Gu. In his throat, there was Wolf Howl Gu. Under his tongue, there was Ghost Fire Gu. On his chest, there was an Azure Wolf tattoo, it was Azure Wolf Hair Gu. On his back, there was a pair of eagle wings tattoo, it was rank 3 eagle wings Gu. The bone bamboo Gu and wolf soul Gu that he had were all used up. On each of his legs, there was a rank 4 wolf sprint Gu, used for movement. The immortal Gu fixed immortal travel had to be mentioned, it was buried under poison grassland. Chang Shanyan's set of Gu worms was basically inherited by me. Now that I have tens of thousands of wolves, I can be said to have small success in the aspect of enslavement path. But at this level, he could bully the weak, but against experts, he was still lacking. What enslavement path Gu masters feared the most was beheading the leader. Fan Yuan had cooperated with Gu tribe before, and dealt with wolf groups that did not have much intelligence. But against Gu masters, it was much more difficult. As long as one was not an idiot, they would target Fan Yuan first. Back then, Chang Shanin was able to kill Ha Tu Gu and the other bandits not only because of his 1,000-man soul, but also because he had several myriad wolf kings, over 100,000 wolves, and even a trump card troop made up of mutated white eyes wolves. Fan Yuan's enslavement path strength was not even 1/5 of the original Chang Shanyin's. My biggest problem now is that I have reached a bottleneck. I have no choice but to stop cultivating in all aspects. In terms of soul, I have already nurtured a wolfman's soul, but to strengthen it further, the best way is to use Guts Gu. Unfortunately, I am in northern plains and cannot return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and Dang Hun Mountain is also dying, waiting for me to save it. Because of the effect of Immortal Gu Gruel Mud, there are very few complete Guts Gu. A few days ago, Fan Yuan had used Impermanence Bone Gu, turning all his bones into impermanence bones. A human's body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. Impermanence bones made Fan Yuan's skin bag even sturdier. It was no longer a problem to contain 1,000-man soul. My cultivation has already stagnated because of the foreign region's suppression. My soul has reached a bottleneck. In terms of strength path, I have used 3 strength of 10 Jun Gu to nurture 30 Jun of strength, but this is also the limit of my body. Other than this, as the wolf group increases in numbers, the weakness of enslavement path is also becoming apparent. To feed these wolves, I have to let them out every day to hunt for food. Or I have to personally lead them to hunt, and if they are unlucky, they will have to starve. The burden is too heavy, and the resource consumption is also too high. If not for Good Tribe, I would not be able to raise them by myself. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to reduce the number of wolves. It was to reduce the pressure on himself. Enslavement path Gu masters expended too many resources, only large clans could afford to raise them. Even super clans would only focus on nurturing 2 or 3. These days, Fang Yuan had been thinking about how to solve this problem of feeding the wolves. Different from others, he had a huge advantage, that was, he had a blessed land. If he could send the wolves to the blessed land to feed them, and teleport them back when needed, this problem would be perfectly solved. But Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in Central Continent, and Whole Earth Gu's range was limited to one region. That is to say, Whole Earth Gu could connect to any place in Central Continent. But outside of Central Continent, it would not be able to do so. Whole Earth Gu was useless, so Fang Yuan thought of Stargate Gu. This Gu was a new Gu invented during the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life. It was also a rank 5 consumable Gu, and had even more restrictions than Whole Earth Gu. Only when the night sky was filled with stars could it activate the power of the stars in Black Heaven. But its range was huge, and it could cross the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had the recipe of Stargate Gu, but the materials were scarce, and many ancient Gu worms were needed. 1 or 2 of the supplementary materials were even from the immemorial era. Moreover, the success rate of Stargate Gu was extremely low. There might not even be 1 success in 100 attempts. Fang Yuan did not have any thoughts of Stargate Gu when he transacted with Crane Gate. This was one of the reasons. There was another important reason, that was Blue Charm Lightning movie. Ever since the Blue Charm Lightning movie was kicked out of the Blessed Land by Fang Yuan, it had been lingering on Tianti Mountain, not giving up on attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Crane Gate also did not care about this problem, and the Gu Immortals on Tianti Mountain only cared about the snow in front of their own door, not caring about the frost on other people's roof. Why was Stargate Gu's usage related to Blue Charm Lightning movie? As mentioned earlier, Stargate Gu needed to attract the power of the stars in Black Heaven to form. But Hu Immortal Blessed Land was its own domain. It did not have a sun or stars in the sky. If it wanted to attract the power of the stars, it would need to open the door and attract the starlight from the outside world. But this way, the Blue Charm Lightning movie would take the chance to enter. This was something that absolutely did not make up for the losses. Danghun Mountain was dying, its power was greatly reduced. If the Blue Charm Lightning movie entered the Blessed Land, it would be even worse. This way, Stargate Gu would not work. It seems I can only see if there is a solution in Langya Blessed Land. According to our current speed, we should be able to reach the Crescent Moon Lake in about 7 days. Fang Yuan sighed, placing his hopes on Langya Blessed Land. In the dark night, the moon shone brightly, the stars were sparse, and a cool breeze blew. On the grassland, there was a crescent-shaped lake. The lake was 15,000 li long, and had an average width of 5,000 li. The 2 ends of the lake were curved and sharp, while the middle part was slightly wider, resembling a crescent moon. The lake was calm, sparkling with light, reflecting off the crescent moon in the night sky. It was Crescent Lake. Water plants were abundant here. It was tranquil and beautiful, with many living beings living here. There were 3-horned rhinos, water wolves, dragonfish, iron shell flowers, cliff grass, and horseshoe trees surrounding this lake, forming a sparse forest. A patch of dark clouds surged from afar, emitting a sinister aura. The dark clouds blocked the moonlight, casting a thick shadow. The shadow was like a ferocious beast, streaking across the surface of Crescent Lake, before stopping at its center. It is here. Several people were standing on the dark clouds. One of them was laughing loudly. He had an ugly appearance. His forehead was bulging, his eyes were deeply sunken, his eyes were tightly shut, and his ears were large and conspicuous. His hair was disheveled, and he wore a black robe, giving off a sinister aura. It was none other than the rank 6 Gu Immortal, Gui Wang. Langya Blessed Land is hidden here? Loner Hong Yu casually asked. He was also a rank 6 Gu immortal. He had a youthful appearance, a round face, and was clean. Chapter 465. Time passed bit by bit. Several figures stood silently on the dark clouds. Other than Gui Wang and Loner Hong Yu, there were 3 female immortals. These 3 immortals were all beautiful and graceful. They were Hua Hai's 3 immortals. The green-clothed woman had a cold expression. She was Fairy Qing Suo. The yellow-clothed woman was petite and fair. She was called Fairy Huang Sha. The pink-dressed woman was charming and charming. She was called Fairy Fenmeng. The 3 of them stood together, separated from the Ghost King and Loner Hong Yu by a distance, clearly separated from each other. Fairy Qing Suo stared at the crescent lake below, while Fairy Huang Sha and Fairy Fenmeng conversed softly, their gazes sweeping towards Gui Wang and Loner Hong Yu from time to time. Their gazes were filled with vigilance. Not mentioning Gui Wang's ugly appearance, the 3 beautiful immortals were disgusted by him. Loner Hong Yu, in order to refine Gu in the past, he killed his parents and betrayed his brothers. This made the 3 righteous path female immortals despise him greatly. But Langya Blessed Land was no small matter. The Gu immortal who had once lived inside was the famous number 1 refinement path immortal of all times, Long Hair Ancestor. This person was extremely skilled in refinement path. He had rank 8 cultivation and was one of the few refinement path geniuses in history. He had lived for a long time. He had lived through 2 generations of venerables, thieving heaven demon venerable and giant sun immortal. What did this mean? That was to say, the 2 rank 9 Gu immortals had not lived as long as him. Even thieving heaven and giant sun, the 2 venerables, were in awe of his refinement path talent and admitted defeat. They had even once asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Gu for them. Later generations had calculated that Long Hair Ancestor had refined at least 38 immortal Gu in his life. This was only a summary of historical events. It did not include those legends and stories. But such a person could not resist the river of time. He eventually died of old age. According to rumors, after he died, he turned into a land spirit and continued to refine Gu in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was Long Hair Ancestor's residence, thus it had a vast number of Gu worm recipes, including immortal Gu recipes. Although the 3 Hua Hai immortals did not like Gui Wang and Loner Hong Yu, the allure of immortal Gu recipes was enough to make them abandon their righteous path identities and secretly cooperate with these 2 demonic path Gu immortals. Time slowly passed. Crack. Suddenly, with a soft sound, the void above the crescent moon lake shattered, revealing bright lightning. The Earth disaster has begun! The Ghost King shouted excitedly. For a time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the center of the crescent moon lake. Without a doubt, this was the sign of an earthly calamity, causing a hole to appear in the blessed land. Loner Hong Yu's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the hole without blinking. The 3 Hua Hai immortals looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Their breathing also quickened. Immortal Gu were hard to find. These 5 Gu immortals did not have any immortal Gu. Of course, there were still rank 5 Gu worms, and there were many of them. Each of them was of high quality. But no matter how many mortal Gu there were, they could not compare to an immortal Gu. Gu immortal's desire towards immortal Gu was even greater than a lustful wolf seeing a peerless beauty. Rumble. In the sky above the lake, thunder kept exploding and lightning kept striking. It even formed lightning, water, and lightning that poured down like a torrential rain. The second hole, the third hole, the earthly calamity created one hole after another, appearing one after another. This is the earthly calamity, myriad lightning rain, such terrifying power! Loner Hong Yu's eyes revealed shock as he saw this. If it landed in our Hua Hai blessed land, even if we 3 sisters join hands, we might not be able to resist it, right? Langya blessed land is indeed Long Hair Ancestor's possession. Can we really obtain the immortal Gu recipe this time? The 3 Hua Hai immortals looked at each other, their faces pale. Earlier, the Ghost King had given them many benefits. The 3 Hua Hai immortals had rushed over excitedly. Now, the 3 felt that this trip would not be easy. It would not be easy to barge into Langya blessed land. All Gu immortals were geniuses among men, possessing extraordinary wisdom. Be it the three Hua Hai immortals or the loner Hong Yu, they became vigilant. The Ghost King saw everyone's expression and laughed hoarsely. This dog-hit heaven and earth has always wanted to maintain balance. The blessed land has fortune, so heaven and earth send down calamities and tribulations, using all methods to wear down this fortune. The better the management of the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Look at this myriad lightning rain, its power is simply on par with those blessed lands with secret forbidden lands. Think about it, how many recipes are stored in this Langya blessed land? There are bound to be many immortal Gu recipes, otherwise why would the wretched heavens send down such a powerful calamity and tribulation? The immortals' hearts jolted at these words. Thinking of immortal Gu, these people's gazes became heated. The Ghost King is right. I have also entered some blessed lands, some of them are ownerless blessed lands that are about to be destroyed, their earthly calamities are nothing more than a drizzle. But blessed lands are very important. Which Gu immortal doesn't want to manage them well? Loner Hong Yu smiled bitterly. The better the blessed land, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Gu immortal cultivation is not easy. He, cultivation is defying heaven, the wretched heaven wants to weaken us and suppress us, so we have to defy heaven. Ghost King added. Your words are somewhat biased. Immortal cultivation is actually following heaven's will. We use Gu worms to learn the laws of the great Tao of heaven and earth. We manage blessed lands in place of heaven and earth, nurturing countless blessings and bringing blessings to all living beings. Fairy Ching So retorted. Her voice was crisp and sweet. Loner Hong Yu stopped speaking. Considering the situation, he did not want to continue on this topic. This was the difference in ideals between demonic path and righteous path. It had been differentiated since the immemorial era. And even now, there was no clear difference. Ghost King chuckled, he pointed at the hole below and said, Everyone, the earthly calamity is getting more and more intense. To prevent the land spirit from cutting off these holes, we might as well take action now. All right. Loner Hong Yu immediately expressed his support. Ghost King, please go first. The three immortals reached a consensus. Ghost King chuckled. Taking out a bead of green grape immortal essence and activating a Gu worm, it flew into the hole with the green grape immortal essence in its mouth. When this Gu worm entered the blessed land, it was unknown if it was suppressed or destroyed by the earthly calamity, but it instantly lost contact with Ghost King. But Ghost King's green grape immortal essence was also sent into Langya blessed land. It immediately exploded and started to consume the immortal essence in Langya blessed land. To Gu immortals, every bead of green grape immortal essence was extremely precious. Normally, Gu immortals would focus on accumulating, they would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Seeing that the Ghost King had taken the lead, the other four then followed suit and threw one each. Ghost King threw the second bead, and according to the sequence, the others also threw the second round. After a Gu immortal died, although they formed a land spirit, they could no longer produce immortal essence. The immortal essence in the land spirit's hands decreased as time passed. While Ghost King's group had 4 people, they had the advantage in numbers. But after 100 rounds, this Langya blessed land still had immortal essence to use. Other than Ghost King, the other immortals were hesitant. That long-hair ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Although he died, he left behind white lychee immortal essence. 100 beads of green grape immortal essence cannot compare to 1 bead of white lychee immortal essence. When it was Fairy Fenming's turn, she held a bead of green grape immortal essence, but did not immediately throw it. Ghost King's gaze flickered with a sinister light. He sneered. Fairy, what is there to fear? Long-hair ancestor was a person from thieving heaven demon Venerable's era. He tried to prolong his life, struggling at death's door until giant sun immortal's era, when he finally died of old age. Although he left behind white lychee immortal essence, he had also experienced the eras of spectral soul demon Venerable and paradise earth immortal Venerable. The former Langya grotto heaven had already fallen to a blessed land. How much white lychee immortal essence is there now? I'm afraid only some immortal water remains. Loner Hong Yu also chuckled. Ghost King is right. You guys have seen the earthly calamity earlier. Langya Blessed Land has so many recipes, many of them involve immortal goo, the fortune is too great, every calamity and tribulation is so intense. No matter how much white lychee immortal essence there is, it will be used up soon. This world has always been like this. The courageous die from overeating while the cowardly die from starvation. Everyone has already thrown in so much immortal essence, are you going to give up? Maybe you are not far from success. Ghost King tempted. The three female immortals looked at each other, and Fairy Ching Sua said, "What the two of you said is correct, but the immortal energy of us three sisters is also saved bead by bead. It's not something that grows out of nowhere. How about this? Let's throw in another 50 rounds and see the situation." After another 50 rounds, Langya Blessed Land finally showed signs of not being able to hold on. Gui Wangdo was overjoyed and laughed wildly. The three female immortals had always felt Ghost King's laughter was hoarse and ear-piercing, but now they only felt joy when they heard it. It was as if they could see immortal goo recipes waving at them. After another 30 rounds, the four immortals' immortal essence entered the Blessed Land and expanded, affecting each other and causing a chain of explosions. But the Blessed Land finally showed no signs of movement. This meant the Blessed Land's immortal essence was exhausted. "Everyone, I'll be going first." Ghost King suddenly laughed loudly, flapping his green-black bat wings and entering Langya Blessed Land through the hole. "Oh no!" Loner Hongyu shouted loudly. Afraid of falling behind, he turned into a red light and flew in. "These demonic path goo masters are truly devious and crafty." Hua Hai's three immortals were so angry that their noses were crooked, they quickly followed behind. The three immortals entered the Blessed Land and could use all their rank 5 goo worms at will. Langya Blessed Land's immortal essence was indeed used up, Fairy Huangsha said excitedly. The three immortals charged through the myriad lightning rain and arrived at the depths of the Blessed Land. The Blessed Land was filled with a pure white cloud sea, with smoke curling up and rising. In the primeval sea, there were 12 pavilions, each with carved railings and painted rafters. Looking grand and magnificent, it was a wondrous sight. In the pavilions, there were immortal cranes flying, feathermen circling, colorful lights filling the sky, and sandalwood fragrance wafting in the air. "This is cloud soil, it is like stepping on solid ground, the soil is fertile and far surpasses mortal soil." Fairy Ching Sua stomped her jade-like feet and said excitedly, "This is indeed the aura of an immortal ancestor." Fairy Fenmeng exclaimed in admiration. "In the legendary 12 cloud pavilions, each pavilion has a huge collection of secret recipes. To think I could see it with my own eyes today." Fairy Huangsha felt extremely blessed. "Ha ha, these are all mine!" Far away, Ghost King's ear-piercing voice could be heard. He was flying towards one of the cloud pavilions. As for Loner Hongyu, he was already extremely close to another cloud pavilion. Chapter 466. Several days later. Carriages rumbled and horses neighed. Good Tribe's group arrived at Crescent Lake and set up camp near the sparse horseshoe forest. Good Tribe's higher-ups finally let out a sigh of relief when they got here. Water and grass were plentiful here, there were large numbers of beast groups, they could hold a proper hunt and replenish their rations before setting off. "We finally arrived here." Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. That night, he used the excuse of leading the wolf group to hunt and left Good Tribe's sight. There was no moon tonight, but the sky was filled with stars. The wolf group galloped in the night wind, devouring any small or medium-sized beast groups they encountered. The wolf group howled in excitement. They had been half-starving these last few days. They could finally eat their fill tonight. Even with 30,000 wolves, Fang Yuan still carefully controlled the wolf group's movement. Although the wolf group was huge, Crescent Lake also had hidden dangers. There were even larger water wolf groups, 3-horned rhino groups, as well as thousands of mutated beasts, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of insects. Of course, these insect groups and beast groups had their own territories, unlike the beasts and insects on the grassland that moved around. Crescent Lake had plentiful water and grass. They did not need to move around to look for food. As long as Fan Yuan and Good Tribe did not invade their territories, they would not find trouble with them. According to his previous life's memories, Fan Yuan followed the lakeside and headed east, arriving at a stone forest. This stone forest was very ordinary. There were stone pillars of gray-white, purple-black, greenish-yellow, and other colors, separated from each other, quietly standing upright. There were many stone forests around Crescent Lake, but this one was rather special. If someone looked down from above, they would only see the gray-white stone pillars. They would find that the stone pillars formed the word thieving. Speaking of this stone forest, it had a huge origin. It was personally arranged by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine goo for him. He made a bet with him, winning 3 out of 5 rounds. Long-Hair Ancestor lost and had no choice but to admit defeat, agreeing to refine goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had always wanted to enter the legendary Void Gate. He asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine an immortal goo, space escape goo, which could allow people to enter the Void Gate. He took out the secret recipe that he had spent his entire life studying. Long-Hair Ancestor was rather excited when he saw it. He felt that the recipe was very good and correct, but there were still some areas that could be improved. After discussing with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he was very happy. Long-Hair Ancestor's refinement path attainment was much higher than his. The two immortals worked together and spent 21 years to finally refine Space Escape Goo. But even though this goo was refined and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could use it, he could not enter Space Door no matter what. The Demon Venerable was disheartened. The proud Long-Hair Ancestor also suffered a huge blow. Later, Long-Hair Ancestor. There was no progress in his research with the Giant Sun Immortal. Space Escape Goo became Long-Hair Ancestor's only failure in his life. It was said that before Long-Hair Ancestor died, he couldn't forget it either. His good friend, Immortal Yen, could not bear to see his old friend pass away like this. Thus, he spent 50 years of his lifespan to perform a divination for him. Even after countless years. After 3 great eras, there would be 3 venerables, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and the third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem of Space Escape Goo, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Immortal Yen was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. He was proficient in divination and often hit the nail on the head, thus he was called Immortal Yen. And the prophecy he deduced was the famous prophecy of 3 venerables that was known by later generations. As expected, the world continued to change and develop. After Giant Sun Immortal, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable really appeared. After the Demon Venerable died, a rank 9 male Goo Immortal appeared. He belonged to the righteous path and was called Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died of old age. The prophecy of 3 venerables was more than half correct. Only Great Dream Immortal Venerable had yet to appear. Moreover, Long-Hair Ancestor was both happy and sad when he learned of this deduction. He was happy because the problem of Space Escape Goo could finally be solved. He was sad because he would not live to see that day. After Long-Hair Ancestor died and turned into a land spirit, he only had one obsession, that was to see Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As long as she could solve the problem of Space Escape Goo, the whole of Langya Blessed Land would belong to her. Back then, when Long-Hair Ancestor refined Space Escape Goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he obtained a failed product and could not find any problems with it. He was greatly ashamed and agreed to refine 9 more goo for Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The materials for the goo refinement were all provided by him. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable then asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine 6 more immortal goo. Before Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable mysteriously disappeared, he set up his inheritance in the 5 regions and made an agreement with Long-Hair Ancestor to leave the remaining 3 goo refinement opportunities to his inheritor. After Long-Hair Ancestor agreed, the two agreed on a secret code. More than 10 years later, one of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritances was suddenly opened and revealed to the public. The contents of the inheritance was a riddle, and the answer pointed to Langya blessed land. Northern plains became a craze for guessing riddles. Countless people tried to solve and excavate them. Rumors spread, but no one succeeded. Next, Ma Hongyun was defeated in the battlefield and was forced to flee to Crescent Lake. At the lakeside, he encountered an ambush that had been planned for a long time. In a panic, he escaped to this stone forest and unexpectedly found a passageway in the stone forest. Through this secret passageway, he entered Langya blessed land and met the land spirit. After getting the secret code, the land spirit of Langya refined 3 goo worms for him according to the agreement. Ma Hongyun obtained these 3 rank 5 goo and recuperated completely. He returned to the stone forest and displayed his might, turning defeat into victory and making a comeback, finally ascending to the throne of the Lord of the Imperial Court for the 2nd time. Fan Yuan recalled as he walked slowly. Next, his eyes brightened as he stopped under a purple stone pillar. This stone pillar was ordinary, but there was a rock at the base and the top was smooth like a stool. Back then, after Ma Hongyun was defeated, he was chased by the enemy and was on the verge of death. When he escaped here, he had nowhere to go and was on the verge of death. He sat on this stone stool and leaned against the stone pillar, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, he felt that this stone pillar resembled his beloved wife's appearance. He was close to losing consciousness. He used his blood-stained hand to touch the stone pillar, calling out with deep emotion, "Lian Yun, oh Lian Yun. I really regret not listening to your advice. I want to see you. I want to tell you in front of your face, I love you. I was wrong." At this time, the enemy had already arrived. His saber was already raised high. But at the next moment, Ma Hongyun suddenly vanished. He had entered Langya blessed land. Fan Yuan sat on this stone stool and leaned his back against the stone pillar, raising his head to look up. But he did not find anything resembling a woman on this stone pillar. Fan Yuan laughed. It seems that this Ma Hongyun is thinking of her after seeing something. His longing is so deep that he can think of Zhao Lianyun in everything he sees. This Zhao Lianyun was a mystical woman. She would become a wisdom path goo immortal in the future. She was Ma Hongyun's wife. She helped him plan and scheme. But right now, she was just a little girl. Fan Yuan took out his dagger and cut a wound, smearing his blood on this purple stone pillar. This purple stone pillar. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once used a mysterious goo worm on it. Blood was only the first requirement to open the passage. There was still the second requirement, that was to say the word want. The moment Fan Yuan said these 2 words, his body instantly vanished, and his vision abruptly changed. By the time he reacted, he was already in a room. In the room, there was a pill furnace's fragrance. Dragon pillars, golden curtains, crane lanterns, vermilion windows. An old man with the demeanor of an immortal was sitting cross-legged on a cloud bed, meditating with his eyes closed. He was tall and thin. His hair was white as snow, his beard reached his chest, his face was ruddy like a baby's, and he wore a loose robe. His sleeves were fluttering. Demon Venerable's descendant Chang Shanin has come to pay respects. Fan Yuan placed his right hand on his chest, slightly bowing. You are Chang Shanin? The old man opened his eyes slightly. His eyes flickered with brilliance as he looked around at Fan Yuan, his gaze seemingly solid. Your skin is quite interesting. It is human skin, shame plum, autumn sound grass. There is also pill fire goo and medicinal strength goo. And some. The land spirit frowned deeply, stroking his beard with a hesitant expression. He actually saw through Fan Yuan's disguise at first glance, and even deduced the general contents of the human skin goo's recipe just by observing. Lad, do you want to exchange for this goo worm recipe? I will use a goo worm of the same level as the exchange. Or you can choose a goo worm recipe of the same level. Oh, right. Secret code, right, secret code. Halfway through, the land spirit came to a realization, slapping his forehead as he remembered there was a secret code. Fan Yuan shrugged his shoulders. The secret code that Demon Venerable agreed upon back then? That means there is no secret code. As for the human skin goo's recipe, I cannot exchange it now. You are actually not exchanging? Why? The land spirit was furious. A heavy pressure descended from the air. Fan Yuan could not move, his bones creaking from the pressure. But he sneered, not minding it. I naturally have my reasons for not exchanging. You don't need to know. The land spirit laughed eerily. Hee, even if you don't want to exchange, I will imprison you here, peel off your skin, and after some research, I will be able to deduce this human skin goo's recipe. No, you won't do it. Fan Yuan's tone was firm. I am the demon Venerable's descendant. Before completing the agreement of 3 gu, you cannot do anything to me. According to Earth's understanding, the land spirit was equivalent to an intelligent program. It was just that the land spirit that long-hair ancestor had transformed into had high intelligence, and was good at scaring others. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma Hongyun was scared by him and lost the precious opportunity to refine immortal gu, only refining 3 rank 5 gu. After that, Ma Hongyun was filled with regret. After becoming a gu immortal, every time he thought of this matter, he would wring his hands and sigh. You! The land spirit glared at him, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire, as if he was angry enough to kill someone. But Fan Yuan was unmoved. The land spirit stared for a long time, and suddenly, like a deflated balloon, his whole body became dispirited. Next, he sullenly got off the cloud bed and walked towards Fan Yuan, pulling his sleeves and begging softly, Young lad, do a good deed and exchange this recipe. Fan Yuan was speechless. What situation was this? The change in attitude was too fast. Chapter 467. Young lad, please have some tea. This is high-quality cloud smoke tea, quickly have a taste. Land spirit of Langya sat beside the cloud bed and personally brewed a cup of tea for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan sat on the land spirit's previous seat, speechlessly looking at this clown land spirit in front of him. After Fan Yuan chatted with the land spirit for a while, he understood. This land spirit was extremely fond of collecting secret recipes, and would do anything to get an exquisite recipe. If it was someone else, the land spirit would have already extorted them. But towards Fan Yuan, the descendant of the demon Venerable, he could not intimidate him, and could only use soft words to beg. Handsome young lad, is the tea nice? Are you happy? For the sake of this tea, you can exchange for the human skin goo's recipe. Land spirit of Langya smiled fawningly, winking at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan drank his tea silently. The image of the sage-like, mysterious and powerful land spirit of Langya in his heart was rapidly collapsing. Young lad, do me a favor, have pity on an old man like me. I live here alone, how depressing, how lonely, how thirsty. I can only look at these recipes to relieve my boredom. Could it be that you have the heart to cruelly reject a pitiful old man like me? Land spirit had the image of a white-bearded, white-haired, white-browed grandpa, looking at Fan Yuan anxiously. Hey, can you have some self-awareness? You are a land spirit, not a human. Fan Yuan's eyes twitched. Young lad, whatever you say is true. As long as you give me the recipe, I will do anything you want. The grandpa winked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan resisted the urge to kick this guy down, and shouted, No, I won't exchange. Land spirit of Langya's body froze for a moment, then he burst into tears and rolled on the ground. No, I want it. I want the recipe. I want the recipe. Young lad, you are too cruel, too savage, too heartless. You actually won't exchange. Will you die if you exchange? You can change now. Really, seeing is believing. Fan Yuan's forehead was full of black lines. The mysterious and powerful image of the land spirit of Langya that he had in his heart had been shattered into pieces. Then, he was ruthlessly trampled into dregs. However, this also showed the innocence of the land spirit of Langya. The old land spirit grandpa rolled on the ground a few times and cried for a long time, but Fan Yuan still did not let go. He had to stand up. His face was covered with tears and snot, and even his white hair, beard and eyebrows were smeared with it. Young man, your conscience is very bad. It's too cruel. No wonder you're the heir of the demon lord. The old man looked at Fan Yuan with a bitter expression. He looked like a woman who had been abandoned by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan finally couldn't stand such a gaze and shuddered. He sighed and said, "Forget it, I can give you the recipe for the human skin goo. But that will have to wait until the time is right. Young man, you're too good. You're really a good person. When will the time be right?" The land spirit jumped 3 feet high and was extremely happy. He, 500 years later. The old land spirit grandpa's raised eyebrows immediately relaxed. "So long, this is my biggest concession. Why, you don't want to exchange?" "Of course, how can I not exchange? Looking at 500 years, I can also wait. Young man, I will always wait for you. This is our lifetime promise," the old man said affectionately. Fang Yuan covered his face and sighed deeply. "I still have the recipe here. I want to exchange it for a connecting heaven goo." Hearing that Fang Yuan had a request for him, the land spirit of Lange's expression immediately changed. He straightened his body and slightly raised his head, showing an arrogant expression. "Oh, you want to exchange for connecting heaven goo?" He spoke slowly and continued. "To tell you the truth, young man, I have a huge amount of recipes here. If I have the recipe that you took out, I will not exchange it." Fang Yuan smiled confidently. "Old man, you are already outdated. Bring me a pen and paper, I will write one for you." Halfway through, Fang Yuan stopped writing. "Write, quickly write, what else is there?" The land spirit stood at the side, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously, his eyes shining brightly. He had already confirmed that this was a brand new recipe that he had never seen before. "This is a rank 5 recipe. Where is your connecting heaven goo?" Here. The land spirit waved his hand and moved a connecting heaven goo to the table. After Fang Yuan finished writing this recipe, he refined the connecting heaven goo and stored it in his aperture. At the side, the land spirit happily looked at this recipe. The goo worm in the recipe was a new goo developed by goo masters in the Great Era 500 years later. In that chaotic era of the 5 regions, the flames of war burned the whole world, all kinds of new goo emerged. In such chaotic times, rank 9 goo immortals would often appear. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he had forgotten a lot, he still had a large number of recipes in his mind. These recipes, to exaggerate, were simply ahead of an era. The land spirit had naturally not seen them before. "Do you have divine sense goo here?" Fang Yuan asked after keeping the connecting heaven goo. "Yes." "Do you want to trade? Do you have a goo worm recipe?" The land spirit grandpa was surprised and happy. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile, spreading out the pen and paper and started writing. But this time, halfway through writing, the land spirit laughed. "Young man, I also have the secret recipe for this goo worm of yours." "Oh?" Fang Yuan stopped writing with a shocked expression. He did not think that the land spirit was lying. The land spirit was simple. If he said he had, then he had. If he didn't, then he didn't. "If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this." The land spirit Langya grabbed at the air. A cowhide recipe was moved over and placed on the table. Fang Yuan took a look. It was really so. "It seems that although the goo worms in my memories appeared 500 years later, they might not be brand new goo worms." Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled and said to the land spirit, "Don't worry if this one doesn't work, I still have another one." But this time, Fang Yuan only wrote a third when the land spirit clapped and laughed. "Although I do not have this goo worm recipe, I have a similar one. Take it and take a look." Saying so, he gave Fang Yuan a recipe. The similarity was as high as 90%. Fang Yuan immediately understood. "This recipe of mine is very likely a goo master's modified old recipe. Young man, this recipe of yours is not worth much, I will not trade it," the land spirit said. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. When Long-Hair Ancestor was alive, he liked to collect recipes and research them. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal since ancient times, and had lived for a long time. He had collected countless recipes and could be said to be a master of recipes. And in Fang Yuan's own era, it had not reached its most intense moment. At least Great Dream Immortal Venerable had not appeared yet. These goo worm recipes in Fan Yuan's memories, compared to Langya Blessed Land's accumulation of countless eras, seemed shallow. Take a look at this one. Fan Yuan continued writing. But these recipes were not originally in Langya Blessed Land, they were modified from ancient recipes, they could not enter the land spirit's eyes. Fan Yuan was helpless. In his memories there were some goo worms. He was sure they were new goo worms, but these goo worms were very important, each represented huge benefits. Each goo worm could change the situation of a battle. Once they flowed out of Langya Blessed Land, the loss of benefits was a small matter, the key was to change the course of history, and to Fan Yuan, the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. Land Spirit, take a look at this recipe. Fan Yuan thought for a while and wrote down the Stargate Goo's recipe. The Land Spirit looked at it, and became interested. The more Fan Yuan wrote, the more interested he became. I have never seen this goo worm recipe before, it is quite strange, quite strange. The old grandpa smacked his lips, unable to contain his joy. This was a rank 5 goo recipe, Fan Yuan thus successfully exchanged for divine sense goo. Young lad, this Stargate goo is interesting, it actually has the effect of crossing regions. The 5 regions are separated by a barrier, but it ingeniously borrowed the power of Black Heaven. This goo worm, in history, has only been the whole Earth goo and connecting heaven goo. Once you use this Stargate, it can be on par with these 2 goo worms. Did you conceive this goo? The Land Spirit asked. Of course. Fan Yuan admitted without hesitation. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt for impersonating someone else. Then, he shamelessly boasted. The previous few recipes, some of them were developed by me, or modified according to the recipes. This action no doubt deepened the relationship between him and the Land Spirit of Langya. Young friend, you have talent in refinement path, I have a whole new level of respect for you. The Land Spirit Grandpa no longer called Fan Yuan young lad, but called him young friend instead. But this Stargate goo also has its drawbacks. It needs to be activated by drawing starlight at night. Other than that, the success rate of this goo refinement is also low. But if you add some supplementary materials, the success rate can be increased by 30%. Next, the Land Spirit listed the names of several materials. Fan Yuan frowned as he listened, he had never heard of these materials. From the looks of it, if it wasn't an archaic material, then it was something extremely obscure and rarely used. The Land Spirit continued, It seems that this Stargate goo is best matched with starlight fireflies. With starlight fireflies there will be starlight, and Stargate goo can be used anytime and anywhere. What? Fan Yuan heard this and his heart jumped, quickly asking, Starlight fireflies, what are starlight fireflies? You don't know about starlight fireflies? That's right, this goo group was rare even in immemorial times, and had already gone extinct since the olden antiquity era. When the immemorial 9 heavens still existed, most of the starlight fireflies lived in Orange Heaven. The Land Spirit revealed the secret. Fan Yuan was immediately disappointed. Since they are already extinct, what's the point of talking about them? The so-called extinct is only referring to the mortal world. Recently, I saw a group of starlight fireflies during the transactions in jewel yellow skies. It seemed to be Star Lord Wan Xiang's goods. The Land Spirit recalled. Really? Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. The reason why he exchanged for connecting heaven goo and divine sense goo was to impersonate a goo immortal and transact in jewel yellow skies, exchanging for resources and breaking away from the trade blockade of Crane Gate. The Land Spirit's words increased his interest in starlight fireflies. Fan Yuan rolled his eyes and smiled craftily. Land Spirit, I have many recipes here. But I will only exchange for starlight fireflies. The Land Spirit shook its head. This cannot be exchanged. Why? I don't have starlight firefly goo. The Land Spirit replied as a matter of fact. Fan Yuan said snappily. If you don't have starlight firefly goo, can't you use connecting heaven goo and buy it from jewel yellow skies? The Land Spirit looked strangely at Fan Yuan. Why do I need to buy starlight firefly goo? If you don't buy starlight firefly goo, how are you going to exchange for my recipe? The land spirit shook its head and stubbornly said, "Your recipe can only be exchanged for the goo worms in the blessed land." Fan Yuan was speechless. The land spirit was too stubborn, it couldn't even understand this point. It was not a human after all, it was just a land spirit, it couldn't even be flexible. Eventually, Fan Yuan's lips were about to break from persuasion, but it still didn't work. The land spirit was stubborn. Fan Yuan could only give up, but he suddenly had a thought. "Wait, land spirit, you said I will only exchange for the goo worms in the blessed land?" "Yes." Chapter 468. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was a rank 6 immortal goo. A nature goo nurtured by heaven and earth, it was refined by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus and Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus could produce primeval essence, and provide great help to a goo master's primeval essence recovery. Rank 6 and above Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce immortal essence, and had great uses. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable relied on this goo to become the person with the most immortal essence among all Rank 9 goo immortals. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable died, his Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was heavily guarded. It was a famous treasure in the world. But after 100,000 years, it was stolen by an extremely daring Rank 7 goo immortal. This Rank 7 goo immortal was the descendant of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable died, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also destroyed. Long Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had interacted before. After the Demon Venerable disappeared for hundreds of years, Long Hair Ancestor tried to refine goo. Eventually, it was refined into a Rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Later, according to his preferences, he raised it to Rank 8. Immortal goo were unique, and had the same name. After the 6th transformation, the name would not change. For example, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. If they were promoted from the 6th to the 7th revolution, they would still be called Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and Spring Autumn Cicada. After Long Hair Ancestor died, his obsession combined with the power of heaven and earth and turned into a land spirit. This Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also left in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land was later discovered by a soul path goo immortal called Gui Wang by chance, causing the first wave of attacks. In the end, they were all captured by the Earth spirits. But news of Langya Blessed Land was leaked by Gui Wang, attracting even more goo immortals. After that, they organized a second wave, a third wave, and so on. Until the 7th wave, the Celestial Court specially sent several Rank 7 goo immortals to descend with immortal goo. After a fierce battle, the Heavenly Monarch's army was destroyed. Langya Blessed Land finally broke apart, but the goo immortals also suffered heavy casualties. This was where Feng Jioga died. The vast amount of secret recipes in Langya Blessed Land were all stored in the Celestial Court. Because of this, Middle Continent's strength skyrocketed, and with the power of one continent, it fought back against the 4 major regions. With the memories of his past life, Fan Yuan was well aware of what was going to happen next. Now that Fan Yuan suggested using immortal goo recipes to exchange for Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, the land spirit rejected without hesitation. Of course not. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus could produce immortal essence. That's why I have the capital to resist the calamities and tribulations. At the same time, I can use this immortal essence to refine goo. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus will definitely not be exchanged. I see. Fan Yuan nodded. Although he had expected it, he was still a little disappointed. But the land spirit's next words. It ignited his hope again. However, I have other immortal goo here. It depends on what secret recipe you have. A Rank 7 recipe could only be exchanged for a Rank 6 immortal goo. Rank 8 recipes can be exchanged for Rank 7 and Rank 6 immortal goo. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with divine light. He knew that in Langya Blessed Land, there was a Rank 7 beast enslavement goo. This immortal goo could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast emperor, even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Long-hair ancestor had used this goo in the past. He had subdued many desolate beasts, and even buried several ancient desolate beasts under the foundation of the 12 cloud buildings. With these desolate beasts as guards, the whole of Langya blessed land was impregnable. It withstood 6 waves of goo immortals' frenzied attacks until the 7th wave. This beast enslavement goo is extremely important, the land spirit will definitely not exchange it. But Long-hair ancestor had refined many immortal goo in the past, he definitely does not only have beast enslavement goo and heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. Fan Yuan's heart palpitated. After thinking about it, he started to write down the recipe. The old Grandpa land spirit was standing beside him. He had his hands behind his back, staring at it. After looking for a while, he laughed. This is second aperture goo, right? Eh? Don't tell me you also have this recipe? Fan Yuan stopped writing. Of course, my Langya blessed land has countless recipes, there are thousands of immortal goo recipes. The land spirit said proudly. With such wealth, no wonder the celestial court came to attack. Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he sighed inwardly. If that's the case. He pondered for a while before changing to another piece of paper and continuing to write. This time, he wrote the rank 6 recipe of blood deity. The land spirit's eyes shined with a strange light when he saw the beginning of the recipe. But gradually, the light dimmed down. After Fan Yuan wrote 3 lines, he said, This blood path recipe of yours might be mystical, but it is an incomplete recipe. Although it has made up for some flaws, it conflicts with the laws, the chances of success are very small. With this recipe, you cannot exchange for an immortal goo. Fan Yuan sighed. The blood god's recipe that he had obtained back then was also incomplete. After painstakingly researching it and asking other goo immortals to repair it, he obtained this recipe. He also knew that this recipe was not completely correct. The reason why he did not choose to refine blood deity back then was also because of this. Later, he coincidentally obtained the correct recipe of spring-autumn cicada. Thus, he gave up on blood deity and refined spring-autumn cicada instead. But spring-autumn cicada was related to his greatest secret of rebirth. Even if Langya blessed land did not have this recipe, Fan Yuan would not take it out to exchange for a goo. He exposed it in 3 Kings blessed land because he was in a deep predicament, and wanted to take a gamble to obtain shocking benefits. In the current situation, he was not in a desperate situation and did not need to take the risk. But this way, Fan Yuan could not continue writing down this blood deity's recipe. He only knew a dozen or so immortal goo recipes. But most of them were incomplete. Blood deity's recipe was already the best among the incomplete recipes. He only had 2 complete and correct immortal goo recipes, one was second aperture goo and the other was spring-autumn cicada. But the former's recipe was already in Langya blessed land. Fan Yuan did not dare to casually expose the latter. Fan Yuan was silent. After pondering for a while, he asked, Land spirit, if I use a rank 5 recipe to exchange for a Stargate goo, can I? The land spirit shook its head. No. You can only exchange for the goo worms I have now. Fan Yuan was not resigned and asked, Land spirit, don't you want to refine the Stargate goo? After all, this is a brand new goo. Of course I want to. Although it is not suitable for me, I can put it in jewel yellow skies and sell it. But when I will refine it, and when I can succeed, that is hard to say. The land spirit suddenly reacted. At this time, he had become smarter. Little friend, you are thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritor. Here, you have 3 chances for me to refine goo for you. But refining an immortal goo, regardless of success or failure, it is counted as 1 attempt. If it is refining immortal goo, I will definitely hand the refined goo to you. If you want the Stargate goo, I will definitely refine it for you. The land spirit suggested. Fan Yuan realized there was such a detail. No wonder Ma Hongyan wanted to choose 3 rank 5 goo. When he was reduced to this place, he was only a mortal and did not know the value of an immortal goo. Moreover, a mortal's body could not use immortal goo. Thus, he chose 3 rank 5 goo to increase his battle strength. After returning to the outside world, he turned the tide and gathered his army, turning defeat into victory. When Ma Hong-yun became a Gu immortal, he realized how precious the opportunities in Langya blessed land were. Unfortunately, by that time, it was already too late for regrets. Ma Hong-yun's awkwardness was also Fan Yuan's awkwardness. Fan Yuan was immortal now. Even if he had an immortal Gu, he could not use it. Little Hu immortal land spirit could use immortal Gu, but whether it was Grotto Heaven Gu, Connecting Heaven Gu or Stargate Gu, they could not bear the immortal Gu. That is to say, even if Fan Yuan had an immortal Gu, he could not bring it back to Hu immortal blessed land. Moreover, there was a precondition for these 3 chances to refine the immortal Gu, that was Fan Yuan had to provide the immortal Gu's recipe. If the recipe was wrong, he could not refine it. Immortal Gu were unique. If others already had the same immortal Gu, Fan Yuan could not refine it. According to the land spirit's words, if the immortal Gu refinement failed, this chance would be lost. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to refine the immortal Gu 6 times in the past. One was because long-hair ancestor had pride and disdain purposely failing. Secondly, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was overflowing with talent, and had great abilities. He had made ample preparations and made use of every opportunity. This caused long-hair ancestor to lose large amounts of precious Gu refinement materials, causing him to bleed profusely 6 times. Now that long-hair ancestor was dead and turned into a land spirit, although he would not play tricks when Fan Yuan refined the immortal Gu, he was after all a land spirit and not long-hair ancestor himself. His Gu refinement ability would be reduced. Then, should he waste such a precious chance to refine a Stargate Gu? Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. According to common sense, the best way to make use of these 3 opportunities was to imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then, and refine 3 immortal Gu. But to Fan Yuan, there were many difficulties. Firstly, he did not have the immortal Gu recipe. Secondly, he did not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ability. He could not guarantee the immortal Gu refinement. If the Gu refinement failed, he would have wasted a good opportunity. It would be better to refine a rank 5 Gu. Finally, he was immortal. He could not even use immortal Gu. Although immortal Gu had great value, they were of no help to him, and if he brought them out, it would attract trouble instead. He might as well use a rank 5 Gu. Even a rank 5 Gu was not suitable for Fan Yuan. With Fan Yuan's current situation in Northern Plains, using a rank 4 Gu was just right. Of course, I can keep these 3 opportunities and not use them for the time being. In any case, this opportunity is already in my hands, even if Ma Hong-yun comes personally or that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance appears, it will not affect me. But right now, I really need Stargate Gu. Fan Yuan fell into hesitation, feeling very troubled. His current strength path cultivation only had 30 June of strength. He urgently needed Gu worms that could modify his skin and flesh. In terms of enslavement path cultivation, the burden of feeding the wolf group was extremely heavy. Without the clan's support, he could only maintain around 30,000 by himself. In terms of soul, the wolfman's soul had already been refined. He only needed to go to Danghun Mountain and use Guts Gu to strengthen it. In terms of cultivation realm, he clearly had the conditions to break through, but because of the foreign region's suppression, he could not break through to rank 5. His current situation was like a person playing chess. All the pieces that could be moved had been moved to a point where they could no longer move. He had already fallen into a deadlock, a deep bottleneck. Chapter 469. If there was no external help, he could only rely on his own strength to slowly accumulate and break through when the time was right. But because he had Spring-Autumn Cicada, what he lacked the most was time. At the same time, if he wasted time and missed some fortuitous encounters, the advantage of rebirth would be gone. These 3 opportunities are indeed very precious. But if I keep them for later, it might seem like I am making full use of these 3 opportunities, but it is delaying my development. The specific situation needs to be analyzed. I cannot blindly imitate Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Ma Hong-yun's choice is wasting these 3 opportunities. After pondering for a while, Fan Yuan made his decision. Land Spirit, I have thought it through, Fan Yuan said slowly. This time, I will trouble you to refine Stargate goo for me. As for the other 2 opportunities, I will leave them for later. You really want me to refine Stargate goo? Do you know you are giving up a precious opportunity to refine an immortal goo? Maybe you can take a gamble. Use that blood deity's recipe from earlier. Land Spirit persuaded Fang Yuan. He was very fond of recipes. Although blood deity's recipe was incomplete, he still wanted to collect it. Fang Yuan shook his head. When he decided on something, he would not hesitate. No, I will refine Stargate goo. All right. In this world, there is no strongest goo worm, only a goo worm that suits you the most. You cannot use immortal goo, but it seems this Stargate goo is very useful to you. I will refine this goo for you now. Land Spirit Grandpa said as he willed, and 5 goo immortals were teleported over. These 5 goo immortals, one was ugly, one had a rosy face, one wore green clothes, one wore yellow clothes, and one wore a pink skirt. They were Gui Wang's group. They attacked Langya Blessed Land and threw out their green grape immortal essence to expend Langya Blessed Land's white lychee immortal essence. But the result was that the land spirit purposely showed weakness and made a fool out of them. Langya Blessed Land had the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. It never lacked white lychee immortal essence. Gui Wang and the others did not have any immortal goo, so the land spirit lured them into the blessed land. By the time these 5 reached the cloud building, the land spirit had already sealed their rank 5 goo. Ghost King and the rest sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly used all of their celestial elemental energy. But in the end, they were still no match for the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit didn't even summon a desolate beast to capture the 5 immortals alive. For the 5 immortals to be able to cultivate to this stage, they all knew how to adapt to the situation. They immediately chose to save their lives and submit to the land spirit. When they realized that they had been teleported over, they quickly reacted and bowed at the land spirit. They said in unison, "Greetings, land spirit of Langya." The land spirit stroked his snow-white beard and returned to the state of an otherworldly master that Fang Yuan had seen him for the first time. "This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor Chang Shanin. Come and greet him." Land Spirit introduced. "Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's heir?" The 5 immortals looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The disdain he had for Fang Yuan's mortal identity instantly vanished without a trace. What kind of person was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? He was a rank 9 goo immortal. From immemorial antiquity to remote antiquity, olden antiquity, medieval antiquity, recent antiquity, and now, there were only 10 goo immortals in human history. An inheritor of a rank 9 goo immortal, this identity caused the 5 immortals to feel envy and jealousy after their initial shock. "Why don't I have such good luck to become an inheritor? This kid's luck is too good, too heaven-defying. He actually became Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor." Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once set up many inheritances. It is said that the greatest inheritance is in Space Cave. I wonder how many inheritances he inherited. The 5 immortals' thoughts surged as they bowed to Fang Yuan. Goo immortals bowing to mortals was like elephants bowing to ants. But the 5 immortals did not feel any humiliation. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was unperturbed. Even if a rank 9 goo immortal bowed to him, he would not feel any honor. If the roles were reversed, even if he bowed to a mortal beggar, he would not feel any humiliation. In his opinion, but anyone who could die was equal. It was just a slight difference between dying earlier and dying later. The so-called status and class, nobility and lowliness, they were nothing more than a bunch of fools waiting for death. They were all fake tricks played by them. This kind of trick made a portion of the fools feel that they were living quite well. In fact, those fools who thought they were noble and had status were merely deceiving themselves. Those fools who thought they were lowly and lowly were even more pitiful. Kings, marquises, generals, and nobles all had guts. All living beings were born equal. Why should they lower their heads to others? Only eternal life is what we should pursue. If we cannot live forever, what difference is there between a rank 9 goo immortal and a pile of shit in a toilet? I am also a super idiot. but I am an idiot who does not want to be shit. These mental activities and aspirations were not worth mentioning to others, they were even more disdainful. Facing the five immortals' greetings, Fan Yuan indifferently accepted them. He looked at the land spirit of Langya. Land spirit, aren't you going to refine the goo yourself? Of course I am going to refine the goo myself, but using these five as assistants, it can be considered making use of trash. The land spirit snickered. Being called trash and being ignored by Fan Yuan, the five immortals' expressions turned ugly. They were filled with anger, but they were in a predicament and could not act out. They could only helplessly lower their heads and listen to the land spirit's instructions. But the first goo refinement, with the help of long hair ancestors' land spirit and the help of the five immortals, ended in failure. This Stargate goo is hard to refine. It is not a mistake on our part, but it has a certain success rate to begin with. The land spirit explained, then said to Fan Yuan, "Don't worry, Stargate goo is only rank 5, it will definitely succeed for you." Then I will wait and see." Fan Yuan was half lying on the cloud bed. He was not in a hurry. The time flow in Langya blessed land was 36 times that of the outside world. A month here was less than a day in the outside world. The land spirit inherited long hair ancestors' arrogance, and after failing once, his temper was somewhat bad. He glanced over and saw that Fan Yuan's cloud smoke tea was already finished, so he casually ordered an immortal. "You clumsy, big breasts but no brains. I don't need you to refine goo anymore. Quickly go and brew tea for little friend." The female immortal that was ordered was Fairy Huangsha. She was furious, but did not dare to flare up. Her life was in the hands of the land spirit of Langya, so she could only bite her lips and forcefully suppress her anger, going to brew tea for Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan said, "I don't like drinking tea. Do you have wine here?" "I only like to drink top-quality wine. This is the Grand Langya blessed land. Don't tell me you don't have any?" How can there not be? Pegasus wine and Destitute wine are both top-quality wines. Which one do you want to drink? Take them out and let me have a taste." Fan Yuan did not bat an eyelid. Thus, Fairy Huangsha became the maid that poured wine for Fan Yuan. Pegasus wine had milky white liquid, emitting a rich milky fragrance. When it entered the mouth, it was mellow and soft. As for Destitute wine, it was plain, like a clear soup with no alcohol smell at all. After it entered the mouth, it was also bland and tasteless. But this wine had a huge after effect. Often drinking one mouthful would make one drunk for 7 to 8 days. While the land spirit was refining goo, Fan Yuan only had a small taste, before putting these 2 jars of wine into wolf swallow goo. The second goo refinement also failed. The land spirit's expression turned even uglier, shouting, I don't believe it, continue refining." The land spirit naturally noticed Fan Yuan's action of hiding the wine, but because of his reputation, he chose to ignore it. "Young master, please be merciful and save this servant." Seeing the land spirit, and the others refining goo for the 3rd time, Fairy Huangsha, who was standing at the side, was on the verge of tears as she softly begged Fan Yuan. Her skin was white and tender, like a freshly peeled lychee. Her eyebrows were dark green, her eyes were like a lake, concealing amorous feelings. Her breasts were large and majestic, her waist small and slender. Her figure was not just graceful, it could even be said to be soul-stirring. Right now, her beautiful eyes were brimming with tears, not to mention men, even women would feel their hearts soften. "If you can save this servant is willing to serve young master for the rest of my life. I will listen to young master's orders." Fairy Huangsha softly begged again. This was a female goo immortal's plea. If it were any other mortal man, he would have already been extremely excited. His 3rd leg would have stood up in anger. Men all had a desire to conquer, especially to conquer noble women. But Fan Yuan did not even look at her. In his previous life, these 5 immortals were all cannon fodder. They died in Langya blessed land, none survived. They paid the appropriate price for their greed and impulsiveness. Although Fairy Huangsha was beautiful, in Fan Yuan's heart, what difference was there between her and a pile of dung in a latrine pit? "As long as I don't have eternal life, I am also a pile of dung in a latrine pit, he he he. Fan Yuan sneered in his heart. Fairy Huangsha opened her mouth to beg again. She was very confident in her beauty, and at this moment she vaguely felt that this person might be her only chance to escape. But she did not know that Fan Yuan was an even more abnormal monster than the land spirit of Langia. You are too noisy, get lost. Fan Yuan stretched out his leg and kicked Fairy Huangsha, who was leaning forward, to the ground. Fairy Huangsha was kicked to the ground. Her expression was blank for a while before she reacted. I was actually rejected? Is he still a man? Intense anger and humiliation attacked her prideful heart, causing her expression to distort, and her gaze towards Fan Yuan became extremely resentful. Hee hee. Fan Yuan sneered and climbed up from the cloud bed, walking towards Fairy Huangsha and raising his leg towards her face. With a muffled sound, Fairy Huangsha was kicked to the ground again, her head hitting the ground with another heavy sound. All of her rank 5 goo worms were taken away. Her immortal essence was also expended, and with Langya blessed land's suppression, how could she be Fan Yuan's match? You! Fairy Huangsha's lungs were about to explode from anger. Her front teeth were broken and her mouth was full of blood. She let out a low roar and her expression was ferocious. Compared to her pitiful appearance just now, she was like a completely different person. Humph, just a mere beauty, how dare you tempt me? If you look at me again, do you believe I won't kick all your teeth out? Fan Yuan's dark eyes were deep and cold. Fairy Huangsha's body trembled, her fists were tightly clenched, as if she had used all her strength to stand up. But she still lowered her head and did not look at Fan Yuan again. On the other side, the Stargate Goo's refinement had failed again. Land Spirit stomped his feet in anger, his expression turning even more pale. He had also noticed Fairy Huangsha's matter. Walking over, Land Spirit smiled at Fan Yuan. Little friend, don't be angry. I have just captured this little thing and have not taught her well. You can play with her first, let her dance, take off her clothes, you can play with her however you want. Hee, the materials are all used up, I will go buy some first. Hearing this, Fairy Huangsha felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. An intense feeling of humiliation hit her heart like a tsunami. Let me take off my clothes and dance? This suggestion made her feel incomparably cold and fearful. Ever since she was young, she had never been treated like this. A grand goo immortal was toyed with like this. Fairy Huangsha felt she might as well die. Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu at the side seemed to have been aroused. They licked their dry lips and stared at Fairy Huangsha with burning gazes. Fairy Fenming and Fairy Qingsuo, who were usually like sisters to Fairy Huangsha, were silent, as if they did not hear anything. Chapter 470. Gui Wang and Loner Hongyu were extremely disappointed. Fairy Qingsuo and Fairy Fenming let out a breath of turbid air, their expressions complex. Fairy Huangsha's heart was finally at ease, she completely relaxed and almost collapsed. Her hatred towards Fan Yuan and the land spirit deepened by several times. As long as I escape, as long as I make a comeback, I will definitely tear you into pieces to vent my hatred. He, little friend is indeed the demon venerable's successor. The land spirit laughed dryly and took out connecting heaven goo. This connecting heaven goo was activated and turned into an oval mirror, flying above the land spirit's head and embedding in the air. The mirror was pitch black, but suddenly the image changed and blossomed into a bright yellow color. The land spirit activated divine sense goo, sending wave after wave of divine sense into the mirror, and receiving wave after wave of divine sense. At the same time, the mirror's surface changed continuously, showing images of materials one by one. The land spirit seemed to have reached an agreement. He took out 2 immortal yuan stones and threw them into connecting heaven goo. The mirror's surface rippled as the immortal yuan stones entered it, while the materials were spat out by the mirror. I bought 20 sets of materials this time. I don't believe I can't succeed, the land spirit said fiercely. At the final stage of the goo refinement, starlight shone brightly and converged into a pair of oval stones. Done! The land spirit laughed heartily, taking these 2 sapphire-like goo worms and personally handing them to Fan Yuan. This is Stargate goo, I have completed one agreement. How do I know if I can use it or not? Fan Yuan held this pair of Stargate goo and asked. The land spirit immediately blew his beard and stared at him, as if he was greatly insulted. Are you doubting my goo refinement ability? If I can't, you can come and exchange for it. All right, then I will take my leave. Fan Yuan was extremely straightforward, expressing his intention to leave. The land spirit stared at him fiercely. You are leaving just like that? Then you still have 2 chances left, are you not going to use them now? Of course I will keep them. Where is the exit? The land spirit waved his sleeves and teleported the 5 immortals away, his expression becoming much more relaxed. Do you still have any goo worm recipes? You can write them out for me to see. No more. If I have it, I will naturally exchange it with you. Fan Yuan evaded. I feel like you have a lot of stuff in your stomach. The land spirit looked at Fan Yuan suspiciously and mumbled. Fine, I'll wait for you to come again. After saying that, the land spirit waved its long sleeves again. Fan Yuan's vision blurred. When he looked again, he found himself standing in the stone forest. Beside him was the stone stool he had been sitting on, and behind him was the purple stone pillar. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the temperature had dropped so low that one's breath would turn into mist. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream. It gave Fan Yuan the illusion that it was a dream. Looking at the night sky, although they had been sitting in Langya Blessed Land for quite some time, only 1/36 of the time had passed in the outside world. The Stargate goo, Divine Sense goo, connecting Heaven goo in his aperture, as well as the 2 jars of top-quality wine and wolf swallow goo were proof, causing Fan Yuan to recall this fortuitous encounter. I had planned to use these 3 chances, but who knew that the land spirit could also use recipes to exchange for goo? Thus, I still have 2 chances left. If I can use Stargate goo this time, it is definitely worth it to use 1 chance to refine goo. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan did not stay any longer. He left this place and returned to the wolf group. This was a crucial moment. To prevent any unforeseen events, Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the grass beside the lake under the protection of the Wolf King and started writing a letter. The letter was quickly written, and he activated Moving Perspective Cup goo. After a while, he successfully moved the perspective cup using the space aperture, taking out a rank 4 goo and a letter from the cup. This goo looked like a dried-up small fish. It was called dried pond goo. It was a water path goo, but it had a special effect. It was specially used to increase the effectiveness of other goo worms. Once this goo reached northern plains, it was immediately demoted to rank 3. Fan Yuan took out the letter and glanced at it, nodding his head in satisfaction. It seems that while I was not in the blessed land, Little Who Immortal was very diligent. She did not forget my instructions and refined 20 dried pond goo. Very good. Immediately, Fan Yuan wrote back, praising Little Who Immortal a few sentences. Master praised me, I am so happy. Little Who Immortal's face flushed with happiness after receiving the letter. Master, I miss you so much. Little Who Immortal laid on the table and continued writing. Master is not here. I am feeling anxious and uneasy. Master, are you okay? Master, I will send another dried pond goo. Little Who Immortal used her tender hands to fold the letter properly, before putting it into Moving Perspective Cup goo. At the same time, she put in a dried pond goo. After a while, Moving Perspective Cup goo slowly flew up and entered the space aperture. After completing the exchange with the other cup, it was sent to Fan Yuan's hands. Fan Yuan immediately took out the dried pond goo and looked at the letter. Next, he absorbed Yuan Stone and replenished his primeval essence, activating Moving Perspective Cup goo again. After doing this several times, he took out a total of 8 dried pond goo. Using 8 dried pond goo together, the effects will stack together. It should be at the level of rank 4. Immediately, these dried pond goo were crushed by Fan Yuan, turning into 8 rings of light that coiled around the Moving Perspective Cup goo. At the same time, in Who Immortal Blessed Land, Little Who Immortal crushed 8 dried pond goo and superimposed them on Moving Perspective Cup goo. Moving Perspective Cup goo was a rank 5 goo, but in Northern Plains, it was suppressed to rank 4. Thus, it could only transfer rank 4 goo worms. Now, after using 8 dried pond goo, moving perspective cup goo's effect rose to rank 5, and could transfer rank 5 goo worms. Fan Yuan waited for a while before taking out connecting heaven goo and solemnly placing it into moving perspective cup goo, before injecting his primeval essence. Successfully activating, the 2 cups completed the exchange in the space aperture, and the cup with connecting heaven goo landed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Little Hu Immortal cheered, and immediately took out connecting heaven goo. Traces of cracks appeared on moving perspective cup goo. Although dried pond goo could multiply the effect of goo worms, it was like draining the pond to fish, burning the forest to hunt. Although its power rose sharply, the goo worm would also be destroyed due to the excessive power. Next, he sent divine sense goo into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the cracks on moving perspective cup goo intensified. Fan Yuan was silent, and took out Yuan Stone, quickly replenishing his primeval essence. Next, he took out one of the blue gem-like Stargate goo and sent it into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, the Stargate goo was not an immortal goo, but a rank 5 goo, allowing Fan Yuan to use moving perspective cup goo and send it into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After sending the Stargate goo into the Blessed Land, the moving perspective cup goo was already badly damaged, full of cracks and on the verge of breaking. At this level, it could still be used one last time. Fan Yuan stored this cup in his aperture, not using it again. He started to wait. The moving perspective cup goo was refined by him, and had his own will. But he had already lent it to Little Hu Immortal, thus Little Hu Immortal could also use it. The previous few times he had used moving perspective cup goo. This was because the time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was several times faster than in Northern Plains. If Little Hu Immortal rashly activated it, Fan Yuan's side might not be ready yet. Huff, it is up to Little Hu Immortal now. If she fails, then she will send another set of moving perspective cup goo for the last time. I hope she succeeds. Before Fan Yuan left, he had only refined one set of moving perspective cup goo. But before he left, he told Little Hu Immortal. During this period, Little Hu Immortal and Crane Gate made several transactions, exchanging for many goo refinement materials, and had already refined the second set of moving perspective cup goo. Time was getting harder to bear. Be it connecting heaven goo or divine sense goo, they were both rank 5 goo, and consumed a lot of primeval essence. Even a rank 5 peak stage goo master would only need a few breaths of time. Thus, only goo immortals or land spirits could consume immortal essence to use them. As for why he did not use moving perspective cup goo in Langya Blessed Land, that was because Fan Yuan did not want to expose the goo worm. Once it was exposed, the land spirit of Langya might demand the corresponding recipe. Time passed by minute, but in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the time flow was several times faster. The night wind was cold, causing Fan Yuan to feel uneasy. He stood up from the ground and started to pace. The night sky was filled with stars, and there was ample starlight. The Stargate goo in Fan Yuan's hand did not move at all. Am I going to fail? That cluster of starlight firefly goo in jewel yellow skies was bought by someone else? As time passed, Fan Yuan's heart sank. He stopped pacing, and stood on the grass with his hands behind his back. Looking afar, Crescent Lake rippled with light. It was tranquil. The wolves around him were either standing or crouching, with different expressions. He could not help but think of the time when he caught the liquor worm on Qingmao Mountain. He laughed in spite of himself, no longer worrying about his gains and losses, and his gaze became clear again. All the worries, all the pressure, all the impatience, all the worries, all dissipated like the wind. He looked up at the night sky, and let out all the turbid air in his chest, suddenly feeling that his current life was so beautiful, putting everything into the highest pursuit of his life, with no distractions and no regrets. His heart was clear, like a mirror that was not tainted by dust, like this crescent lake that was bright and tranquil. Ever since rebirth on Qingmao Mountain, he had been racking his brains, and now he had an epiphany. This epiphany could not be explained clearly, but it lingered in his heart, eventually turning into a sentence. Tonight's starry sky is really beautiful. This was a heartfelt emotion. Saying this, Fan Yuan's whole body relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he felt like he was floating in the air. His aura also seemed to have changed. The original dark dove aura disappeared, turning into a fresh and cheerful aura. His originally dark and deep eyes were now shining with a clear light, like a newborn, or like the stars. The Stargate goo in his hand started to vibrate, the vibration increasing. Fan Yuan let go of his hand. The sapphire-like Stargate goo slowly flew into the air. It attracted a large amount of starlight, and condensed it. The scene was brilliant like a dream, elegant like a fantasy. A moment later, the starlight formed into a huge circular door. The Stargate goo was finally successful. Fan Yuan looked at it quietly, his lips curled into a smile, showing happiness, but his eyes were calm. He calmly stepped into the Stargate, the starlight in front of him converging into a whirlpool, bringing his body along. After more than 10 breaths of time, he walked out of the Stargate, and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, you are finally back! Little Hu Immortal was extremely happy, jumping into his embrace. Fan Yuan chuckled, rubbing the land spirit's head. Yes, I'm back, he said lightly. Chapter 471. After several months, Fan Yuan finally entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Little Hu Immortal Land spirit was very happy. Because the time flow in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was 5 times faster than the outside world. Fan Yuan had spent several months in Northern Plains, but to her, it had been more than a year. Fan Yuan first inspected the Stargate behind him. This Stargate was even smaller than the one in Northern Plains. It was only the height of a person, barely allowing Fan Yuan to enter and exit. The one in Northern Plains Crescent Lake was huge, tens of feet tall and wide. Stargate goo is not separated into mother and child, it consumes too much primeval essence, even a rank 5 peak stage goo master cannot sustain it for 3 breaths of time. Only immortal essence can sustain it for a long time. Little Hu Immortal activates one, and I activate the other one in my hand, so I do not need to expend primeval essence. However, the activation of Stargate goo not only requires immortal essence, but also large amounts of starlight to condense into a door. Northern Plains is one of the 5 regions, it is filled with stars and starlight. But here in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the starlight is too weak, and the starlight comes from a group of starlight firefly goo. Fan Yuan thought to himself as he looked at the group of starlight firefly goo flying in the air. Starlight firefly goo was a rank 3 goo. It was small and looked like a normal firefly. But what they emitted was true blue starlight. This group of starlight firefly goo originally had over 500. But because of the activation of Stargate goo, 32 had died. And to maintain Stargate goo, one would die in 3 breaths of time. Over 500 starlight firefly goo might seem like a lot, but they could not maintain the Stargate for long. Thus, Fan Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal to stop activating the Stargate goo. The Stargate dissipated, turning back into an oval-shaped blue gem. Little Hu Immortal stretched out her dainty hand and beckoned this precious Stargate goo into her hand. Master, for you. Little Hu Immortal held the Stargate goo with both hands, raising her head and opening her big watery eyes, handing the Stargate goo to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan rubbed her little fox ears, smiling warmly. I will leave it with you, take good care of it. In the future, if I need it, I will send a message to you through moving cup exchange goo. Yes, Master. I will take good care of it. Little Hu Immortal solemnly placed the Stargate goo into a small pocket on her clothes, patting the pocket. As for the Stargate goo in Northern Plains, it was on the ground, guarded by the myriad wolves. Master, there are 2 more immortal yuan stone here. I listened to your instructions and used the immortal goo's recipe to buy the starlight firefly goo. Little Hu Immortal presented the treasure again. Ordinary yuan stone was the size of a duck egg, and was an oval-shaped gray-white stone. The immortal essence stone was also the size of a duck egg, but it was not oval in shape. Instead, it was the shape of a pearl. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent like a crystal, yet it also had a jade-like luster. If primeval stones were mortals, then immortal essence stones were Gu immortals. Immortal Yuan stone. An immortal Yuan stone was, and could. Yuan stones. In. Immortal Yuan stones. Mortal. Gu world, immortal Yuan stones. In. Yuan stones. In. Fan Yuan sighed with a smile. These two immortal Yuan stones were extremely valuable, even 200 million Yuan stones could not be exchanged for them. These two immortal meta stones were extremely valuable. Even 200 million immortal meta stones couldn't be exchanged for them. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fan Yuan only had 60 or so immortal essence stones in his possession. Fan Yuan put away the immortal Yuan stones. Alright, let's return to Danghun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal happily agreed, then grabbed Fan Yuan's hand and teleported to Danghun Palace. Quickly activate Connecting Heaven Gu, Fan Yuan ordered. He was not at ease leaving the other Stargate Gu in Northern Plains. Fan Yuan had to make good use of his time and settle Hu Immortal Blessed Lands matters. Little Hu Immortal quickly activated Connecting Heaven Gu. Whole Earth Gu was connected to the Blessed Land. Once it was planted, it could not be changed. Similarly, Connecting Heaven Gu could only connect to one Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan's Connecting Heaven Gu was connected to Jewel Yellow Skies. It could not be changed anymore. Little Hu Immortal expended a bit of immortal essence. The entire body Gu turned into a boundless round mirror that was embedded in the air. In the round mirror, the scene of Jewel Yellow Skies was displayed. This Grotto Heaven was empty, with a yellow light that resembled a lemon. There were no mountains, plants, or beast groups like ordinary Grotto Heavens. Above the Blessed Land was the Grotto Heaven. The most famous Grotto Heaven was recorded in the legends of Renzu. It was the famous immemorial Nine Heavens. Verdant Great Sun refined fixed immortal travel Gu and flew to the Nine Heavens. In the azure sky, he plucked a jade bamboo in the jade sky. In the blue sky, he collected the 8-pointed diamonds and the starlight fragments. The immemorial Nine Heavens were White Heaven, Red Heaven, Orange Heaven, Yellow Heaven, Green Heaven, Azure Heaven, Blue Heaven, Purple Heaven, and Black Heaven. But later Renzu's sun wreaked havoc in the world. Red, Orange, Yellow, Green, Azure, Blue, and Purple Heavens were destroyed one after another, until now, only White Heaven and Black Heaven were left. The origin of Jewel Yellow Skies was related to Yellow Heaven of the immemorial Nine Heavens. During the medieval antiquity era, there was a rank 8 Gu immortal known as Taoist Many Treasures who unexpectedly obtained a fragment of Yellow Heaven. After he fused it into his Grotto Heaven, it formed Jewel Yellow Skies. Jewel Yellow Skies was a very special Grotto Heaven. It was completely empty. There were no mountains, rivers, trees, birds, beasts, insects, or fish, only treasures. Jewel Yellow Skies had a rank 8 immortal Gu, Treasure Light Gu. Rank 1 to rank 3 Treasure Light Gu were very common. Rank 4 and 5 Treasure Light Gu were usually only possessed by large forces. There was only one Treasure Light Immortal Gu above rank 5, and it was in Jewel Yellow Skies. Treasure Light Gu was used to test the value of items. The higher the value of the item, the brighter the treasure light that would appear. In Shang Clan City, the treasure light on both sides would be tested during the battle, to evaluate the value of the Gu Master's Gu Worms, and from there, to estimate the Gu Master's battle strength. Treasure Light Gu's main use was not only to appraise, it could also be used to search for treasures. Treasure Light Gu's detection range was very small. It often needed to be paired with other Gu Worms to expand its detection range. Back then, Taoist Many Treasures used the immortal Gu Treasure Light to find countless treasures. As time passed, the name Many Treasures came into being. Little Hu Immortal continued to activate Connecting Heaven Gu. The mirror's surface kept changing, showing the images of all kinds of items. Gu worms, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, mineral veins, soil, water, wine, and all kinds of resources were sold. Suddenly the image froze, showing a group of starlight firefly Gu. Master, it is that Star Lord Wan Xiang who sold it. Little Hu Immortal said to Fan Yuan after using Divine Sense Gu to communicate. Starlight Firefly goo cannot reproduce. I need large numbers of ordinary starlight fireflies. Ask him the price. Fan Yuan nodded and said. Little Hu Immortal said a few words, before turning to Fan Yuan and reporting. Master, Star Lord Wan Xiang said he is not selling. Fan Yuan was not disappointed, instead he laughed. He, there is nothing in this world that cannot be sold. Those who are not selling are usually those who do not have high profits and are not tempted. Saying so, he wrote down the immortal goo remnant recipes in his memory on several pieces of cowhide, before throwing them into connecting heaven goo. These cowhide were very ordinary, but because they recorded the immortal goo remnant recipes, they were priceless. After entering jewel yellow skies through connecting heaven goo, each piece of cowhide shone with 10 to 10 feet treasure light. These treasure lights were of all colors, beautiful purple and red. It was very beautiful. Tell him, the price can be discussed. Fan Yuan laughed heartily and said to Little Hu Immortal. He was not afraid that Star Lord Wan Xiang would not be tempted. The temptation of immortal goo to goo immortals was incomparably huge. Although these were remnant recipes, even so, they were still goods in high demand. Among the older generation goo immortals who had cultivated for many years, which one of them did not have dozens of goo immortal remnant recipes? But these remnant recipes were usually not sold. When the remnant recipes of the same immortal goo were combined, the correct recipe would be deduced. After refining the immortal goo according to these recipes, others would not be able to obtain them. Because of this, immortal goo remnant recipes were rarely traded. Even if there were, they were only exchanging remnant recipes for remnant recipes. Earlier, Fan Yuan used the most incomplete recipe in his memory. The treasure light was only 3 feet, and he exchanged it with Star Lord Wan Xiang for a lump of starlight firefly goo. At the same time, Star Lord Wan Xiang also gave Fan Yuan 2 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Now that there were so many recipes, the treasure light was at least 3 feet. Star Lord Wan Xiang could not help but be moved. After these remnant recipes were thrown in, they immediately attracted the attention of countless people in jewel yellow skies. A large number of divine senses surged in. Little Hu Immortal used divine sense goo to receive the information until her face turned pale. Master, many goo immortals sent their divine senses asking us how much these remnant recipes are for sale. Fan Yuan laughed. Send your divine sense over and tell them, these remnant recipes are for sale, but they have to come one by one. First, we need at least 100,000 starlight fireflies. Little Hu Immortal sent her divine sense over, and immediately, a female goo immortal called Fairy Yao Guang called out, saying that she had nurtured many starlight fireflies in her blessed land and was willing to exchange them. Fan Yuan chuckled. Sure enough, Star Lord Wan Xiang could not sit still and changed his attitude. Soon after, a third goo immortal called Di Yuan said he had starlight fireflies. Fan Yuan waited for a while, but no goo immortal spoke up. He could not help but sigh. These starlight fireflies are worthy of being immemorial worms. They are already so weak after being in this world. With a competitor, everything would be easy. Fan Yuan calmly sat on the fishing platform, letting the 3 parties bid. This was a blatant scheme, but which goo immortal was a fool? The 3 did not compete viciously. Instead, they negotiated and each offered over 33,000 starlight fireflies. These 3 groups of starlight fireflies entered connecting heaven goo, each shining with a treasure light. Among them, Fairy Yao Guang's group had the weakest treasure light, only 18 feet. Di Yuan's group, however, had a treasure light of 20 feet. Star Lord Wan Xiang's treasure light was the strongest, 23 feet. This was because there were many starlight firefly goo in his group. It seems this Star Lord Wan Xiang has nurtured a large number of starlight firefly groups. I remember now, after Stargate goo appeared, Star Lord Wan Xiang sold starlight firefly goo and earned a large number of immortal yuan stone. Fan Yuan suddenly recalled a piece of information. 500 years of memories were too much. Fan Yuan could not remember many details clearly. Now that he saw this, his blurry memories became clearer. After Stargate goo appeared, the price of starlight firefly goo also rose. In the future, Jewel Yellow Skies did not even sell Starlight Firefly groups. They only sold Starlight Firefly goo. Goo could not reproduce, only ordinary insect groups had this ability. Immediately, Fan Yuan used 3 recipes and obtained 100,000 Starlight Fireflies. As long as he nurtured them slowly, Fan Yuan would not need to spend a large amount of money to purchase Starlight Firefly goo, he could produce them for his own use. Chapter 472. Although he bought 100,000 Starlight Fireflies, the transaction was far from over. Fan Yuan still needed to solve the feeding problem of these insects. Starlight Fireflies feed on star fragment grass. I have a large amount of star fragment grass seeds here. I can sell them to you. Star-Lord Wan Xiang was the first to transmit his divine sense. I need the grass seeds, but also your cultivation experience. Let's see how strong the treasure light is first. Fan Yuan transmitted his divine sense to Star-Lord Wan Xiang, Fairy Yao Guang and Di Yuan through Little Hu Immortal. Soon, 3 documents entered Jewel Yellow Skies, shining with all kinds of treasure lights. This time, it was not Star-Lord Wan Xiang, but Fairy Yao Guang's document, shining with the brightest treasure light, reaching 6 feet. I love planting grass the most. The Starlight Fireflies are a small group that moved here for the reproduction of star fragment grass. Choose my document. I will not let you suffer a loss. Fairy Yao Guang transmitted. Fan Yuan pondered. He had already forgotten about it. After all, he did not use it in his previous life, nor did he need Stargate goo. But now, with the reminder from Land Spirit of Langia, connecting Heaven goo, Star-Lord Wan Xiang and the others, his memory regarding this goo was becoming clearer. In his memory, once Stargate goo appeared, everything related to Starlight Firefly goo became a secret. No one would sell it. Land Spirit of Langia obtained Stargate goo's recipe. It might refine it into Stargate goo and sell it in Jewel Yellow Skies. Once Stargate goo is placed in Jewel Yellow Skies, it would be extremely difficult to obtain these secrets. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan made a decision, letting Little Hu Immortal transmit his divine sense. I want all 3 of your documents. I will use Immortal Yuan Stone to settle the transaction. Immortal Yuan Stone's purchasing power was very high. 1 Immortal Yuan Stone was divided into 3 parts. Each of the documents was bought, leaving 1/4 of the stone. Fan Yuan opened the 3 documents, and saw many matters written on them. Star fragment grass can only be grown in the sky, on clouds. Thus, we often use high-quality cloud soil to plant it. Star fragment grass likes yin and hates yang. Too much sunlight will kill star fragment grass. But it cannot lack light completely, the amount needed is about. If starlight fireflies live in star fragment grass and help to spread seeds, it will spread faster and grow better. Among the 3 documents, Di Yuan's was the simplest and most reliable, Star-Lord Wan Xiang's was the most innovative, and Fairy Yao Guang's was the most detailed. Fan Yuan used their strengths to make up for his weaknesses, and quickly memorized everything, becoming an expert in cultivating star fragment grass. He laughed in his heart. With these, I can become the biggest Starlight Firefly goo seller in the future. When Stargate goo becomes popular, I will make. It's time to buy wine. Fan Yuan could not forget about the top-quality wine. He had already collected 3 top-quality wines, and only 1 was left. Goo, he, and goo was it. It was mainly used by goo immortals to refine goo. It was also used as a good beverage to enjoy life. But just as Fan Yuan was about to buy the goo, the whole of Jewel Yellow Skies went into an uproar. Countless divine senses surged. Immortal goo. Someone is selling an immortal goo. Little Hu Immortal shouted. The mirror flashed and an immortal goo's image appeared. Divine travel goo. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk. This immortal goo being sold was the divine travel goo he needed. Someone was a step ahead of him and snatched the rights to divine travel goo. I was still a step too late. Fan Yuan was dazed for a moment before laughing lightly. He needed divine travel goo to refine second aperture goo. But in 3 Kings Blessed Land, the situation forced him to refine divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. According to the legends of Rinzu, one needed to drink 4 types of top-quality wine to obtain divine travel goo. Fan Yuan had been collecting good wine, but now, someone was a step ahead of him. Without the divine travel goo, the second aperture goo is only 1 step away from completion. Fortunately, I still have decades of time. Speaking of which, it was because I was too high profile when I refined goo on Sancha Mountain that everyone in southern border knew about it. So it is not strange that someone was a step ahead of me. Fan Yuan shrugged his shoulders. He had already expected this. The process of him using divine travel goo to refine fixed immortal travel goo was witnessed by many goo masters. This matter would definitely cause a huge commotion. Southern Border's goo immortals were not fools. How could they not take action? It was just that Fan Yuan had placed his hopes on the infighting between goo immortals, thus he had been working hard to collect them. There were always some things in a person's life, even though there was not much hope, they would not regret it if they worked hard. If they did not work hard, they would not even have a sliver of hope. The matters of the world are often unsatisfactory. I am already used to it. But since the other party put this divine travel goo in, it means they have the intention to sell it. Let's take a look first. Fan Yuan was indifferent and did not worry about personal gains and losses. His mind was also calm. Even though Jewel Yellow Skies was the largest trading market for goo immortals, there were very few transactions involving immortal goo. The number of immortal goo transactions in history could be counted on one hand, and most of them were settled by goo immortals first before using Jewel Yellow Skies as the intermediary, using the treasure light to verify the authenticity and ensure the safety of the transaction. Most of these transactions were immortal goo exchanging for immortal goo. But the goo immortal who sold divine travel goo, Old Man Inkstone, had an unusual request. I want to use this divine travel goo to exchange for second aperture goo's recipe. The information contained in this request was too huge, it attracted a lot of attention. In Jewel Yellow Skies, the divine senses of all the goo immortals were fluctuating, interacting with each other. Divine travel goo. To think I could see this legendary goo worm today. Although it is an immortal goo, divine travel goo's effect is too random. Back then, even Rinzu Crown Prince was in danger because of it. It is even more dangerous for us puny goo immortals. But divine travel goo is after all an immortal goo. With it on me, if I have nowhere to go, I can take a gamble when I am in a desperate situation. Rather than discussing divine travel goo, I want to know second aperture goo's recipe more. That's right, I have heard of second aperture goo long ago, but to think there really is such a goo recipe? Second aperture. Mortals still can't understand the value of this. But for goo immortals, who wouldn't be moved? Fan Yuan had already stood up from his seat, concentrating on connecting heaven goo in the air. He had second aperture goo's recipe in his hands, he only needed a thought to exchange for this goo. But this Old Man Inkstone who sold divine travel goo is probably targeting me. He directly asked for second aperture goo's recipe, and the timing to sell divine travel goo was neither early nor late. He chose the time when I was doing the transaction. Amazing. This goo immortal's path was likely immemorial wisdom path. He was skilled in deductions and deductions. Right now, I am activating connecting heaven goo and doing business in Jewel Yellow Skies. He has already deduced it. Wisdom path was an extremely mysterious path among goo masters. It had existed since the primordial era, and it had been passed down until now. Their numbers had always been very low. The founder of Wisdom Path was the immemorial Antiquity era star constellation Immortal Venerable, the second-generation master of the Celestial Court. She had lived for 19,000 years, the second oldest among rank 9 goo immortals. Before her death, star constellation Immortal Venerable deduced everything that would happen in the next 3 million years. She calculated that after his death, the Celestial Court would be without a ruler for a long time. The universe would be in turmoil and 3 demon lords would appear. Thus, she set up 3 traps specifically to deal with the 3 demon lords. He also instructed his descendants to act accordingly, ensuring the peace of the Celestial Court for 300 years. After her death, heaven and earth indeed shook, eras changed, 3 great eras appeared, and 3 demon lords appeared one after another. The 3 demon lords were invincible in their respective eras. They attacked the celestial court, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements, and failed at the last moment. The celestial court thus remained standing. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Old Man Inkstone. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes as he muttered. It was not a good thing to be noticed by a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals knew about heaven's secrets. They were most skilled at making arrangements and schemes. They often tricked people without leaving any traces, and plotted against people without batting an eyelid. They were the most difficult type of enemy to deal with. My limelight in the southern border is really too great. I attracted the attention of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. In this life, I advanced bravely, taking risks and sprinting along the cliff. I was too fast, even with my mortal body. I attracted the attention of a Gu Immortal. This situation was like an ant attracting the attention of an elephant. At once, Fan Yuan seemed to see a pair of eyes filled with wisdom and schemes staring at him through connecting heaven Gu. The air was filled with a formless pressure. But Fan Yuan's current state of mind was different. He raised his head and laughed heartily, dispelling the pressure in his heart. Good, with a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal scheming, it is no doubt more interesting. Just a mere divine travel Gu, just a mere second aperture Gu, how can they entice me? The 500 years of experience in his previous life had nurtured an intuition towards hidden dangers. Fan Yuan had a vague feeling that this divine travel Gu was highly likely to be the bait thrown by Old Man Inkstone. Although immortal Gu are good, I vow to live forever. These so-called immortal Gu are only tools for my cultivation. At the same time, southern border, life and death blessed land. An old man wearing a black robe, emitting the eerie aura of a rank 7 Gu Immortal, was quietly sitting cross-legged on a cushion. His face was full of wrinkles, his eyes were pitch black without any white in them. He stared at the connecting heaven Gu in the air, sensing the countless divine senses in the jewel-yellow skies, expressionless and motionless. It was Old Man Inkstone. In front of the old man, killer ghost Dr. Chojio was kneeling. He looked at connecting heaven Gu for a while, his expression disappointed. Supreme Master, it seems that Fan Yuan did not take the bait. Old Man Yenshur faintly smiled, not showing the slightest bit of anger. This little fish is indeed a bit interesting. He is able to give up and abandon, he is just a mortal, but his spirit surpasses most Gu Immortals. But he is too daring, he actually turned you into his slave, offending our shadow sect. This is courting death. Chojio quickly kowtowed. Thanks to the return of Supreme Master, Grand Disciple was able to avoid the miserable fate of being enslaved. Old Man Inkstone nodded. Little Grand Disciple, I have already done something to the slavery Gu in your body. I have calculated that Fan Yuan will definitely participate in the righteous demonic battle on Etian Mountain. At that time, you can be a spy beside him and wait for an opportunity. Yes, Supreme Master. You can leave, call your junior sister Bai Ningbing over. Chapter 473. An immortal Gu floated in the air, emitting a beautiful light. The lemon-colored light enveloped Bai Ningbing's entire body and entered her aperture. The walls of her aperture were already covered with yellow-green light vines, densely attached to them. A moment later, Old Man Inkstone took a deep breath and stored the immortal Gu back into his aperture. Alright, your aperture has been activated by my everlasting Gu. It can protect you for 3 months. According to your cultivation speed, you will need to come to me 3 months later to reinforce your aperture. So many days had passed since the battle at Sancha Mountain. Bai Ningbing's aptitude had been restored to 100%, returning to the northern dark eye soul physique, one of the 10 ultimate techniques. 100% primeval essence brought great pressure to the aperture. If not for Old Man Inkstone using the everlasting Gu to strengthen his aperture, Bai Ningbing would not have survived until now. Although Elder Inkstone had saved her life, Bai Ningbing did not show any sincere gratitude. Instead, she just stood there with a straight back and a frosty expression. After Old Man Inkstone removed the immortal Gu, she opened her blue eyes. Her gaze was cold, and her expression indifferent. She was no longer an ignorant child who had just come out into the world. By Fan Yuan's side, she learned many things. Elder Inkstone had approached her through Cho Jio. It was obvious that he wanted to make use of her. Her joining the Shadow Sect was just a transaction at best. Elder Inkstone's attitude was very gentle. He smiled faintly and said, "Bai Ningbing, as long as you sincerely submit to the Shadow Sect and make a new Oath of the Sea, I will be able to help you. I'll make a move and turn you into a man." "Humph, there's no need. You help me suppress my aperture and I will temporarily join the Shadow Sect to help you deal with Fan Yuan and obtain the fixed immortal travel from him. This is a fair deal. It's better for me to take back my manly body myself. Only then will it be exciting enough. How could I, Bai Ningbing, rely on others for protection?" After saying this, Bai Ningbing turned and left. It wasn't until they walked out of the secret room that Bai Ningbing's cold face finally loosened. Her brows furrowed and her gaze turned cold. She did not like this rank 7 wisdom path Gu Immortal Inkstone. She felt that he had an ulterior motive. Although the other party was a Gu Immortal, Bai Ningbing was not afraid of death. A person who was not afraid of death, why would he fear Gu Immortals? However, the other party's goal was the same as hers. They both wanted to deal with Fan Yuan, so Bai Ningbing agreed to the deal and temporarily joined the Shadow Sect. Fan Yuan. With this thought, Bai Ningbing could not help but recall the situation at the Three Kings' Paradise. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan flew in defiance of heaven, refining an immortal Gu with a mortal body. After that, the Three Kings' blessed land collapsed. Everyone was in chaos as they escaped from San Cha Mountain. The winds of assimilation blew and eventually leveled the entire San Cha Mountain to the ground. The name of Little Beast King was mentioned by tens of thousands of people. Very quickly it spread like wildfire in the southern border. Fan Yuan went missing, and the Gu Immortal's orders were sent to all the forces. Bai Ningbing, who was traveling with him, naturally became the target of all the forces. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, they all wanted to capture her. If not for Wei Yang's loyalty and intentionally letting Bai Ningbing go, and meeting Cho Jio when she was on the verge of death, Bai Ningbing would have already become a prisoner. After Cho Jio healed her injuries, he proposed to her to join the Shadow Sect and deal with Fan Yuan together. Bai Ningbing's scheme against Fan Yuan failed, and was even more convinced that Fan Yuan had a prophecy and deduction Gu. When she heard that Cho Jio had a wisdom path Gu Immortal who could also make deductions, she could not help but be moved. Although she was not afraid of death, she was not resigned to losing her life and letting Fan Yuan live. It was truly a huge failure in life. It was not exciting at all. Thus, she agreed to Cho Jio and temporarily became a member of the Shadow Sect. Together with Old Man Inkstone and Cho Jio, they used the Immortal Gu Seoth Gu to set an agreement. Once they killed Fan Yuan, she would leave and regain her freedom. At the same time, the entire Shadow Sect could not deal with her directly or indirectly. When Bai Ningbing's figure disappeared, Old Man Inkstone's expression slowly turned gloomy. Bai Ningbing had a demonic nature. Even a wisdom path Gu Immortal like Old Man Inkstone found it hard to control her. "This child is lawless. He was only forced by the situation to ally with me. He is not someone who will stay under others for long." Old Man Inkstone's gaze was extremely deep. "But it is not a problem. I have planned for so many years for the sake of eternal life. Why would I be afraid of this small fish?" "Humph!" Old Man Inkstone snorted coldly, and looked at the connecting heaven Gu's mirror. Right at this time, a divine sense was transmitted to him. "I have the second aperture Gu's recipe here. Exchange it for your divine travel Gu." The owner of the divine sense called himself Old Immortal Langya. He. Old Man Inkstone laughed loudly. The fish had taken the bait. Who said his bait was only for Fan Yuan? Fan Yuan was only a small fish. Land spirit of Langya was the real big fish. Langya blessed land, legend has it that there are countless recipes stored here. From a grotto heaven to a blessed land, it can be said to be the #1 blessed land in the world. More importantly, there are many immortal Gus stored here. Heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus is the first. I must obtain it. Old Man Inkstone's eyes shone with an incomparably hot light, filled with greed and desire. He had started planning a long time ago. Even the second aperture goo in Land Spirit of Langia's hands was secretly arranged by him, purposely falling into the Land Spirit's hands. With Land Spirit of Langia's love for collecting recipes and refining goo worms, he would definitely refine second aperture goo. Now, it is the opportunity one have been waiting for. Old Man Inkstone sneered as he transmitted his divine sense, agreeing to Land Spirit of Langia's exchange in jewel yellow skies. Divine travel goo fell out of the mirror. Even with many goo worms amplifying the effect of connecting heaven goo, it still caused it to be full of cracks and completely destroyed after a few breaths of time. Land Spirit of Langia did not care about this connecting heaven goo. There were still several connecting heaven goo left in the blessed land. Land Spirit looked at the divine travel goo in his hands with a fiery gaze, laughing loudly. I have wanted to refine second aperture goo for a long time. Haha, this is great! He immediately took out another connecting heaven goo and communicated with jewel yellow skies, starting to search for goo refinement materials without restraint. Hee, you have fallen into my trap! Through connecting heaven goo, Old Man Inkstone saw this scene and laughed heartily. Regarding immortal goo, this heavy transaction naturally attracted the attention of many goo immortals. Fan Yuan had also been paying attention to it. Who bought divine travel goo? Fan Yuan's gaze flickered as he immediately asked Little Who Immortal. It was old immortal Langia. Little Who Immortal replied crisply. Land Spirit of Langia, huh? Just as I expected. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes, concentrating on connecting heaven goo. After a while, he sensed that Land Spirit of Langia had started to wantonly buy goo refinement materials. His eyes flickered with cold light. Humph! So many goo immortals selling precious goo refinement materials at the same time, and especially selling them to Land Spirit of Langia, this is clearly a trap. Although land spirits have intelligence, their obsession is deeper and can be easily used by goo immortals. Wait a moment. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Metal Path Goo Immortal Tai Jiazi selling goo refinement materials, Soul Path Goo Immortal Wang Gan Yang, Wood Path Goo Immortal Fairy Tan Xiang, Enslavement Path Goo Immortal Great Immortal Shui Xiong. These names were very familiar. Weren't they the goo immortals who participated in the second wave of attacks against Langia Blessed Land? At once, Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with bright light. He realized a huge conspiracy that was buried in history and unknown to others. So that's it. In the 500 years of my previous life, Langia Blessed Land withstood 7 waves of attacks before finally falling. So there was a mastermind manipulating this from behind the scenes, plotting against us all along. Earlier, Fan Yuan was only a spectator, but now that he was involved, he discovered the truth. This Old Man Inkstone is selling divine travel goo not only for himself, but also for Langia Blessed Land. 7 waves of attacks, how many times did he organize? If he is a southern border goo immortal, then why are these northern plains goo immortals listening to his orders? Is he simply making use of them, or directly ordering them? There was no doubt that the Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Old Man Inkstone was part of an organization. An organized goo immortal, just this information gave off a formless pressure. Fan Yuan still did not know that this organization was the shadow sect that he had heard of before. But this did not hinder him from guessing the strength and mysteriousness of this organization. An organization that could span between southern border and northern plains, how huge would it be? But Fan Yuan had never heard of such an organization, he had never heard of it in the 500 years of his previous life. How mysterious was such an organization? Of course, all these speculations are based on the fact that Old Man Inkstone is a southern border goo immortal. Maybe I just happened to be here. Thinking about it, could the first wave of attacks also have been arranged by Old Man Inkstone? Were the remaining waves of attacks also his handiwork? At least, the 7th wave of attacks was made by Celestial Court. It was definitely not Old Man Inkstone's doing. Fan Yuan was certain of this. Celestial Court was high and mighty, it originated from Central Continent, and had a strong foundation. It was not something that Southern Borders Earth Immortals could interfere with. Among the 5 regions, the largest goo immortal organization, since ancient times, was Celestial Court. Celestial Court's strength was suffocating. Only rank 8 and rank 9 goo immortals could enter it. This could be determined from the results. After Celestial Court made a move, they took away all the recipes in Langya Blessed Land. In my previous life, where was Old Manningstone at that time? Old Manningstone, this was a mysterious person hidden in the depths of history. Behind him, there was an extremely mysterious organization that spanned across at least northern plains and southern border. Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, mysterious organization, Celestial Court, the road to eternal life is truly filled with dangers. When I get rid of these obstacles one by one, how carefree will it be? The more difficulties there were, the more enemies there were, the higher Fan Yuan's fighting spirit soared. The path he walked on, from the start, was destined to be lonely, destined to be enemies with the world. Celestial Court and mysterious organization, they were like 2 giant beasts that occupied this path. At the same time, this dark path was filled with thorny traps, full of schemes and plots. This was an extremely difficult path. It seemed that since ancient times, no one had reached the end. And Fan Yuan was fighting alone. This was his expedition, his holy war alone. The source of all the motivation was the simplest, the most greedy, the most disdainful, and the most incomprehensible dream. Regarding eternal life, it seemed to be an unrealistic dream. Whether he could succeed or not, Fan Yuan had never considered it. He only knew that even if he failed and died, he would not feel any regret. Today, through a transaction, he had discovered a shadow vortex that was originally hidden. Next, he looked at his own path. It was extremely dark, extremely dangerous. Almost every step was a dead end. Since there is no path, I will create one myself. Fan Yuan smiled. His gaze was filled with divine light as he cleared his chaotic thoughts, looking at connecting heaven goo again. Chapter 474. Relic goo could directly increase the aperture's foundation and raise a goo master's realm. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were bronze, red iron, silver, gold and purple crystal relic goo. Relic goo were mortal goo. There were no rank 6 and above immortal goo. Among them, bronze, red iron and silver relic goo circulated in large numbers in the mortal world. But for yellow gold relic goo and purple crystal relic goo, because they could directly affect the battle strength of rank 4 and 5 goo masters, and indirectly affect the power structure of a force, they were strictly restricted by all the large organizations and rarely circulated in the market. But in jewel yellow skies there were yellow gold relic goo and purple crystal relic goo. No matter how many purple crystal relic goo a goo immortal used, it would not increase their cultivation. But purple crystal relic goo were still very few in number. Because yellow gold and purple crystal relic goo, other than increasing cultivation, were also used in large numbers to refine immortal goo. They had an important catalytic effect in immortal goo recipes. Other than refining goo, if a goo immortal had descendants, they would collect many relic goo for their descendants or clan to use. Thus, in jewel yellow skies, rank 1 to 3 relic goo were sold in batches, rank 4 yellow gold relic goo were few, and purple crystal relic goo were even fewer. Yellow gold and purple crystal relic goo were widely used in immortal goo recipes. Fan Yuan had used them to refine spring autumn cicada and second aperture goo. The blood deity immortal goo remnant recipe he mentioned also needed large numbers of relic goo. But when it came to immortal goo, the price would always be high. But this situation was much better than the mortal world's restrictions. Fan Yuan immediately bought 3 purple crystal relic goo, and spent a lot of money to buy an immediate success goo. This goo was much more expensive than purple crystal relic goo, and could increase the success rate of goo refinement. Next, Fan Yuan bought large numbers of low-rank goo and goo refinement materials, preparing to refine rank 5 breath concealment goo and so on. Although jewel yellow skies could detect treasure light, just by looking at the height of the treasure light, it could not tell if the goo worm had been tampered with. Therefore, it wasn't very safe, so Fan Yuan decided to try his best to refine it himself. After selling all the remnant prescriptions in his hands and purchasing a large amount of resources, and deducting the administrative fees for jewel yellow skies, Fan Yuan had a total of 28 pieces of celestial yuan stone in his hands. Of course, these immortal goo remnant recipes could be repeatedly sold, but the corresponding treasure light would continue to decrease. The treasure light would only return after a certain period of time. The transaction in jewel yellow skies first depended on the treasure light. The stronger the treasure light, the higher the price. The decrease in the glow of the treasure represented a decrease in the selling price. After all, the more people knew about an incomplete recipe, the lower its value would be. If he continued to sell them, Fan Yuan's profits would decrease. The goo immortals who bought them earlier would feel that they were making a loss. Delaying the sale for a period of time was beneficial to both the buyer and the seller. The seller's price remained the same, but the buyer had gained a lot of precious time to research the remnant recipe. After all, immortal goo were unique. In this way, the most precious recipes I have are the spring-autumn cicada, second aperture goo, and blood deity's remnant recipe. The other remnant recipes will be sold again. Of course, it will take at least a few months. This time was naturally referring to the 5 regions' time. As for other recipes, like refining fixed immortal travel from divine travel, everyone knew about them. If they were placed in jewel yellow skies, there would not be a single inch of treasure light. Rockmen, I still need to supply Crane Gate as much as possible. This is also to prevent Crane Gate from finding any clues, to ease the conflict and delay as much as possible. Now that Danghun Mountain was dying, the production of guts goo was getting lower and lower. Every transaction caused the Rockman's numbers to decrease greatly. Crane Gate's patience was also wearing thin. There would be a battle sooner or later. Fan Yuan could only delay as much as possible. Fortunately, they will only think that I am trapped in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and think that I am a trapped turtle. They would never have expected that I would go to Northern Plains and even return. Even that old man Inkstone would not expect this. Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were good at deductions, but they did not make baseless guesses. Instead, they used all the clues and traces to trace back to the source and make deductions. Fan Yuan's core goo was spring-autumn cicada. Its greatest advantage was rebirth. In his 500 years of memories, Stargate goo, moving perspective cup goo and others were goo worms that were ahead of the 5 regions by an era. I cannot sell remnant recipes for now. Rockmen can only supply Crane Gate, but I still have something to sell. Fan Yuan had a plan. This item was none other than soil. The soil in jewel yellow skies was a rare item. For example, cloud soil, rotten soil, salt soil, and so on. Many blessed lands produced soil and sold it to jewel yellow skies to exchange with other goo masters. The soil that Fan Yuan sold was naturally not ordinary. It was gruel mud. Back then, when the earthly calamity descended, Danghun Mountain was plotted against and was contaminated by gruel mud immortal goo's power. The whole mountain gradually turned into mud. But in this world, fortune and disaster were interdependent. The mud that Danghun Mountain turned into had the power of gruel mud immortal goo. In the eyes of some goo immortals, this was an essential material to refine gruel mud immortal goo. Sure enough, after Fan Yuan put the soil into jewel yellow skies, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. What day is it today? There are so many good items. Gruel mud, this is the true gruel mud, it has an intense immortal goo aura. Unfortunately, I do not have the recipe of gruel mud immortal goo, this mud is useless. The goo immortals' divine senses surged. Many people sent out their divine senses to bid against each other. I need the immortal goo recipe of gruel mud. I will not exchange for anything else. Little Hu Immortal transmitted her divine sense under Fan Yuan's command. This harsh request immediately made the goo immortals sneer. Using a pile of mud to exchange for an immortal goo recipe? Your way of thinking is too greedy. Gruel mud immortal goo is a one-time consumable goo. The recipe is clearly more important than the goo worm. You are actually shamelessly saying you want to exchange for the recipe? This is too unrealistic. I advise you to exchange for it, otherwise this pile of mud can only exist in jewel yellow skies with no one interested in it. But Little Hu Immortal continued, I am not asking for the complete immortal goo recipe. I will take the one with the brighter treasure light. The Goo Immortal stopped talking and started to observe. After a while, a Goo Immortal took out an incomplete recipe. The treasure light was 12 feet long. This naturally did not enter Fan Yuan's eyes. He stared at the mirror and smiled, instructing little Hu Immortal. As long as the other Goo Immortals take out an incomplete recipe, we will add half a kilogram of gruel mud. Yes, master. Little Fox Fairy immediately replied in a crisp voice. There was a lot of gruel mud in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. From start to finish, all the gruel mud was cleared out of Dang Hun Mountain by little Hu Immortal. It was not expelled from the Blessed Land, but moved to the western part of the Blessed Land. These last years, the gruel mud in the Blessed Land continued to transform. The amount was increasing. It was about to form a mud lake. The calamity of the past had become the current capital. In jewel yellow skies, the divine senses of the Goo Immortals started to ripple. Every time an incomplete recipe appeared, little Hu Immortal would throw out half a kilogram of gruel mud. This attitude was clearly telling others, we have plenty of it here. One by one, the incomplete recipes were thrown out. The treasure light also strengthened. From the original 10 feet, it had already risen to over 20 feet, and was still rising. Fan Yuan watched for a while, the smile on his face becoming even more pronounced. His soul came from Earth. His marketing methods far surpassed this world's. On Earth, businesses were launched, but here in jewel yellow skies, immortal yuan stone could only barely act as currency. Most of the transactions were still at the primitive bartering stage. Fan Yuan's method could be considered as creating momentum, attracting more Goo Immortals to sell the gruel mud Immortal Goo's remnant recipe. Of course, this was only a small trick at best. Next, Fan Yuan instructed little Hu Immortal to take care of the other matters and make arrangements. It is about time. It is time to go back. Fan Yuan had been keeping track of the time. The time he spent in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was reduced to 1/5 of the time he spent in Northern Plains. Master, goodbye. You have to come back often to visit. Little Hu Immortal brought Fan Yuan to the western part of the Blessed Land, and under the illumination of the Starlight Firefly Goo, she activated the Stargate Goo again. Fan Yuan carried many Goo refinement materials and low-rank Goo worms as he stepped into the Stargate. Not long after, he stepped out of another Stargate and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Just as he had expected, it was already close to dawn. Dawn was breaking in the horizon. A trace of white appeared on the horizon. A cool breeze blew, causing ripples to appear on the pure lake water. The air was extremely fresh. The flowers and grasses around his feet were covered with dew, and there were already flocks of birds fluttering their wings on the lake's surface. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply, feeling joyful. By snatching Ma Hong Yun's fortuitous encounter, Fan Yuan had obtained the help of Land's spirit of Langya. In Langya Blessed Land, he used one of the fortuitous encounters to obtain Stargate Goo and other Goo. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he used Connecting Heaven Goo to solve the problem of lacking resources. This way, the pawns that were already gone have a new path of development. The whole chessboard has been revitalized. The sky gradually brightened. Under the escort of the wolf group, Fan Yuan returned to Goo tribe camp. I am going into closed cultivation to refine Goo. Outsiders are not to disturb me. He instructed before locking himself in the lizard house and starting to refine a new Goo. No matter where the Goo refinement materials came from, the Goo worms refined in the same place would belong to that Goo. That is to say, although most of the materials in Fan Yuan's hands came from Central Continent, as long as they were refined in Northern Plains, the new Goo worms would be Northern Plains Goo and would not be suppressed. The first thing he needed to refine was Moving Perspective Goo. Moving Perspective Goo was a rank 5 Goo. The original set was refined in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was on the verge of breaking. It could only be used once more. Through jewel yellow skies, Fan Yuan now had materials. He naturally wanted to refine a pair of Moving Perspective Goo. At the same time, beside Crescent Lake, Yen tribe's 9 Goo masters were riding hump wolves and galloping rapidly. Stop, there are wolf footprints here. Yen tribe leader suddenly reined in his wolf's head, looking at the large wolf footprints in front of him with a bewildered expression. There are so many wolves, this is a myriad wolf group. The other Gu masters also exclaimed. Good tribe camp is not far away. Do you think this myriad wolf group is heading towards them? Not good. Look at these wolf footprints. There are poison-beard wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, night wolves, and so on. Wild wolf groups are all singular. With so many wolf groups mixed together, it can only mean that this wolf group is being controlled by a Gu master. Yen tribe leader frowned. Gu tribe was once a large tribe, but now that they have migrated, they are no longer as prosperous as before. It is not possible for them to raise such a large beast group. It is very likely that this beast group is the work of a demonic Gu master. We are going to ask for help from Gu tribe. Let's go check this situation first. If Gu tribe is in trouble, we will quietly retreat. If we can do them a favor, we will attack the wolf group from the front and back. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. Everyone shouted. Go to Gu tribe. The hump wolf galloped again, carrying the group towards Gu tribe camp. Chapter 475. Halt! The patrolling Gu tribe Gu master saw Yen tribe's group and shouted. Yen tribe's group stopped their hump wolves, as an elder spoke. This person beside me is Yen tribe leader Lord Yen Tianji. He is here to visit Gu tribe leader. Yen tribe? Gu tribe's Gu master's expression changed. That's right, our camp is just 100 li away. Lords, please wait a moment. According to Northern Plains time, Gu tribe had just arrived at Crescent Lake, and had only set up camp for a day. Gu tribe's camp was currently under construction. Sir, the wolf pack's tracks have entered the Gu tribe's camp. An elder whispered to the Yen tribe's leader, Yen Tianji. Yen Tianji nodded, his gaze solemn. To think that this enslavement path Gu master is from Gu tribe. It seems we made the right decision. We can invite strong reinforcements to deal with water demon Hao Ji Lu. But Gu tribe might not help us, an elder said worriedly. Yen Tianji sneered, as if he had Gu tribe in his grasp. Gu tribe is also participating in the Heroes' Assembly. My daughter is Lu Wenwu's fiancée. I will use Lu tribe's name to ask for help. Do you think Gu tribe won't help? Just as they spoke, the simple camp's door opened, and Gu tribe's new tribe leader Gu Guang led the elders out to welcome them. Yen tribe leader's presence is our Gu tribe's honor. Please come into the main tent. Gu Guang invited warmly. Why is he only a rank 3 Gu master? Sensing Gu Guang's cultivation level, Yen tribe's people looked down on him. After inviting Yen tribe's group to the camp for a banquet, after drinking a few cups of wine, Yen tribe leader looked at the elder beside him. The elder said, To speak the truth, Gu tribe leader, we are here to ask for your help. Ask for help? The elder continued. That's right. Our tribe's young lady, Yen Chui'er, was captured by Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu is despicable and shameless, hiding in Crescent Lake and extorting our tribe. He is a water-path Gu master, and has great battle strength in the lake. Our tribe's several rescue attempts have all failed. This time, we are here to ask for Gu tribe's help. Hao Ji Lu? Could it be the water demon Hao Ji Lu? When Gu Guang thought of this person, his expression changed slightly. This person was a rank 4 upper stage Gu master. He walked the water path and was infamous in Northern Plains as a sinister and cunning demon. Gu Guang frowned deeply. After thinking for a moment, he refused. Everyone has the right to punish people of the demonic Tao. As a member of the righteous path, the Gu family should have done their part, but unfortunately, they were powerless. My old father died on the battlefield, and I took over the family in the face of danger. The Gu family has already suffered heavy losses, and can no longer support the nobles in eliminating the water demon. What? Clan leader Gu Guang is unwilling? Hearing Gu Guang's words, the Yen clan elders' faces all sunk. An elder sneered and said, Gu clan leader, you are indeed too young and don't know some things. I'll tell you now. Our clan's first young Miss Yen Chui'er was engaged to Lu Wenwu a long time ago, so she is Lu Wenwu's fiancée. If we can't save our clan's young miss, the Lu clan will pursue this matter in the future. Even your clan will have to bear the blame. Gu Guang's expression changed. There were several super clans in Northern Plains, and among them were He tribe and Lu tribe. Lu tribe's third young master Lu Wenwu was like his name, well versed in both literature and martial arts, with outstanding talent and lofty ambitions. This time, he had led a group of retainers and separated from Lu tribe, establishing his own tribe, and was one of the most popular candidates for the lord of the imperial court. Lu Wenwu's forces were extremely strong, and Yan Cui was his fiancée. If Gu tribe did not save her, Lu Wenwu would definitely make things difficult for Gu tribe during the heroes' assembly. But Gu tribe was already extremely exhausted, and their higher-ups' battle strength was greatly reduced. If they were to face the water demon again, Gu tribe would have to swallow the bitter fruit alone. Gu Guan cared about his tribe's benefits, and was not willing to provoke the water demon for no reason. But he was also worried that if he did not help, he would attract Lu Wenwu's hostility. Gu Guan felt extremely troubled. Yan tribe leader saw Gu Guan's hesitation and smiled. The righteous path has always been united. I believe Gu tribe will not leave us in the lurch. Gu tribe has outstanding strength, there is no need to hide it. When we came, we found a large number of wolf tracks. As long as Gu tribe sends out an enslavement path Gu master, our Yan tribe is willing to pay 3,000 yuan stone in advance. Gu Guan was secretly furious. Just 3,000 yuan stone, were they trying to get rid of a beggar? He restrained the anger in his heart and smiled bitterly. You might not know, but this enslavement path Gu master is not a member of my Gu tribe, and is not under my command. It is Lord Changshanin. Changshanin? Yan tribe leader was stunned, inwardly wondering why this name was so familiar. Gu Guan then explained everything he knew about Fan Yuan's origin, identity, and so on. Yan tribe's people were overjoyed. Changshanin, he is actually still alive. I remember now, he is of the same generation as me. He was once famous in Northern Plains, and was a genius enslavement path Gu cultivator that everyone paid attention to. Great! Heaven is really helping us. Chang tribe has already attached itself to young Master Lu Wenwu. We will explain the reason to Chang Shanin. He will definitely help us. Yan tribe leader was the most straightforward. Gu Guan tribe leader, please introduce us. Gu Guan smiled bitterly. If I could introduce him, I would have done so long ago. Lord Chang Shanin returned early in the morning and announced that he was going into closed cultivation to refine Gu. If we disturb his Gu refinement, I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Yan tribe leader stood up. Chang Shanin is of the same generation as me. I have heard of him long ago. Chang tribe and Yan tribe are both under young Master Lu Wenwu. We are on the same side. Young Master Lu Wenwu is Chang Shanyan's master. Moreover, this matter is very important. Even if we disturb the Gu refinement, it is not a big deal. Bring me there. This? Gu Guan hesitated. Yan tribe leader's expression turned stiff. Gu tribe leader, please don't delay. If we do not save her in time and something happens to my daughter, young Master Lu Wenwu would blame us. Gu Guan could only grit his teeth and agree. All right, I will bring you there now. Water demon Hao Ji Lu. Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking at the Yan tribe Gu masters in front of him. Brother Chang, you slept for 20 years, you might not know. This water demon is a rising star. He obtained a mysterious fortuitous encounter and is now 35 years old, a rank 4 upper stage expert. Yan tribe leader introduced. Fan Yuan nodded, sighing. Northern Plains is vast. There are many formidable heroes. Since Yan tribe is asking for help, I will make the trip. Yan tribe's group's expression changed. Chang Shanyan's words. What did he mean by asking for help? He was making himself look like a lowly person. Lord Chang Shanin, why do you need to boost the morale of others and belittle our own? That water demon is crafty. He hid in Crescent Lake and took our tribe's Missy as a hostage. That is why we could not capture him. An elder said with some dissatisfaction. Lord Chang Shanin, your Chang tribe has already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. This rescue is a chance for you. Another clan elder spoke with a tone of thinking for Fan Yuan's sake. The leader of the Yan family smiled. Ha ha ha, Brother Chang, with your help this time, a mere water demon is nothing. Fan Yuan chuckled. It is only right for me to make a move. This time, I will fight alongside you. Yen tribe's group was overjoyed. Good, then let's set off. Old man from Yen tribe, did you bring the 10 million primeval stones I wanted and that backwater battle goo? Water Demon stood on the shore of Crescent Lake, looking at the people in front of him vigilantly. Of course I brought it. Where is my daughter? Yen Tianji said as he took out 2 goo, a rank 5 storage goo and a backwater battle goo. Backwater battle goo was also a rank 5 goo worm. It could greatly amplify the effect of water path goo worms. In the mortal world, it was priceless and extremely rare. Looking at these 2 goo, Water Demon's gaze immediately became heated. He had the appearance of a young man with fair skin, broad shoulders and a thin waist. He had a rather handsome aura. His sideburns were already white, giving him an aura of maturity and vicissitudes. Return my daughter to me, and I'll give you everything you want. Now I want to see my daughter, Yen Tianji reiterated. Water Demon snorted and snapped his fingers. Swoosh. In the lake behind him, waves surged as a huge scallop emerged from the water. This scallop was the size of an elephant, its shell was shiny like silver. The 2 shells slowly opened, revealing a young girl inside. The young girl was tied up tightly, her mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth. When she saw Yen tribe leader, tears flowed down her cheeks as she started to struggle intensely. Water Demon sneered. You saw your daughter, hand over the goo worms. Don't play any tricks, your daughter's life is in my hands. If something happens to her, how will you explain it to Lu and Wu? Hee hee. Damn it! Despicable scoundrel, fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Yen tribe's elders gritted their teeth. Yen tribe leader's expression was grim as he threw the 2 goo to Water Demon. Water Demon cautiously jumped. He did not catch them with his hands, instead letting the 2 goo fall on the ground. You didn't do anything to your goo, right? Water Demon squinted, staring at Yen Tianji. Yen Tianji's expression was ashen. Humph, go ahead and refine them. Water Demon snorted. All of you, retreat 30 steps. Yen tribe had no choice but to retreat. Water Demon stared at Yen tribe's goo masters, before squatting down and picking up the 2 goo worms. He first inspected them, there was no problem. Next, he carefully started to refine the backwater battle goo. Inside the backwater battle goo was Yen Tianji's will. Now that he cooperated with Water Demon, this demon soon succeeded in refining backwater battle goo. Water Demon chuckled. Good, Yen Tianji, you are very tactful. Next, I will count the yuan stones. If the number is correct, I will return your precious daughter to you. Don't worry, I don't want to go against Lu and Wu. Your daughter is still a virgin. I have not even touched her hand. Humph. Yen Tianji snorted, not speaking. He took out his will and cooperated with Water Demon to refine the storage goo. Water Demon sent his thoughts into the goo and found a large number of yuan stones. He was overjoyed. He could not suppress it and showed it on his face. Right at this time, a goo flew out of these yuan stones and crashed into his body at lightning speed. Rank 4, Immobilization Goo. Do it! Yen Tianji suddenly shouted. The group of elders shot out like lightning and surrounded Water Demon in an instant. Oh no! Water Demon held onto the storage goo. For a moment he could not move, he could only watch as he was surrounded. Chapter 476. Kill! Yen Tianji shouted. In an instant Yen tribe's goo masters attacked at the same time, using all sorts of attacking methods. Water flow, starfire, white bones, firebird and other attacks were unleashed together, attacking Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. Water Demon's face shone with all sorts of colors. These attacks were brilliant and dazzling like fireworks, beautiful and deadly. Water Demon was in danger, but he did not dodge, instead revealing a cold smile. His pupils suddenly burst out with a piercing eerie light. The eerie light shone brightly, covering a Yen tribe elder in front of Water Demon. The Yen family elder immediately let out a muffled groan as he felt dizzy. This was Water Demon. He activated rank 3 I Strike Goo. His gaze contained an attack, bypassing normal defensive methods and directly attacking the Goo Master's soul. The Yen tribe elder who was attacked quickly retreated 3 steps, calming his mind. Merely rank 3 I Strike Gu could only catch the Yen tribe elder unprepared, and cause light injuries to him. It could not change this dangerous situation for Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. But Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's sneer became more intense. He activated rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence, pouring it into a Gu worm in his aperture. Rank 4, Position Swap Gu. Swoosh. With a soft sound, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's figure suddenly disappeared, and appeared at the Yen tribe elder's position. As a replacement, that Yen tribe elder who was attacked appeared at his original position. Oh no! Oh no, stop! Yen tribe's other Gu masters cried out in shock. This sudden change caught them off guard. They were greatly shocked. They wanted to stop, but the attack was already completed. They could not control it. That Yen tribe elder was scared out of his wits, crazily activating his defensive Gu worm. But this Gu only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing. Academy Elder! The patriarch of the Yen clan, Yen Tianji, roared as he watched his own people being engulfed by the brilliant attack and turned into a pile of minced meat. Ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. It seems Yen tribe's Gu masters are a group of stupid pigs, actually killing one of their own. Hee hee. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu raised his head and laughed, mocking them to the extreme. Water Demon, my Yen tribe is irreconcilable with you. Hao Ji Lu, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Only then will I be able to vent my hatred. Kill, chop this demon into pieces. Yen tribe's Gu masters were so angry their necks turned red as they roared. But even though they were shouting, they did not attack. Water Demon actually had a rank 4 position swap Gu. This was out of their expectations. Rank 4 position swap Gu was a special type of movement Gu. One had to make contact with the opponent to be able to change positions. However, the use of Gu worms was not only about choosing a suitable Gu worm for oneself, but more importantly, the essence of the Gu worms was the mutual coordination between the Gu worms. As long as he succeeded, he could make contact with the opponent of the position swap Gu. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to make contact with the opponent. Ji Gu. With such a Gu worm, Hao Ji Lu was not afraid of being surrounded. Tribe Ji of Yen, they were Gu, and was not Ji Lu. Yen tribe Gu, as demon, of. They, water Yen, Gu, comma. Using this Gu consumes a lot of primeval essence. How many more times can you use it? Let me tell you, we have invited the righteous hero Wolf King Chang Shanin. You are surrounded by the wolf group, you have nowhere to go. At the crucial moment, Yen Tianji stood up. His words were like a stimulant, raising everyone's morale. Wolf King Chang Shanin? Hao Ji Lu's gaze concentrated, looking at Fan Yuan who was on the wolf. Fan Yuan had a broad back and a thin waist, his eyes shining brightly. He was riding on the hump wolf, surrounded by the wolf group. He was like a towering mountain. Although he was silent, he gave Hao Ji Lu a sense of pressure. Wolf King Chang Shanin, I have heard of your name since I was young. You did not die? Water Demon Hao Ji Lu concentrated on guarding against Yen tribe Gu masters while probing Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan stood 300 steps away from Water Demon, looking at him with a calm expression. Water Demon's heart shook. Although I Strike Gu had a wide attack range and could attack as long as one looked at it, the further the distance, the weaker the attack. 300 steps was the effective attack range of I Strike Gu. Beyond that, there was no threat. Fan Yuan's position made Water Demon feel very uncomfortable. This distance was very mysterious. If Water Demon took another step, he would be able to attack Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan seemed to be hinting for him to do so. Hao Ji Lu felt even more pressure. If this person is really Chang Shanin, I cannot use I Strike Gu to deal with him. I Strike techniques are used to test the soul of both sides. Enslavement Path Gu masters have always had strong souls. Are you really Chang Shanin? What proof do you have? Your Yen tribe randomly pulled out someone to impersonate Wolf King. Do you think I am a fool? Hao Ji Lu mocked. Yen Tianji immediately sneered. Water Demon, you have eyes but failed to recognize the real person. Is Wolf King so easy to impersonate? When we fight later, I will show you the power of Wolf King. Lord Changshanin, it is up to you. Kill this Water Demon, get rid of a scourge for the people. The other Yen tribe elders called out one after another, attempting to use Fan Yuan as a weapon. Fan Yuan sat on the wolf's back, looking around. When he saw that his wolf group was already in position, surrounding the battlefield tightly, he knew the time was ripe. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. He nodded slightly, killing intent surging in his eyes. Indeed, your reminder is good, it is time to attack. The moment he said that, the wolf group howled and opened their mouths, baring their sharp claws and teeth as they charged forward without any regard for their own safety. In an instant, 10,000 wolves charged towards the group of Gu masters. The majestic army caused everyone's expression to change. Changshanin, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Yen Tianji roared in anger, feeling bewildered. Quickly stop! We are on the same side. Wolf King, are you crazy? You dare to attack us? Our Yen tribe and your Chang tribe have already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. The other elders defended against the wolf group's attack as they shouted crazily. Precisely because of this, I am dealing with you. Go in peace, I will send Chang tribe's clansmen to accompany you in the future. Fan Yuan said hatefully, a twisted expression appearing on his face at the right time. Next, he shouted angrily. Humph, I swore long ago, I will take revenge for the grudges back then. Back then, Changshanin dealt with Ha Tu Gu and the other bandits alone. Chang tribe did not send anyone to help. This matter is fishy indeed. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart jumped as he thought of something. He did not expect such a change. While dodging the wolf group's attack, he shouted anxiously. Wolf King, I have no intention of being enemies with you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chapter 477. What? Hearing Fang Yuan's words, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was enraged. Ever since he started cultivating, no one had ever dared to judge him like this, and no one had ever looked down on him like this. Wolf King, you are too arrogant. Today, I will make you pay the price. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu roared and pushed with his palms. Rank 4, Waterfall Gu. Primeval essence poured in crazily. Water vapor filled the air and with a rumble, a huge water current was formed out of thin air. The water current was extremely rapid, like a waterfall crashing down from the sky. The light silver water carried a biting cold might as it ruthlessly smashed into the wolf group. In an instant, over 1,000 wolves were killed or injured. The water current spread and swept away all the wolves around Hao Ji Lu. At the same time, Yen tribe's Gu masters activated a Gu worm together. This was the rank 5 wind barrier Gu, forming a huge wind. The wind was like a veil, carrying traces of green as it spread around everyone. The wolf group's attacks were all blocked by the formless wind. Many of the wild Gu on the Wolf King's body attacked the wind barrier and disappeared like a stone thrown into the sea, vanishing without a trace. How can this be? On the Moon Lake, Yen Chui'er, who was taken as a hostage, was dumbstruck as she watched the intense battle on the shore. She had never thought that the situation would develop like this. She, who was the center of the battle, had now become a bystander. The hump wolf continued to retreat, carrying Fan Yuan and Water Demon Hao Ji Lu away. Idiot! Looking at Water Demon Hao Ji Lu who was charging towards him, as well as the Yen tribesmen who were defending the formation, Fan Yuan sneered. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu and Yen tribe leader Yen Tianji were 2 rank 4 Gu masters. There were also Yen tribe's higher-ups, more than 10 rank 3 Gu masters. They could be said to be very strong. But the strength of an enslavement path Gu master was that they could fight one against many. Back then, Changshanin led a wolf group and challenged above his rank, killing rank 5 Gu master Ha Tu Gu and even exterminating a group of Ha Tu Gu's subordinates. Why? Because he was an enslavement path Gu master. Now, the wolf pack in Fan Yuan's hands had already taken shape and reached a certain scale. The size of the wolf pack had reached more than 30,000. Not only were there many hundred wolf kings and thousand wolf kings, there was also a night wolf king and a young mutated beast, the white-eyed wolf. Such a scale, although it was not even half of Changshan Yin's wolf pack at his peak, it was enough to annihilate 2 to 3 Gu tribe combined. Right now, they were only dealing with 20 over Gu masters. This was nothing more than a small display of strength. As expected, after fighting for a while, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was gasping for breath, and his momentum gradually stopped. He felt tired. Damn it! This kind of wolf taming technique is really hard to deal with. It's clearly just some 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. Water Demon Hao Jilia's gaze towards Fan Yuan had already changed. It was not that he had not fought with enslavement path Gu masters before, but how could those enslavement path Gu masters compare to Fan Yuan? Is this the Wolf King's beast taming technique? Being in this place is simply like sinking into a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu fended off the attacks of the wolf pack, and his heart was already filled with awe. Splitting a trace of his consciousness into his aperture, Hao Ji Lu inwardly complained. That intense charge earlier, using a series of powerful moves to carve out a path, had caused his primeval essence to be greatly expended. Right now, his aperture only had less than half of its peak. Once the primeval essence was exhausted, a Gu master's battle strength would rapidly fall to rock bottom. Hao Ji Lu had to consider the long term, and had no choice but to restrain his attacks. This way, his momentum would completely disappear, and he would be completely surrounded by the wolf pack. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, rank 4 Gu master, uses water path Gu worms. His attacks are powerful, and is proficient in fighting one against many. In his early years, he roamed northern plains, committing many crimes, and had a bad reputation. He captured Yen Shui Air, and after successfully extorting Yen tribe, he participated in the Heroes' Assembly and offered Yen Shui Air to He Lulan. He Lulan was overjoyed, and entrusted him with an important task. After entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, Hao Ji Lu was ranked as He Lulan's 3rd valiant general in terms of merit and rewards. Fan Yuan recalled the relevant memories, his gaze dark. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Hao Ji Lu was also a character, but after being active for 8 to 9 years, he was also killed by Changshan Yin. Powerful attacks often mean that the primeval essence expenditure is huge. Hao Ji Lu is no longer a concern. At this moment, he is probably secretly thinking of an escape route. He is proficient in escaping underwater. It will not be easy to capture him today. After all, I have too few water wolves. But my main target is not him, but Yen tribe's Gu masters. Fan Yuan shifted his gaze towards the Yen tribesmen. Yen tribe's Gu masters were proficient in defense. This was famous in northern plains. As expected, these Gu masters' defense was extremely good. The rank 5 wind barrier Gu was like a tortoise shell, firmly protecting everyone. Yen tribe's people are really naive. Even though they are surrounded, they still want to preserve their strength and watch from the sidelines. No wonder history said that Yen Tianji was too conservative and lacked initiative. Since they want to stall for time, that is what I want. Fan Yuan sneered in his heart, purposely slowing down the wolf pack's attack. Time slowly passed. Hao Ji Lu and Yen tribe's Gu master's primeval essence was also being depleted. Suddenly, a large group of figures appeared in the forest. Lord Changshan Yin, we are here! Gu tribe's current tribe leader, Gu Guang, led Gu tribe's Gu masters and rushed here. You came quite quickly. Fan Yuan glanced at him indifferently with deep meaning. Gu Guang was pierced by the light in Fan Yuan's eyes, and subconsciously lowered his head, feeling both respect and fear. This is the Wolf King's heroic nature, to think that I would see it today. Yes, after receiving Lord's letter, we rushed here. One must know how to repay kindness. Lord has saved our Gu tribe time and time again. Lord's revenge is our Gu tribe's revenge. Shortly after, Gu Guang replied. In Gu tribe camp, Fan Yuan could not make a move, so he agreed to Yen tribe on the surface. After he gathered the wolf pack, he used the Gu worm to send a letter back. Gu Guang received the letter and opened it. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Lord Changshanin wants to make a move on the whole Yin tribe? He cried out involuntarily. Continuing to read, Fan Yuan explained the reason in the letter. Back then, Changshanyan's mother was secretly poisoned, and in order to find a gu worm that could cure the poison, Changshanin entered poison grassland and was ambushed by Ha-Tu Gu and a group of strong enemies. The whole matter was a scheme. Chang tribe's internal strife was an attempt to suppress Changshanin. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Changshanin was saved by Ma Hongyun, but did not return to the tribe, instead relying on Ma Hongyun. It was also because of this reason. Later, Changshanin helped Ma Hongyun become the lord of the imperial court, so he made a move on Chang tribe, eliminating all of the higher-ups of Chang tribe and becoming the tribe leader himself, taking revenge. Now that Fan Yuan was dealing with Yen tribe, this reason was used by him, and he wrote it in a letter convincing Gu Guang. Originally, Gu tribe and Chang tribe were related by blood. When old Gu tribe leader met Fan Yuan for the first time, he said that his second daughter was married to Chang tribe. But after Gu Guang received the letter, he made a prompt decision and chose to stand with Fan Yuan. Gu Guang, you have matured. Gu tribe will prosper under your leadership. Fan Yuan was riding on the wolf's back, indifferently commenting, then waved his hand. You don't need to participate in this battle. You lead Gu tribe's Gu masters and stand guard at the periphery. But remember, if you block one Yen tribe elder, you will have a chance of winning when we attack Yen tribe camp. Yes, Junior will remember Wolf King's instructions. Gu Guan quickly responded, and led the Gu masters to the periphery of the battlefield, forming an encirclement formation. Seeing Gu tribe's Gu masters coming to reinforce, Yen tribe's Gu masters were shocked and furious. Gu Guang, you despicable and shameless person! A Yen tribe elder shouted furiously. Gu tribe, you have made a wrong decision. You are going against our Yen tribe. You are going against young Master Lu Wenwu. You will not have a good ending. Another tribe elder cursed loudly. Gu Guang laughed coldly, his heart filled with disdain. Using the name of young Master Lu at death's door, what use is that? We can't stay here any longer. We need to charge and break out of this encirclement. Yen tribe elder realized the severity of the situation, his face turning ashen as he shouted. Go! Yen tribe's people joined hands and started charging, trying to carve out a path of blood. Pellet Fire Gu, Golden Silkworm Gu, Frost Breath Gu, Snowball Gu, Tornado Gu, Exploding Thunder Gu, Fire Claw Gu and others were activated. At once, fireballs and snowballs flew continuously, Golden Silkworm turned into a ray of light and rampaged, Blue Frost Breath was spat out, tornadoes wreaked havoc in the wolf group, thunder rumbled and explosions occurred everywhere, and claws made of flames scratched and slashed continuously. Under Yen tribe's fierce attacks, Fan Yuan's wolf group suffered heavy casualties, but they continued to advance without any regard for their own safety. These Gu masters are all mortal experts, made up of rank 3 and rank 4, but so what? Fan Yuan sat on the wolf's back, his thoughts turning as he mobilized the wolf group. He had the werewolf soul, so mobilizing this wolf group was much easier than the 100-man soul. It was as smooth as the Wolf King personally commanding them. Seeing the wolf group dying one by one, Fan Yuan's expression did not change, he did not move. These wolves were only ordinary wild beasts, so what if they died? There was nothing to feel sorry about. Instead, using them as cannon fodder to deplete the primeval essence of these high-ranked Gu masters was a profitable trade. Yen tribe's Gu masters' greatest weakness was that they had too few people. Although they were all experts, they lacked subordinates to share the pressure on the battlefield. The battlefield was already under Fan Yuan's control. Following Fan Yuan's rhythm, they simply did not have the time to recover their primeval essence. Terrifying, there is actually such a terrifying wolf-controlling skill in this world. A Yen tribe elder's face was pale. Are we going to die here today? The aura of death was already assaulting their senses. Changshanin, if you kill us, aren't you afraid of young Master Lu Wenwu taking revenge? Some tribe elders placed their hopes on pressuring Fan Yuan. Chapter 478. It is time. Fan Yuan willed, Night Wolf Myriad Beast King led more than 10 Night Wolf Thousand Beast Kings and joined the battle, blocking in front of the Yen tribesmen. Under the wolf group's attack, Yen tribesmen suffered their first casualty. Wolf Howl Gu! Fan Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out a wolf-like howl. Within the range of his howl, the wolf group's battle strength rose sharply. Wolf Smoke Gu! Soon after, he let out thick smoke that enveloped the battlefield, rapidly healing the wolf group's injuries. Yen tribesmen turned pale with fright. Water Demon Hao Jilu's face also turned pale as paper. Earlier, Fan Yuan was only making arrangements, but now that he made a move, he immediately turned the advantage into victory. Dozens of gazes filled with hatred, fear, anger, and coldness shot towards Fan Yuan. Under everyone's gazes, Fan Yuan smiled lightly as he led the humped wolf and slowly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the Yen tribesmen. To prevent the enemy's decapitation tactic, Fan Yuan had many wolves around him, including a white-eyes wolf. Although it had not matured completely, it had battle strength surpassing 1,000 Wolf King. Seeing Fan Yuan's action, the trapped Gu masters felt their hearts sink to rock bottom, their fighting spirit dissipating as they felt like they had fallen into a demon's hands, unable to escape. Time slowly passed. Yen tribesmen were like they were stuck in a swamp. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Fan Yuan had used the cannon fodder wild wolves earlier to expend their primeval essence, and now the results were starting to show. Yen tribesmen elders died miserably on the battlefield. An aura of grief and indignation shrouded the center of the battlefield. Chang Shanin, I will not let you off even as a ghost! A clan elder shouted, cursing before his death. But this curse only made Fan Yuan scoff coldly in his heart. You have no chance to become a ghost. Your soul will be the nourishment for my Dang Hun Mountain. Wolf King, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Yen tribesman's battle hall elder shouted. Come on, you coward, you coward! He tried his best to provoke Fan Yuan, stirring up the little remaining true essence in his body and launching the last attack of his life towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan looked on expressionlessly. With a thought in his mind, the wolf pack immediately surged forward like a tidal wave, strangling the battle hall elder's tragic charge midway. After the wolf pack dispersed, his broken body was left in the same place. White bone broke through the surface of its body and blood gushed out. Its angry eyes glared fiercely at the sky. Battle hall elder! Yan Tianji let out a deep roar, his entire body shaking. As the elders sacrificed themselves one by one, the intense grief attacked his heart again and again. Now, he was almost numb. Chang Shanin, you will die a horrible death. You are a hero of the righteous path, yet you dare to plot against your comrade. You won't have a good ending. Young Master Lu Wenwu will definitely avenge us. Yan Tianji's face was filled with hatred, and it was almost twisted. If it was possible, he wanted to eat every inch of Fan Yuan's flesh and drink every drop of blood from Fan Yuan's body. Humph, the roar of a loser is like the cry of a wild dog before its death. Hoping for others to help you take revenge is the mentality of a weakling. Fan Yuan evaluated coldly before waving his hand. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King was like a bolt of black lightning, charging forward and sending Yan Tianji flying. Yan Tianji's primeval essence was expended. He was smashed into pieces by this collision. He was like a kite with its string cut, flying far away, drawing a trail of blood in the air. When he landed on the ground, the front of his body was already smashed. He was no longer breathing. Lord! Guguang brought a group of elders and rushed over excitedly. Wolf King is mighty! After this battle, Yen tribe's higher-ups are all dead. In Yen tribe camp, only a rank 3 elder is left to control the situation. The letter Gu sent by Yan Tianji and the rest were all intercepted by us. Yen tribe is still in the dark. This is the best chance to attack. Gu tribe's battle hall elder cheered. It is a pity that water demon Hao Jilu escaped. Wolf Wang Da's people, should we continue to chase water demon or attack Yen tribe camp? Guguang asked. Fan Yuan laughed indifferently. Of course we will attack Yen tribe camp. A clam Gu rotated its body, moving rapidly in Crescent Lake. Puff! The clam suddenly drilled out of the water, opening its shell and spitting out two people hiding inside. These two were a man and a woman. The man was Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, while the woman was Yen Tribe's young Miss Yen Shui Air. Huff, huff, huff. Hao Ji Lu breathed roughly, looking behind him with lingering fear. Seeing that there were no pursuers, his heart relaxed. This was a floating island in Crescent Lake. Hao Ji Lu had chosen the third escape route when he was surveying the environment. Wolf King Chang Shanin. Hao Ji Lu muttered this name in his heart. Hatred, anger, fear, and wariness flashed in his eyes, a complex expression mixed together. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had suffered such a huge setback. Rank 4 upper stage cultivation was enough for him to roam unhindered in northern plains. But after meeting Fan Yuan today, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and loneliness. This is the strength of an enslavement path Gu master? This should not be his peak condition. Back then, Chang Shanin could kill Hatu Gu and exterminate the entire bandits. How strong must he be? Hao Ji Lu thought of this and felt difficulty in breathing. Fan Yuan's wolf enslavement skill made him think of Jiang Baoya, Yang Ping, and Ma Zun. It seems that among the first-rate enslavement masters in northern plains, there will no longer be 3, but 4. Fortunately, he did not have many water wolves, otherwise I would have to die today. Thinking of the dangerous situation when he escaped, Hao Ji Lu felt a lingering fear. But why do I feel that Chang Shanin purposely let me go? Hao Ji Lu had a sharp mind. Recalling the scene back then, he felt something fishy. It is a pity that Yen Tribe's higher-ups were all captured by Chang Shanin. It is not realistic for me to continue extorting. But forget it, I have already obtained the backwater battle Gu. This mission is a success. Next, I should follow the original plan and gift this Yen Tribe's Missy to young Master He Lulan as a meeting gift. Thinking of this, Hao Ji Lu's eyes shone with brilliance. The 10-year blizzard in northern plains was a difficult test for demonic Gu masters who often moved around alone. Adding on the lack of cultivation resources, Hao Ji Lu wanted to rely on a force through the Heroes' Assembly. If he was lucky enough to enter the Imperial Court, not only would Hao Ji Lu be able to keep his life, his cultivation would also rise to a higher level. This time, there were a few hot contenders for the Imperial Court. After thinking about it, Hao Ji Lu decided to place all his bets on the hottest contender, young Master He Lulan. He Lulan's lecherous reputation had already spread far and wide. If Hao Ji Lu offered Yen Shui Air to He Lulan, she would definitely be valued. Because Yen Shui Air was not only beautiful, she also had a special status. She was young Master Lu Wenwu's fiancée. And Lu Wenwu was one of He Lulan's greatest rivals in this Imperial Court contest. Bringing his rival's fiancée into his harem, this was an irresistible temptation to He Lulan. If Yen Tribe was still around, this gift would be even more valuable. It is a pity Wolf King killed Yen Tribe's higher-ups. He will definitely deal with Yen Tribe. Thinking of this, Hao Ji Lu looked at the dazed Yen Shui Air and whistled. He teased her frivolously. Little beauty, speaking of which, you should be thanking me. If I did not save you, you would have died in Chang Shanyin's hands. Yen Shui Air's thick eyelashes flickered, as if she had woken up from a nightmare. What do you mean? Humph, what's the point? Chang Shanin killed your father and a group of elders. He will definitely annex Yen Tribe. The wolf group should be on their way to Yen Tribe camp now. Hee, a young lady like you will soon become a loner. No way. Yen Shui Air shook her head, her face pale. She tried to deny it, but her rationality told her that Hao Ji Lu's guess was correct. Chang Shanin is a righteous path hero. How could he do such a thing? She was not willing to face such a cruel reality. Her pearl-like tears flowed down her fair and tender face. A beauty's tears were like raindrops on a pear blossom. It was a pitiful sight. Righteous path hero? Hao Ji Lu sneered. Sometimes, righteous path heroes are scarier than us demonic path heroes. I, Hao Ji Lu, was only extorting and kidnapping, but once Chang Shanin made a move, he destroyed your Yen Tribe. But he had a reason. He had the slogan of revenge, and he was the victor. Once Yen Tribe is destroyed, who can refute him? Humph, this is the dog-hit way of the world. Yen Chui'er was dazed for a while. She suddenly knelt on the ground and grabbed Hao Ji Lu's pants, begging, I beg you, save our Yen tribe. My father's letter Gu have all been intercepted. Yen tribe is without a leader now, they are in the dark and do not know the danger. The world was mysterious and cruel. Yen Chui'er had never thought that one day she would kneel on the ground and beg the person she hated the most. My father is dead, I am the next tribe leader of Yen tribe. Hao Ji Lu, help me send the letter and inform them in advance. As long as our Yen tribe is not destroyed, I will be the tribe leader. I can make the decision and appoint you as Yen tribe's external elder. Yen tribe's resources will be provided to you for your cultivation. Yen Chui'er stated her price. These words made water demon Hao Ji Lu's heart palpitate. External elder? Yen tribe's resources? It seemed like a good suggestion. But when Fan Yuan's figure appeared in Hao Ji Lu's mind, his body shuddered. Humph, you want to tempt me? His expression changed. He slapped Yen Chui'er. Yen Chui'er covered her burning face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She was stunned by the slap as she looked at Hao Ji Lu blankly. Don't worry, I have already found a good home for you. Hee hee. Hao Ji Lu laughed coldly, picking up the dazed Yen Chui'er and throwing her into the clam goo. The two shells of the clam closed. Hao Ji Lu stepped on the water surface, taking one last look at the shore. At the location of Yen tribe's camp, the flames of war had already reached the sky. Yen tribe is finished! Hao Ji Lu was gloating in his heart, but also feeling cold. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. There was always a higher mountain. There were experts above experts. Yen tribe was a huge force to him, but to Chan Shanin, it was just a piece of juicy meat. In the upcoming Imperial Court contest, Northern Plains will be in an uproar. Heroes will fight for supremacy. I wonder how many people will die. Chapter 479. The flames of war raged as the wolf group charged forward like a tide. The encirclement of Yen tribe camp had already lasted for 4 hours. Yen tribe was good at defense, but because of the success of the sneak attack, coupled with the fact that Yen tribe had no leader, the camp was already in ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, along with human and wolf corpses. Brothers, hold on, hold on! At the center of the camp, Yen tribe's remaining forces were still resisting stubbornly. But the wolf group surged forward relentlessly. The entire defense line could no longer hold on, and was on the verge of collapse. Kill all these invaders! Despicable good tribe, I curse your entire tribe to be exterminated! Other than these curses, there were also the weeping of the old, weak, women and children. Looking at their relatives and friends behind them, the already exhausted Yen tribe Gu masters exerted all their strength to squeeze out traces of strength from their bodies. In their hearts, there was only one thought that was supporting them: defend, we must defend! Behind me are my wife and children, my parents and parents. If we cannot defend, they will lose their lives to the wolves. Suddenly, 1,000 Wolf King broke through the defense line and charged into the camp. Oh no! Be careful! Dodge! The Gu masters at the front line stared angrily and shouted, but it was too late to save them. They could only watch as the 1,000 Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and slaughtered the old, weak, women and children. Beast, you are courting death! Right at this time, a Gu master lying on the ground with only one arm and one leg left, who knew where the strength came from, leapt up and threw himself into the wolf's mouth. The 1,000 Wolf King bit down on his waist, almost cutting him in half. The Gu master foamed at the mouth, laughing bitterly and proudly. He hugged the wolf's head and shouted, "Evil beast, die with me!" Saying so, he self-detonated, blood splattering everywhere as he perished with the 1,000 Wolf King. The people of the Gu clan who were surrounded saw this scene. Someone immediately sighed and said, "The Yen clan's son is actually so brave!" Fan Yuan nodded lightly. Although Yen tribe was not aggressive enough, they were good at defense and were very united. Attacking this camp had cost him a large number of wild wolves, and it had far exceeded his original estimation. However, Fan Yuan didn't feel any heartache. He snorted coldly. "So what if you're brave? Failure usually meant eternal damnation. This was the cruelty of the imperial court struggle. All right, go and persuade them to surrender. These words made Gu tribe's Gu masters shudder. If they lost, this Yen tribe would become Gu tribe in the future. But when they looked at Fan Yuan, they felt relieved. With the Wolf King here, the Gu family could be considered to have found a backer. He still had to rely on the Wolf King's guidance in the future. The fierce battlefield gradually quietened down. The pack of wolves stopped attacking and slowly retreated, opening up a path. An elder of the Gu family walked out from the crowd and came to the front of the Yen family. Everyone, surrender! Gu tribe's Gu master shouted. Northern Plains heroes submit to circumstances. Bullshit! I will never surrender to a shameless sneak attacker. Come, cut off my head. Yen tribe's son would rather die than surrender. Some Gu masters shouted, but there were also some Gu masters whose gazes were unfocused and hesitant. Gu tribe's Gu master sneered. If you don't surrender, it won't be a problem to kill you. But have you considered the wives and children behind you? These people will die tragically here because of your stubborn resistance. You are the ones who harmed them. Once he said this, Yen tribe's broken camp quietened down. The bleak wind blew on everyone's faces. The Yen clan Gu masters who were still shouting earlier had frozen expressions. They looked behind them, and most of their expressions softened. The only Yen tribe elder felt everyone's fighting spirit crumbling, and hated Gu tribe's psychological attack to the extreme. However, this resentment only turned into a long sigh when it reached his mouth. Under everyone's gazes, he walked out and said with difficulty, Our Yen tribe is willing to surrender. Lord Elder. Yen tribe's Gu masters shouted one after another. Some were in disbelief, some were sobbing, and some were relieved. At the same time, Gu tribe's Gu masters cheered. Victory, victory! The outcome has been decided. We have annexed Yen tribe. Even though they were at the same place, the two sides' situations were as different as clouds and mud. Gather the troops and clean up the battlefield. Gu Guang's face was also filled with joy. In terms of strength, Gu tribe was below Yen tribe, but this time, they succeeded in one fell swoop. As long as we digest these spoils, our Gu tribe's strength will increase by 3 times, and even surpass Hong Yen Valley. This is all thanks to Lord Changshanin. Gu Guang thought of this and turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. In truth, Gu Guang had hesitated when he received Fang Yuan's letter. But this hesitation only lasted for a moment before turning into determination. The facts showed that his choice back then was correct. If we had rejected Wolf King back then, our Gu tribe would have ended up like Yen tribe. Gu Guang's reverence towards Fang Yuan deepened. Sitting on the hump wolf, Fan Yuan sized up the entire Yen tribe camp. Everywhere he looked, there were broken walls and smoke, corpses could be seen everywhere, and blood flowed on the ground. The Yen tribesmen who were hiding were found by the search teams. Yen tribe Gu masters were shackled, their Gu worms were taken away, their primeval essence was sealed, and they became captives strictly guarded. Fan Yuan's expression was calm, he had seen such situations many times. During the 5 regions' chaotic war 500 years ago, the situation was even more tragic and terrifying than this. Yen tribe is exterminated, next is the Heroes' Assembly. Of course, before that, I need to return to Wu Immortal Blessed Land. I also need to go to Langya Blessed Land if I am lucky. 3 days later, it was another night filled with stars. Fan Yuan led the wolf group into the wilderness, and first used moving perspective cup Gu to communicate with Little Hu Immortal, before using Stargate Gu to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This time, thousands of wild wolves followed him into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. These wild wolves were either injured or old and weak. Their battle prowess was low. If it were an ordinary enslavement path Gu master, their only choice would be to sacrifice these wolves as cannon fodder in the next battle, to prevent them from consuming more rations. But Fan Yuan had an even better choice with his blessed land. That was to raise them. These wolves will reproduce in the blessed land, and after a few months, they will give birth to wolf cubs. Fan Yuan raised these wolves in the western part of the blessed land. the wild beasts in this world had strong reproductive abilities, and adding on the fact that Hu Immortal Blessed Land had 6 times the time flow of northern plains, Fan Yuan could completely replenish his own troops in the future. This way, the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land became the breeding ground for the wolf group, and the northern part was almost cut off by Fan Yuan. The eastern part was shrouded in dark clouds, and there were tens of lakes with abundant water vapor. And the southern part was the gathering place of the Rockmen. At the center was Dang Hun Mountain, which was dying after being hit by the Gruel mud goo. Master, I have already settled down the starlight worms according to your instructions. Quickly come and see. Seeing Fan Yuan again, little Hu Immortal was extremely happy, and dragged Fan Yuan to the eastern part of the blessed land. Master, look up! Little Hu Immortal called out. Fan Yuan looked at the sky, and saw a large expanse of light blue clouds. Traces of starlight sprinkled down, like a dreamy veil, swaying along with the wind. The scenery was beautiful and strange, like a painting. Fan Yuan looked carefully, and found that this cloud was not blue in color, but had large amounts of star fragment grass planted on it. The star fragment grass was dark blue, and among the grass, there were starlight fireflies flying, and the specks of light gathered into a sea. And among the starlight fireflies, there was even starlight firefly goo, giving off the true radiance of starlight. Not bad, Fan Yuan evaluated. Little Hu Immortal immediately squinted her eyes in happiness, and rubbed her head against Fan Yuan's hand, saying innocently, Master, I want to touch you. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, and stretched out his hand, rubbing Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's snow-white tail immediately curled up in joy, and the 2 furry ears on her head also gently drooped down, as a blissful blush appeared on her face. Fan Yuan bought a lot of star fragment grass from Connecting Heaven Goo. But this grass was very special. It could not be planted on mortal soil, and could only be planted in clouds. During the transaction, Fairy Yao Guan had suggested to Fan Yuan to buy cloud soil to cultivate star fragment grass. But Fan Yuan did not accept her suggestion, because in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was a large-scale dark cloud. This dark cloud was formed when Fan Yuan eliminated the earthly calamity's influence, and water and fire clashed, forming a large dark cloud. The dark cloud did not disperse for a long time, and covered the eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was not a small problem. Over time, the light would be blocked, and the ecology of the entire eastern part would be affected. But now, Fan Yuan used it to plant star fragment grass, and it turned the disaster into a blessing. Not only was it recycling waste, it also saved Fan Yuan the expenses of buying large amounts of cloud soil. Right now, there were large patches of star fragment grass planted on the dark cloud. Starlight fireflies lived among them, and the eastern part of the blessed land was filled with starlight. It was a beautiful sight. As long as I properly cultivate the star fragment grass, the starlight firefly group's reproduction is guaranteed. In the future, there will be more and more starlight firefly goo for me to use. If I can nurture them to a high level, there will be a surplus of starlight firefly goo, and I can sell them in jewel yellow skies in the future. During the 5 Regions War, starlight firefly goo will be one of the most sought-after goo. Fan Yuan looked at the beautiful future, and brought Little Hu Immortal back to Dang Hun Mountain. Standing on the mountain peak, he took out Burial's soul toad goo. During the process of killing Yen tribe's higher-ups and taking over Yen tribe's camp, he had been using Burial's soul toad to collect the souls on the battlefield. He let out all the souls in the Burial soul toad. These pitiful souls, the moment they came out, they were turned into the purest nourishment by Dang Hun Mountain's mystical power, nourishing the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. By tomorrow, Dang Hun Mountain will be filled with guts goo again. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. One of the reasons why he devoured Yen tribe and collected a large number of souls was because of this. As for tonight, it will be time for me to advance to rank 5. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan's cultivation was no longer restricted by the region, and was a true rank 4 peak stage. He had been at the peak for a long time. Adding on his great aptitude, the time for him to advance to rank 5 realm was already ripe. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.